Hello and welcome into Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are delving into the gruesome and disturbing case of Morgan Geyser, Anissa Weier, and Payton Leutner. So please come on, grab a seat. Welcome in, everybody. Carolyn, now I'm sorry that you're not feeling better, but hopefully today you'll just have a nice, relaxing day with us. Kathy, good to see you. Integration, good morning to you. Gretchen, Terry, good to see you. Barry, Crazy Mary Joe, good to see you. Ola and Christy, good morning. Camilla, good to see you. Let's see, who was first in chat? Can I go back that far? Crazy Mary Joe, seems like you were first in chat. Dream Horse, good to see you. Shirley, good morning to you. Red Snap, Dina. Radioactive, good to see you. Beach Mom. Sherry, you're doing last Christmas luncheon with your brother, sister, and kids. Nice. We'll enjoy. Hope that goes well. Joy, good morning to you. All right, everybody. Southern Belle, thank you for joining us today. All right, so as I said at the top of the stream here, this is about okay, just let me see here. All right, can you guys hear me here? Can you hear me here? Can you hear me here? Let me know if you can hear me here. Could you hear me at the top of the stream? All right, just give us a second. Can you guys hear me? So it works there. Okay, give me a moment. So it's all right, now we should be back up and running. Just give me a moment. Let's see, we should be good here. Let me just make sure all my filters are on. Okay. All right, now we should be good. Let's check that out. Let me just make sure. All right, now we're good. All right, so as I said at the top of the stream, this is about three girls, three young women who were friends. Let me just make sure they're working here. Okay, cool. So this centers around Payton Leutner, who was the victim. We have Morgan Geyser and Anissa Weier, right? So they were all 12 years old when this happened, which was May 31st of 2014. Now, Morgan and Anissa knew each other from elementary school because they lived in the same apartment complex. And then they got into middle school, and that's when they met Payton. Payton also goes by the name of Bella. So we're going to focus today on Morgan Geyser. She's going to be today and tomorrow, so we're going to do 2 days with her. And then we're going to do, and she never went to trial, right? She never went to trial. She has a lot of hearings, but she never went to trial. And then Anissa actually went to trial, and we're going to focus on her later in the week. But for today and tomorrow, it's going to be all about Morgan. So Morgan Geyser's story begins years before the 2014 Slender Man stabbing, rooted in profound mental illness and social isolation. From an early age, Morgan experienced severe hallucinations later identified as early onset schizophrenia. She described seeing colors bleed from the walls and interacting with inhuman, figures who spoke to her and appeared as companions. Some hallucinations took the form of fictional characters, most notably Severus Snape, whom she said regularly visited her bedroom at night. Morgan was aware she was perceived as odd by peers and teachers and struggled to connect socially. In 2013, Morgan Geyser met Anissa Weier, another socially isolated classmate with a long-standing interest in online horror culture, particularly creepypasta stories. Anissa had been reading and discussing Slender Man lore for years and understood it as fictional internet horror, even though she engaged with it intensely. When the girls became close, Anissa introduced Slender Man and related stories into their friendship. Morgan's experience with Slender Man developed differently. Long before meeting Anissa, Morgan had been experiencing hallucinations and delusions consistent with early onset schizophrenia. After being exposed to Slender Man lore, those pre-existing symptoms latched onto the character as a framework. Morgan came to believe Slender Man was real and claimed she had been seeing him since early childhood, interpreting shadows, trees, and figures in her peripheral vision as proof of his presence. Anissa, initially treating the stories as fictional, began to accept Morgan's accounts and eventually came to believe she had seen Slender Man herself. What began as shared horror fandom evolved into a mutually reinforcing belief system that reframed their social isolation as being chosen rather than rejected. As this belief deepened, the girls became convinced that in order... Wow. Are you okay? Where'd she fall from? As this belief deepened, the girls became convinced that in order to live with Slender Man in his imagined mansion in the Nicollet National Forest, they would need to commit a murder as proof of loyalty. They ultimately targeted their mutual friend, Payton Leutner, who went by the name of Bella. During the months leading up to the attack, Payton was increasingly bullied and isolated, though Morgan repeatedly apologized and promised the behavior would stop. In May of 2014, during a sleepover for Morgan's 12th birthday, the girls lured Payton into a wooded park under the pretense of playing hide-and-seek. There, Morgan stabbed Payton 19 times, while Anissa encouraged her. Believing Payton would die, the girls left her and began walking toward what they believed was Slender Man's home. Payton survived. Unbelievably, stabbed 19 times, Payton survived by crawling to safety and alerting a passing cyclist. Both girls were arrested within hours and confessed. Anissa Weier was sentenced to 25 years to life in a state mental health facility, with the possibility of supervised release. Morgan Geyser received the maximum sentence of 40 years to life in a psychiatric institution. Over the following years, Payton petitioned multiple times for conditional release, asserting she had learned to manage her illness. After 3 denials, she was granted conditional release in 2025 and placed in a supervised group home in Madison, Wisconsin, with strict conditions, including a GPS monitor. Less than a month later, Morgan fled the group home with the help of a 43-year-old acquaintance, Charlie Mecca, after claiming she feared punishment and loss of visitation. There was no evidence these fears were grounded in reality. The escape was poorly planned and quickly unraveled. And we're going to see all of this, right? I'm just setting the stage and we'll cover all of this. So after leaving the group home, Morgan Geyser and Charlie Mecca met Charlie Mecca at a church parking lot where the two boarded a bus to Chicago. From there, they transferred to another bus and began traveling south, telling authorities they were attempting to reach Nashville, though no clear reason for the destination was given. Despite having a nearly 9-hour head start before local police were notified, the pair ran out of money after the second leg of their trip. So, not very well planned at all. Unable to continue, they spent the night sleeping outside of Thornton's truck stop in Dwight, Illinois, which is a well-lit and highly visible location that quickly drew attention. When officers made contact, Morgan attempted to deflect assistance, declined offers of a warm place to stay despite freezing temperatures, and provided inconsistent information about her identity, age, and lack of identification. These inconsistencies raised red flags for officers who began to suspect that the visibly younger woman may be a runaway or endangered person traveling with an older adult. During questioning, Morgan struggled to provide basic personal details and gave conflicting answers, ultimately leading officers to identify her as a missing individual on conditional release. Both women were taken into custody without incident. Charlie Mecca was later released with a citation and a court date set for January 15th of 2026. Wisconsin authorities have since moved to revoke Morgan Geyser's conditional release, a decision that could return her to institutional care and expose her to additional charges related to the escape. All right, so now that's the whole backstory on Miss Geyser. Now we get into creepypasta and Slender Man. All right, so creepypasta is a genre of internet horror made up of short fictional stories designed to unsettle or scare the reader. The term comes from copypasta, slang for text that is copied and shared repeatedly online. Creepypasta stories are typically circulated on forums, blogs, Reddit, and YouTube, and often feature unsettling themes such as supernatural entities, psychological horror, urban legends, or corrupted versions of familiar characters. Many creepypasta stories are written in a realistic tone, such as journal entries, eyewitness accounts, or found footage narratives, which can blur the line between fiction and reality, especially for younger and vulnerable audiences. Think Blair Witch, right? Well-known creepypasta characters include Slender Man, Jeff the Killer, and other fictional figures that originated online and evolved through collective storytelling. Over time, creepypasta became a major part of internet horror culture, inspiring fan art, videos, games, and adaptations, while remaining entirely fictional in origin. Now, continuing with creepypasta. Creepypasta evolved from the chain mails of the 1990s and early 2000s. That is, forward this to 10 people or a ghost will appear. They eventually found a home on early Imagine boards and forums. So 4chan was one. This is widely considered the birthplace of modern creepypasta around 2007. Users on the paranormal board would share short, scary stories designed to feel like found accounts or leaked secrets. Something Awful. This forum birthed one of the most famous icons, Slender Man, during a 2009 Photoshop contest to create paranormal images. So Slender Man came from 2009 from a Photoshop contest. And then we have Reddit. Created in 2010, this community popularized the everything is true here rule, where authors write in the first person and readers act as if the story is real. Now we get into Slender Man. So Slender Man is a fictional supernatural figure that originated on the internet in 2009. He was created as part of a Photoshop contest on the Something Awful forums, where users were asked to invent paranormal images and backstories. Slender Man is typically depicted as an unnaturally tall, thin humanoid wearing a black suit with featureless white face and elongated limbs. In online stories, Slender Man is portrayed as a stalking presence who appears in forests or near children, often lurking at the edge of perception rather than confronting victims directly. Common elements of the mythology include mind control, inducing paranoia and hallucinations, abducting children, and exerting influence through dreams or intrusive thoughts. The character evolved through collaborative storytelling, known as creepypasta, and has no basis in folklore, mythology, or reality. That's important to know. Despite its entirely fictional origins, Slender Man became a prominent figure in internet horror culture, inspiring stories, videos, games, and fan communities. The character is not real and was never intended to be perceived as real, though its ambiguous documentary-style presentation in early stories contributed to confusion among some audiences. Now we get back to Morgan and Anissa. So schizophrenia is a chronic and serious mental health disorder that affects how a person thinks, perceives reality, feels emotions, and behaves. It is characterized by disruptions in perception, thought process, and the ability to distinguish what is real from what is not. Common symptoms fall into several categories. Psychotic symptoms, hallucinations, such as hearing voices or seeing things that aren't there, delusions, strongly held false beliefs that persist despite evidence to the contrary. You have disorganized thinking and speech. difficulty organizing thoughts, speaking coherently, or following conversations. You have negative symptoms, which is reduced emotional expression, social withdrawal, lack of motivation, diminished ability to experience pleasure. You also have cognitive symptoms, problems with attention, memory, and decision-making. Schizophrenia usually develops in the late adolescence or early adulthood, and we've seen this through Carlos Dominguez. We saw it with Bianca Ellis, and now we're seeing it with Morgan. It sounds like she developed it earlier than late teens, but we've run across this several times. Although early onset schizophrenia can occur in children. The exact cause is not known, but it is believed to involve a combination of genetic factors, brain chemistry differences, and environmental influences. So that's that nature versus nurture. Are you born with it, or are you your environment? You're born into an environment that causes you to develop this. Schizophrenia is a lifelong condition, but with proper treatment, typically including antipsychotic medication, therapy, and structured support, many individuals are able to manage symptoms, maintain stability, and lead functional lives. Importantly, schizophrenia does not inherently make a person violent, and most people with the disorder are far more likely to be harmed than to harm others. So that's very important when we watched Carlos Dominguez, when we watched Bianca Ellis. Even though the jury did not come back with her being not guilty by reason of insanity, there was reports that she did in fact have schizophrenia. So let's see how this all plays into our story today. So let us go here. All right, what are you guys talking about? Lily Wayne, thank you so much for doing this. You've been looking forward after children and have really missed you and Squeegee. Oh, thank you, Lily Wayne. Psychosaurus Rex, yes, I suspect you're going to have lots of comments. Well, did she develop it? I suspect Rex is going to have lots to say. Joanne Jedi Platypus, hello, hello. Iowa Backyard, Bloody Mary ×3. Yep, Lover's Lane with the hooked hand killer. Absolutely. Yep, look into the mirror and say, or how about Beetlejuice? Think they had to be broken before creepypasta? Yeah, I mean, this has been, we've told urban stories for years, generations, right? Generations. Kids have been told, the boogeyman's going to get you if you don't look at Santa Claus, for crying out loud. You better be nice, or else you're not going to get a gift. That could fall into that as well. Let's see. Snowcatish. Morgan Geyser also had a genius level IQ. Good to know. I did not know that. Crazy Mary, your mom was unmedicated, highly functioning. She taught school for 32 years. Paranoid schizophrenic. Wow, that's pretty intense. All right, let's see what else. Shoshana says, if you had mental issues, creepypasta would be one of those last places you would want your preteen on. Absolutely, absolutely. Hola, just what humans will keep doing to ourselves. Banshees, evil gods, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, this has been going on since the beginning. Beetlejuice was at least cute. That is true. But it's kind of the same thing. Edgin, yes. Edgin, yes. Santa Claus. Santa Claus is like, it's a way to control children. It's a way to control children. Elf on a Shelf, exactly. Yep. Absolutely. Hey, Grampy. You're going to pop in and out all day. See you soon. No problem. All right. I am wearing my Trial TV Live shirt today. Just wanted to... my Trial TV Live shirt came today. So it came the other day. So I'm very, very happy with it. So I'm... first time wearing my Trial TV Live shirt. So I'm very, very excited about that. All right. Let's get back to what you guys are saying. Psychosaurus Rex. Intellectual testing doesn't actually have the qualitative descriptor of genius. Do we know what her FSIQ is? Do not. That's what happens when you tamper with evil, Red Snap says. Santa Claus is based on St. Nicholas, who was real. Aussie Gardner, hello. Yes, Snowcat, they're all over the place. All right, let's get into it. It's going to be a long day, so enough of my carrying on. Let's get to First, we're going to check in with Jesse Waters over at Law and Crime. No, not Jesse Waters. What's his last name? Jesse, you guys know his name. All right, let's get to that.
On Prime Crime.
She says she's having trouble breathing. She said she was stabbed multiple times.
It's the attack on a young girl that left the nation stunned.
As the details became more apparent in our investigation, it's extremely disturbing.
Is a supernatural force to blame?
We think we see him sometimes. It didn't feel like anything. It was like air.
And what can happen next may surprise you.
She poses a significant risk of bodily harm to herself, others, or to property.
Hey there, everybody. I'm Jesse Weber, and welcome to Prime Crime. This is where we do a deeper dive into the most high-profile and memorable true crime cases. You know, there are a lot of motives to kill, but this one is unlike any other.
What's the address of your emergency?
Waukesha County, Lenny. I'm transferring over a caller on Big Bend.
May 31st, 2014, Waukesha, Wisconsin. A terrifying 911 phone call is about to start one of the strangest crime stories in modern American history.
Came upon a 12-year-old female. She appears to be stabbed.
She appears to be what?
Stabbed.
A man named Greg Steinberg is out bicycle riding when he discovers a young girl bleeding on the side of the road.
She says she's having trouble breathing. She said she was stabbed multiple times.
You know, the nature of this crime scene was particularly horrific. You know, our victim was stabbed in the arms and the legs and many times in the abdomen. There were 19 stabbing motions. I mean, the nature of this crime scene is just very, very violent.
The victim is Payton Leutner. She'd been attacked in the nearby woods, but was able to muster up enough strength to crawl out.
She said she can take shallow breaths. She's alert.
And she didn't say who did this or how it happened?
I don't know if she wants to be talking. I started to ask her, and then...
That's okay.
Payton is rushed to the hospital, where doctors frantically try to save her life. Miraculously, despite her extensive injuries, Payton survives.
She missed death by millimeters. I mean, one of the stab wounds just barely missed her heart. Largely, she lived because those wounds were just shallow enough that she did not have a heart attack and die right there on the scene.
Hours later, police apprehend the assailants.
The suspects were located near I-94, where they were both taken into custody without incident.
The identity of the attackers turned out to be as shocking as the stabbing itself. Two 12-year-old girls, Morgan Geyser and Anissa Weier, classmates of Payton.
It's extremely disturbing as a parent and as a chief of police.
The will to carry out this attack means something is wildly amiss. That they would engage in that kind of activity and commit a really aggressive, heinous crime. That just doesn't happen without there being some A, red flag indicators, and B, an explanation for it of some type.
Even more frightening is why the girls did it. Apparently, they were influenced by something they saw online.
Keeping our children safe is more challenging now than in years past. The internet can also be full of dark and wicked things.
You said like a character or something?
A character that is on several different websites.
Like a fictional character?
Yes.
Who was this fictional character? Anissa and Morgan decide to open up to detectives, and they say things that no one saw coming.
There's this website called the Creepypasta Wiki. Okay. It's full of like horror stories that are meant to purposely scare you. And there's one of them called Slender Man.
Slender Man, the mysterious and unsettling horror character depicted as a faceless, elongated figure with multiple tendrils dressed in a dark suit. Although they're in separate interrogation rooms, both Morgan and Anissa provide the same motive for trying to kill Payton, or whom they called Bella.
He has these proxies, or servants, as people call them, and Morgan said, "Hey, Anissa, we should be proxies." And I was like, "Okay, how would we do that?" She she said, we have to kill Bella.
Okay. Okay, and do you know why she said that? Like, why she was thinking?
Because we had to supposedly prove ourselves worthy to Slender.
How many times do you think you stabbed her?
I don't know. It happened very quickly. All I heard was screaming. I said, I'm sorry. This had to happen. And she was like, why? And then I said that it was necessary. I can't explain why.
According to the girls, during a slumber party, they lured Payton out to the woods to play a game, but really intended to murder her. They claim that if they didn't do this for Slender Man, he would kill them and their families.
We think we see him sometimes.
Okay.
Like when we were walking up to where we were going, I saw him out of the corner of my eye on this side.
Okay.
And then Morgan said she heard a twig crack when no one was moving.
So I think there's no question that Slender Man and their belief in Slender Man played a role in their decision-making on that day. Even the victim was able to say that during the time she was friends with Morgan, Morgan was quite obsessed with Slender Man.
But I believe at the time they did think it's either kill Payton or our family's going to be killed by this Slender Man.
In fact, after the stabbing, the girls walked about 5 hours before they were found. Where were they headed?
Slender has this big mansion that all the creepypastas supposedly live in.
Because she wanted to walk to Slender.
Morgan and Anissa aren't like other 12-year-olds. Morgan would be diagnosed with schizophrenia, and Anissa with delusional disorder and depression.
But when you put two people together that have these, mental challenges, they can feed off each other. And I think the fact that you had two 12-year-olds who both had some mental disorders, they really connected. And when they're connected together like that, everything becomes more real.
Is this a case of mentally ill, confused children who didn't know what they were doing? Or rather, an excuse for a meticulous, cold, premeditated act? After all, the girls discussed this attack on Payton for months beforehand.
The fact that this was so incredibly premeditated over a 6-month period of time makes the whole thing even more shocking. One of the plans was to actually duct tape her mouth so she couldn't make any noise and then stab her at a sleepover. And the reason they didn't do that is they had skated and been out that evening and they were tired.
A search of Geyser's home revealed more. There were internet searches for how to get away with murder and what kind of insane am I? And then there was the matter of what was found in Morgan's room.
The Barbie dolls and the notebooks and the drawings, they're so dark and they're intense and they're disturbed. There were so many signs. It really looked like what she was reading about, drawing, just sort of a precursor to what was going to happen.
There are parts of Morgan and Anissa's stories that appear to line up.
The last thing she said to me was, I trusted you. And then she said, I hate you. Saying stuff like, I hate you guys, I'll never forgive you, and I trusted you.
Yet when it came to who's actually the mastermind and stabber, they pointed the finger at one another.
Anissa told me we had to.
Why?
Because she said that he'd kill our families.
So back in December or January, Morgan told you, like, hey, we should be proxies, type thing.
Yeah. Morgan and I were also debating who does the deed. At first it was me, but like I said, I was too squeamish and said, no, you do it. Morgan jumped on top of Bella and started stabbing her repeatedly, and that's when I turned around because I couldn't stand to see that. And then we said that we were going to play hide and seek, and then Anissa jumped her.
Who stabbed her first?
I think Anissa stabbed her first, and then I continued, and then she was like, Morgan, make sure she doesn't escape, and then it was like, Anissa said that she'd go get help. I didn't have anything to do with the lying, well, that was all Anissa.
They did blame each other in terms of their perception of what happened and how it happened. I think they both were just trying to be honest, but they were also both quick to say, it wasn't just my fault. I didn't do this part. She did that part.
When we come back, we're going to take a further look into the minds of these girls.
And then I didn't know what I did. It sort of just happened. It didn't feel like anything. It was like air.
Yeah. Like, for real? Okay.
Back in 2014, 12-year-olds Morgan Geyser and Anissa Weier admit to police that they stabbed their classmate Payton Leutner to appease the fictitious online character known as Slender Man. But is one more responsible for this than the other? And how exactly should they be punished?
Morgan and Anissa's interrogation videos provided the first glimpse into what they were thinking. While both accounts were chilling, there were startling differences.
Morgan was cold. Morgan seemed completely unremorseful. Morgan seemed quite intelligent and quite manipulative. She seemed to really understand every single thing that was happening and had no guilt whatsoever for what she had done.
We were careless. I knew this would happen. I knew we'd get in trouble.
Why do you think it was your sleepover night that you're...
Because we would all be together. It was a flawless plan, actually.
So she put the knife in your hand, and what'd you do?
I just continued to... You know what happened, didn't you?
Anissa was a bit different. Anissa came off as a 12-year-old child. She did express just a tiny level of remorse for the decision she had made.
The whole time, Payton was screaming in agony. So we told her we were gonna get help, but we really weren't. We were gonna run and let her pass away.
You definitely have this feeling, I think, listening to those interviews, that Morgan was more responsible, that she was the one that actually did the stabbing, but they both said things that made it clear that they were in this together. They shared mental disorder, they shared loneliness, they shared obsession with, dark, scary things, and it's the combination of the two of them that created this event.
Morgan and Anissa are charged with attempted first-degree intentional homicide. In 2016, after a lengthy legal battle making it all the way to the Court of Appeals, it's determined both defendants, who are then 14 years old, are to be tried as adults.
In this case, these two girls committed such a horrible crime that the view was they need to be punished. They tried to kill another 12-year-old.
The problem with civil court or juvenile court is that once a child turns 18, the courts don't have control over that child anymore. And the concern is that a 12-year-old at 18 may not be ready to be out on their own considering such a violent crime.
The prosecution of these two girls for attempted murder became a national story, with many appalled and in disbelief over the motive. Yet there were others who felt sympathy. The interrogations themselves ignited a ton of discussion.
They don't understand what it means to be interrogated necessarily. They don't understand how they say things, their body language, what they say can be used against them. And so I think there's an inherent unfairness.
Do I believe, regardless of my belief that a parent should have been there, that both of them understood their rights? I think there's no question that Morgan did. Morgan is, I assume, of incredibly high intellect. She understood every single thing that was going down that day. Anissa, it's a bit less clear. Again, a child can understand those rights, but I think it's not quite as clear with Anissa as it is with Morgan.
In 2017,
all right, we're going to pause it there because I don't want to miss things. I want to follow this in chronological order. So that kind of gives you a good overview. So now we're going to back it up because he's jumping to 2017. Let's back it up and let's go back to 2014. So this is from November of 2014. So that kind of gives you an overview of what happened, why it happened. So now let's get into some.
Now at noon, a major.
Let's get into some of the actual footage.
Now at noon, a major development in the Slender Man stabbing saga. What happened today in court and why it could finally bring things to trial.
A new report found one of the two suspects competent to stand trial and defend herself.
Morgan Geyser is charged as an adult with trying to kill a classmate in an effort to please a fictional character. Jonah Kaplan reports from Waukesha County.
Prosecutors accuse Morgan Geyser of masterminding the violent attack on a classmate last spring. We won't show her face to comply with court orders. Today, a judge announced a new report on Geyser's mental capacity and current state of mind.
It's in this psychiatrist's opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that at the present time, Ms. Morgan Geyser has substantial mental capacity to understand the proceedings and to assist in her own defense. Unquote. Now, to me, that means that she's competent to proceed.
At her first evaluation in August, Geyser claimed she could talk to a Ninja Turtle.
It's tough. She's extremely young and fragile. So I think any placement outside of jail is going to be better for her.
The psychiatrist spent the next 90 days with Geyser at a mental health facility in Winnebago. And apparently, she's grown enough to understand the situation she's in. Geyser's attorney asked the judge for time to reevaluate their strategy.
Well, different doctors are doing different evaluations, so we've got to talk to Morgan and see how we're going to address this.
The attorney for the second suspect, Anissa Weier, was also in the court today. He did not offer comment. Her competency hearing is next month. In Waukesha, Jonah Kaplan, today's TMJ4.
Geyser's next hearing is on Tuesday, at which point her lawyers are expected to reveal their strategy.
All right, so that's Morgan Geyser. They're not showing her face, which is interesting. Back that was 2014. She was found competent to stand trial. Now we're going to go fast forward to February of 2015. We're going to fast forward to 2015, February of 2015, and this is new evidence.
New at 5, from mutilated Barbie dolls to drawings depicting death. Disturbing new evidence in the case of two Waukesha girls accused of stabbing their friend in the so-called Slender Man case.
Had she not acted on behalf of Slender Man, he could have very well killed her or her family, and that she didn't want to die.
We're getting a glimpse inside the minds of two Waukesha girls accused in that case.
A judge is trying to determine if Morgan Geyser and Anissa Weier should be tried as adults or as juveniles in the stabbing of their friend. The victim survived that attack back in May. As 12 News reporter Nick Bohr tells us, stunning new evidence was released today, and it was found in Morgan's bedroom.
The accused, Morgan Geyser and Anissa Weier, shuffled into court, their ankles shackled. It's been 8 months since 12-year-old Payton Leutner staggered out of a Waukesha woods, stabbed 19 times, she says, by her best friends. As evidence, the girls believe the fictional character Slender Man is real. Morgan's defense team presented photographs showing mutilated Barbie dolls and dozens of disturbing drawings found in her room.
There were numerous Barbie dolls that were in the room that were disfigured.
The investigator testified many of the dolls had the Slender Man symbol written on them, as did dozens of drawings depicting the character Morgan and Anissa claimed to have been trying to please. A psychologist who has worked with Morgan says she's suffering from mental illness, and she's no better today than the day Payton Leutner was attacked.
An enduring, predominant belief in Slender Man, the reality of Slender Man, a fictional figure, Morgan's belief in Vulcan mind control, and her belief, conviction, that she has relationships with Harry Potter characters, although she believes they're real people.
Morgan's lawyer says that gives credence to his defense, that Morgan, in her mind, acted to protect her family and should be facing lesser charges.
And that's because she believed in Slender Man, she believed he was real, she believed that he was going to harm the family. That's the reason the crime was committed.
Now, many of you have wondered what the parents' reaction was to those disfigured Barbies as well as drawings like these of Slender Man. We'll have their reaction tonight on 12 News at 6. At the Waukesha County Courthouse, Nick Bohr, WISN 12 News.
The judge is going to take some time to make a decision on whether this case should move forward in adult court. He plans to announce a ruling on March 13th. If the girls are charged as adults, they could face up to 60 years in prison if convicted. As juveniles, they could get 25 years. As for the victim, Payton Leutner, she is back in school. Her family has not been attending the court proceedings, but we've learned they are closely following what's happening. And this story is getting national attention, including on World News with David Muir, who was the only reporter to interview Payton and her family. You can watch for continuing coverage tonight at 5:30 right after this newscast.
All right, pretty interesting there. Now let's go. So that was February of 2015. Now we're going to fast forward to November of 2016. So some more news. We're going to go to November 2016.
Right now at 5, the girls. Right now at 5, the girls charged with stabbing a classmate to impress the fictional internet character Slender Man are back in court, and we learned when their trial might actually start. We also heard what the girls' attorneys do not want a jury to hear.
Casey Geraldo was in the courtroom for today's hearing, and she now joins us live in Waukesha. Casey.
George and Carol, Morgan Geyser was in court today. Anissa Weier appeared through video. The judge today set a date to hear what doctors have said about their state, and we have an idea of when the two might go to trial. It's not the birthday gathering Anissa Weier and her family might have imagined. In court by video one day after she turns 15, on a screen next to her co-defendant, another teen also accused of stabbing a 12-year-old classmate in 2012.
They've grown and that time has passed.
But for her birthday, Weier may have gotten a sense of when she'll know her fate.
Probably looking into June or July.
That's when Weier and Morgan Geyser might stand in front of a jury, almost 3 years after the stabbing happened.
Still, this report.
Their attorneys hope they might have juries outside of Waukesha. For Weier, jurors from a different county in Waukesha court. For Geyser, a move of her case altogether.
That time for the...
Their attorneys also want the girls to stand trial separately. Geyser's lawyer says the girl in court today...
She's responding and listening to the things that we were talking about, and she was engaged in the process.
...is a far cry from the girl she was when the stabbing happened, which doctors will have to describe.
They're going to be the ones who have to communicate to the jury what she was like and how her functioning was then.
As for what won't happen in court, both girls' attorneys want their clients' confessions to police after the stabbing left out of their trials.
December 12th.
The attorneys have filed motions on all of those items, and those arguments and the decision from a judge will be made in February. That's when they plan to talk about a trial date. Live in Waukesha, Casey Geraldo, today's TMJ4.
Thank you, Casey.
So, yeah, Carolyn, so Daryl Brooks is from Waukesha. I think Shabusiness, Taylor Shabusiness is from Waukesha. Maybe Tyler Daisy, was he out there in Wisconsin? There's been a few from Waukesha, for sure. There definitely have been a few. Yeah, Brooks is definitely from Waukesha. I think Taylor Shabusiness is out there. There was another one that we covered recently that was Waukesha. I'm drawing a blank right now, but yeah, Waukesha seems to have kind of an epicenter. Who did we just cover? Ian Mitchum? Was it Ian Mitchum? No. Doggone it. We cover so many trials. I can't believe I forget. All right, I'm going to go down a rabbit hole trying to figure out who else it was. Anyway, Barry the Vising girl was Waukesha. All right, we didn't cover that one. But yeah. Yeah, I think it was Matthew Paul because Susan Offer tried Matthew Paul. So yeah, he was in Waukesha as well. So yeah, something's up with Waukesha. All right, so now we're gonna get to Morgan's hearings, her most recent hearings, and that's what today and tomorrow are about, is Morgan. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, and if it goes into Friday, we're going to deal with Anissa Weier's actual hearing. Her trial. She actually went to trial. So Morgan never went to trial. But a lot has happened. A lot has happened with Miss Geyser there. All right, this is really interesting. I hope you guys dig this. Hold on. All right, so this is Morgan's mom. The
day the police came to our house, my son came downstairs. I was vacuuming downstairs. My son came downstairs and he said, "Mommy, the police are at our house." And I assumed he meant they were like outside here for the neighbors. And he was like, no, they're in our house. And it's like, well, what? How? So I went upstairs and there's several officers and one of them had a big riot shield. But they wouldn't tell us what happened. They just told us, well, they asked if Morgan was home. And I said no. That she was at the park with her friends, and there was some confusion because my son wasn't aware that she had gone to the park. So he said Morgan was home. So I mean, they were instantly, they thought I was lying. They thought I was hiding her. And they asked to search the house, and they searched the house, and of course she wasn't there. But they wouldn't tell me what had happened. They just told me that her friend was hurt, and she said that Morgan did it. And I mean, instantly, I couldn't even fathom how that could have happened. I mean, Morgan was she was just always such a gentle and kind person. She was a vegetarian because she didn't want to hurt animals. But yeah, they wouldn't tell us what was going on the entire day. They didn't tell us what was going on, and we were sort of made to be under the impression that Morgan was missing and she was in danger too. Yeah, and they didn't know where Morgan was.
So you just sat in your house with these?
Sat with an officer, yeah, until they said they had found Morgan. And she was at the police station, and that they just needed to ask her some questions to sort of clear up what had happened today, and they would let us know when they were done. And I called, and they just wouldn't tell us anything. I mean, we had no idea the severity of what had happened. Sure. So we decided to just drive to the police station, and I mean, we thought we were going to pick her up. That's how clueless we were about everything that had happened. We thought that we were just going to go and pick her up and go home, and that would be that.
When did you find out what
sat there? We sat there forever, and they still wouldn't tell us, and they wouldn't let us have access to her. And finally, they came out, Detective Casey and that other detective, the one that interrogated Anissa, and they told us that Morgan tried to kill Bella and that she did it for Slender Man. And just what? And that they'd been planning it, they said, and I mean, and basically that she was being charged with attempted homicide. I'm just in shock. I mean, you're just in shock. I mean, I sobbed. I threw up. I ran to the bathroom and I threw up, and it just didn't even seem possible. But even at that point, they didn't tell us exactly what had happened. I mean, we still didn't know what she had been accused of. Yeah.
All right, yeah. So this is Morgan's mom. I have a few more. I've got 4 more. So Angie Geyser is her name. Angie Geyser is Morgan's mother. So she talks. She's got a few more things here to say.
She's grown up a lot. She's grown up a lot. She's gone from barely 12 to a 14-year-old girl. She's a teenager. I think that she is doing as well as can be expected under the circumstances. She's very strong. The first time I went to see her, I don't remember how many days it was after her arrest, but we didn't go see her right away just because things were so chaotic. And she walked into the visitation cell, and it was like I didn't recognize her. She looked like a different person, and she looked like she didn't know who I was or why I was there. When she first got there, in fact, she told us that she didn't like being touched anymore. When we would hug her, she would just hold her arms stiffly at her sides, and I think it was sort of a defense mechanism that she developed because she couldn't be touched. She convinced herself that I don't like to be touched anymore. But that got better over time. It took time. It took a couple months before she would hug us back. So with this lucidity that she's developed comes an awareness of the gravity of her situation. So she misses home. She misses her family. And she is acutely aware of the potential consequences of what happened, where I don't think that she really understood before. I try to help her be hopeful. I talk about, when you come home, when you go to college, because I do still have hope that these things are going to happen for her. And her response is usually to say, if I come home, if I go to college, if I get married.
All right, so that's how Angie Geyser on how Morgan is doing. Now she's going to talk about her loss of privacy, meaning Morgan's loss of privacy, for whatever that means. I mean, you do something like this, your privacy, of course, is going to be,
Really, the worst part about this.
I mean, but I guess what do you expect, right? Well, let's see what she says.
Really, the worst part about this for Morgan is the fact that she was denied her right to privacy, the right that juveniles usually are allowed. So that, any time she tries to get a job, if somebody does a web search for her name, it's hard. For example, when she gets a roommate at the jail, it's difficult if they come in and they don't know who she is initially. When they find out, I mean, it's just hard to ever think of, I think, interacting normally with your peers again when everyone knows who you are. And I don't know, I think that there's this idea that if you show some compassion for Morgan and Anissa, that you are in turn not being supportive of the victim. And I mean, we love Bella. Bella, she ate dinner at my table. I hugged her goodnight when she had sleepovers. We loved Bella. We still do. And we're so heartbroken for everything that she's had to go through. But I don't think that showing compassion for Morgan discounts what she went through. Am I making sense? Does that make sense? I really just want to move forward. Get it over with. I mean, it's been 2 years. I really just try to take one day at a time. Let's get through the appeal and then focus on what's going to happen next, just one step at a time. I mean, there's too many potential outcomes. It makes your head spin to sit down and think about all of the different ways that this could end. So for my own sanity, I just try to deal with one issue at a time, and right now that's the appeals court. Best case scenario is that she comes home. I want the same thing that I've wanted from day one. I want my little girl to come home.
Hey, Jennifer, that is Angie Geyser. So that's Angie Geyser. That is Morgan Geyser's mother, Angie Geyser. So I've got 2 more clips on Angie. So Angie Geyser and Barry. I think Payton goes with Bella. I think she goes with Bella, or goes by Bella. She preferred to be called Bella, I believe. Don't know for sure, but that's what I believe.
Well, that's such a big part of.
All right, so I've got this news clip. Now this is Angie on seeing signs of Morgan's schizophrenia. So Rex, was she ever diagnosed before? I guess she was never diagnosed before. I guess Morgan was never diagnosed before until she did this, I guess, right? So let's see what Angie says here. This is on her signs of schizophrenia.
Well, that's such a big part of parenting in general, is that you're always second guessing yourself and in your job. Your job as a mother is to protect your child from bad things happening to them. And yeah, I felt like I failed. Yeah. How didn't I know? How didn't I know that she was sick? Yeah. Even though I know, looking back, that she was, she was doing well in school, and she had friends. She didn't have a lot of friends, but she always had a handful of close friends. There were some things that we dismissed as, well, she was going through puberty right before she left. She got her period right before she was arrested. So there were some things that we dismissed as maybe typical teenage girl behavior that weren't. And that, knowing what I know now, maybe there was something we would have looked into more at the time. But I don't think that there were any glaring, obvious clues that she was ill. Again, there were no overt symptoms, and even though she reports now having symptoms as young as 3. Well, the way that she explains it is that because it was always like that for her, she just assumed that that's the way it was for everyone. She did make a conscious effort to hide her symptoms from us. I think part of that was because her hallucinations were friends. They were friendly for the most part, and she didn't want them to go away. I'll ask her, why didn't you ever tell me about this? And she says, because you would have done something. It's like, well, yeah, of course I would have done something. The one thing that bothers me that's been so inaccurately reported about Morgan, and it even came up in court, is that she refused medication. It's 100% not true. She never refused treatment or medication.
It was never offered to her, probably?
Exactly. You can't refuse something that's not being offered to you. And the statement that so many, news sources have reported on, it's just not true. Okay. She never refused treatment. It bothers me because it was even listed as one of the reasons for denying her the reverse waiver. That she refused treatment. Well, that's not true. She made a statement to her doctors that she didn't want to take medication because she didn't want to go she didn't want her friends to go away, but that's not refusing treatment. No, that's completely different. She's been nothing but compliant with her treatment, and even acknowledges how much it's helping her.
All right, what I find really interesting is, and Mallory, welcome in, and Abe, good to see you guys. Thank you for joining us today. Rex, we have to get you on. It's just we got to get you on. I have so many questions, because one question would be, what about kids that have imaginary friends? Are those signs of schizophrenia? Apparently, Morgan was saying she was self-diagnosing herself. Well, she was diagnosed at 3, or she was saying she was self-reporting, I should say, self-reporting. All right, Joanne, be right back, no problem. What about kids that have imaginary friends and see things, see kids? What about see other kids because it's their way of dealing with something? Are they showing signs of schizophrenia? So I guess that's when she says, when Mom was referring to she self-reported, if you will, when she was 3. She's saying, "Hey, Mommy, I see my little buddy here, my friend." I don't know. It's really interesting. And I have an active imagination. I have a very active imagination, and I was heavily, and still am heavily, into sword and sorcery, horror. That stuff just fascinates me. And there were times when I was 13, 14, 15, I'd go into the woods and I'd pretend I was Aragorn, or I was an elf or something, or I was Frodo, but there's a line, I guess, between, what is that line? What is that line of, active imagination and you're actually seeing things and then you act those out. Like I was always, I wish I could see a ghost. I wish I could see, something, and careful what you wish for, right? Careful what you ask for. But what's that fine line between having an active imagination and then, crossing that line and doing something like this, So, all right, let's get to, here's another clip. This one's a little bit longer. This is almost 5 minutes of Angie. Yeah, knowing what's real. That's the line, Shirley. Knowing what's real, knowing what's in a book or on TV, and then knowing that, stabbing somebody 19 times is not right. And they tried like, I think 5 or 6 times to delete poor Bella there, Payton. They tried, I think, 4 or 5 times, and they either chickened out or it didn't come to fruition because of whatever happened. But they had tried. I mean, it's not like this was just the first time they did this. They had tried this multiple times. Lily says, your mom had twin imaginary friends, Avis and Mavis. My mom was 100% normal. I like that, Avis and Mavis. That's cool. Camilla, children play Superman, but they know they can't fly. Right? All right, so let's get to a little bit more talk with Angie, with Mother Angie. Let's see what else she has to say. So this one's a little bit longer, this interview. Let's see what this holds for us. Oh, geez, I'm so sorry. I hate the way that comes in. Let me turn that down. All right.
What were you trying to do with her when you stabbed her?
Kill her. I might as well just say it. We were trying to kill her.
Morgan Geyser explained why she and Anissa Weier stabbed their 6th grade classmate after a sleepover. She said they feared a fictional internet ghoul, Slender Man, they believed was real. The victim, Payton Leutner, survived 19 stab wounds. The now teen suspects will stand trial as adults. Tonight, Morgan's mother tells Nick Bohr how she's fighting for her daughter.
Nearly 3 years have passed since the so-called Slender Man stabbing attack on a Waukesha 6th grader by her 2 classmates. In some ways, it is a distant memory, but suspect Morgan Geyser's mom says it's not because of the time that's passed.
When Morgan remembers the incident, it's like remembering something that someone else did. She wasn't in control of her brain at the time of the event. And she said that it's like remembering someone else's memories.
Morgan was diagnosed with schizophrenia a few months after the assault. Her mom, Angie, is convinced the illness was responsible for the stabbing of Morgan's friend, Payton Leutner.
That wasn't Morgan who did that. This wouldn't have happened if not for Morgan's untreated mental illness.
It never occurred to you that she was dangerous?
No, of course not. No, I mean, if we had had any indication that Morgan had a serious mental illness, we would have gotten her treatment sooner. But unfortunately, no, we didn't know until after the incident.
Angie Geyser later learned that disturbing drawings were found hidden in Morgan's room and tells me she's asked Morgan why she hid them.
Her standard answer when I ask her why she didn't tell us about things is because we would have done something about it. So, why didn't you tell us you were afraid of Slender Man? Because you would have done something about it. Why didn't you tell us you were hearing voices? Because you would have done something about it.
The Geysers shared these recent photos of Morgan at the Secure State Mental Hospital, where they visit several times a week. They had to fight to get her placed there after she spiraled in juvenile detention.
She deteriorated pretty seriously, and she self-harmed and ended up on suicide watch.
Morgan is now a patient in the state mental facility after spending the first year and a half in juvenile detention with no medication for her by then diagnosed schizophrenia.
We sit at a table together and we talk, and sometimes she brings a game for us to play. She'll bring artwork or writing that she's been working on, and she'll show that to me. This is Morgan's most recent report card. As you can see, she got straight A's. And she's aware of everything that she's missing out on. She misses her old life. She misses her friends. She misses Payton.
Does she ever talk about Slender Man or anything like that?
No, that doesn't come up.
Angie Geyser reveals she's had absolutely no contact with the victim, Payton, or her parents since the day of the attack. If you could say anything to them, I mean, you must have thought about that many times, what you might say. And
I'm so sorry for what she went through. I'm so sorry for what Payton went through. I would want them to know that Morgan is sorry too. Morgan has a lot of remorse for what happened.
Her October trial will determine if Morgan's mental illness was responsible for the attack. Her mom can only hope the jury will find mental health treatment is more fitting than prison.
I wouldn't be afraid to have her in our home. My goal is the same today as it was on day one, and that's to bring my daughter home.
Nick, such a powerful interview and a part of the story that we haven't heard before. So why is she talking now?
Well, she says in the past she was afraid of saying the wrong thing, but now with the trial getting so close, she said she wants to be a vocal advocate for her daughter.
And we know that you've spoken recently with a family spokesperson for the victim.
Right, and that spokesman says viewers really need to remember the seriousness of the crime, that it was premeditated, he says, and vicious. He says there's one victim, Payton Leutner, and she's overcome the attack now, he says, and thriving in high school. I should also add Morgan's co-defendant, Anissa Weier, is also pleading not guilty by reason of mental disease.
And they'll have separate trials.
Right, those are coming up in the fall. Angie Geyser is holding out hope, of course, that trial will mean continued mental health treatment for her daughter, not prison.
And we'll cover both trials every step of the way. Nick, thank you.
All right, interesting. Hey, 80s Music Man, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Mallory, something is off here. Yeah, something is definitely off. Angelique, hey, so Morgan and Charlie, they were found in Illinois, found in a town in Illinois, a couple towns over from you. Interesting. All right. So that was from 2017. Now we're going to stay in 2017. That was March of 2017. Now here is December of 2017. Then we have one more news clip, and then we're going to get to Morgan's hearings. So we have two more news clips, and then we'll get to her actual some of her hearings, or all of her hearings.
The victim in the Slender Man stabbing.
And thank God Payton or Bella is okay. I think she's a doctor. I think she ended up being a doctor. If I'm not mistaken, I think she ended up being a doctor. But she's 23, so maybe she's still in med school.
The victim in the Slender Man stabbing case was so terrified, her mom now reveals, quote, she slept with scissors under her pillow.
She said she was stabbed multiple times.
Stabbed multiple times?
Yeah.
12-year-old Payton Leutner was stabbed and left for dead in Waukesha in 2014 by classmates Morgan Geyser and Anissa Weier. Their stunning confession, they wanted to kill her to please the fictional internet character Slender Man. Both were later found not guilty because of mental disease, but a judge will decide starting this week how long they'll be committed to mental hospitals. In a letter to the judge this week, Payton's mom, Stacy, reveals the stab wounds left scars to Payton's arms, legs, hip, torso, and chest. Scars, she writes, are, quote, still red and angry more than 3 years later. They tingle and they ache, and they remind her of their presence every day. Her mom writes surgeries to repair Payton's internal organs left 6 more scars, some from her neck to her belly button. Beach vacations, she says, are harsh reminders that swimsuits aren't made for young girls with 25 scars. For the first time in this letter, we're hearing why Payton's parents didn't object to plea deals for both Morgan and Anissa. It ensured that Payton wouldn't have to testify in court. Stacy writes, she has never talked about her attack, so asking her to testify and relive her experience in front of a courtroom of strangers felt cruel and unnecessary. Her mom writes, despite her outward bravery, Payton, quote, still fears for her safety, sleeping with windows locked and refuses to open her curtains to this day. In Waukesha, Nick Bohr, WISN 12 News.
Weier sentencing is this Thursday. Geyser's is in February.
All right, and then one final news. This is the judge sentencing Morgan Geyser. And then we'll pick up on the story after this, because it's not over, as you know.
This is Breaking News Now from today's TMJ4.
And that breaking news is out of Waukesha County, where Morgan Geyser has just learned that she will spend 40 years at a mental facility. Geyser is one of the two girls behind the Slender Man stabbing case, which began almost 4 years ago.
The 15-year-old just learned her fate minutes ago. Pt1 is joining us outside now from the Waukesha County Courthouse.
Well, Shannon and Charles, just minutes before that sentence was handed down, a tearful Morgan Geyser said this. Listen.
I just want to let Ella and her family know I'm sorry. I never meant this to happen. I hope that she's doing well.
It was almost 3.5 years ago when Geyser and Anissa Weier lured their classmate Payton Leutner into the woods in Waukesha and stabbed her 19 times. They told investigators they did it to become proxies of the fictional horror character Slender Man. Geyser pleaded guilty last year in a deal that called for commitment to a mental institution instead of prison. At today's sentencing, attorneys for both sides called psychologists as witnesses to testify on Geyser's mental health.
It's my opinion that release to a less restrictive environment at this point would constitute a substantial risk of bodily harm to herself, others, or to her property.
I believe at the present time she is no more dangerous than any other adolescent her age.
So obviously the judge put more stock into that witness for the state. The state had asked for the 40-year commitment, which was the maximum. I did just speak to Geyser's lawyer. He says that she can first begin petitioning for release, provided she can prove she's not a danger to herself or to others, starting in 6 months. Live in Waukesha, Pete Zervakis, today's TMJ4.
Yet another chapter in this painful case. All right, Pete, thanks. Weier was ordered to 25 years in a mental institution last year. She'll be eligible for release starting in 2020, which is contingent on good behavior. And we'll try to bring you all the details of Morgan Geyser's sentencing throughout our newscast. You can also find complete coverage on the Slender Man stabbing case on our.
All right, so let's actually get to that sentencing hearing. Let's actually watch that. So now that we saw the news on it, a little teaser there, let's actually get to it.
Judge.
All right. Okay, thank you. Please be seated. The court will call the matter of State of Wisconsin versus Morgan E. Geyser, case number 14 CF 596. Appearances.
State by Ted Sapakowitz and Kevin Osborne.
Thank you and good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorneys Anthony Cotton and Donna Kukler with our consultant Rob Rosenberg and Morgan Geyser here in person.
All right, thank you and good morning. The case is here this morning for sentencing and disposition on the proceedings. Is the state prepared to proceed?
Yes.
And is the defense prepared to proceed?
Yes, just one housekeeping matter before we begin.
Yes.
Ask that Ms. Geyser not be shackled for the hearing, Your Honor, or that her hand shackles be removed.
Well, in the past, we've left that up to the sheriff. If the sheriff believes it's appropriate, they can remove the cuffs from her hands in case she wants to take notes.
They've indicated no, so her feet are shackled too.
Well, I think that's appropriate security.
Okay.
Security is the responsibility of the sheriff's department. I give them the ability to make decisions within reasonable bounds.
Very good.
All right, thank you. I just need to make a couple adjustments. All right, very good. I have the computer set up so I can function from that standpoint. What I wanted to do is just make a brief statement about the case, putting the case in the context for our proceedings this morning. The matter involving Morgan Geyser is before the court this morning based upon a two-phase proceeding. An initial plea of not guilty was entered to the charge of the information, which is one of attempted first-degree intentional homicide, party to a crime with a dangerous weapon. And then a second plea was entered of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. The matters were set for a jury trial on both the criminal charge and on the NGI plea. On October 5, 2017, Ms. Geyser entered a plea of guilty to the amended information of attempted first-degree intentional homicide, party to the crime. The enhancer with a dangerous weapon was struck. She was found guilty of that offense based upon the plea. Further, the state and Ms. Geyser agreed that the court could use the reports that had been submitted with regard to the not guilty by reason of mental disease and defect plea as a basis to proceed. Based upon those reports, I found the report sufficient and then found Ms. Geyser not guilty of the offense by reason of mental disease or defect, and I made that finding by clear and convincing evidence. The jury trial was removed from the court calendar on both issues. The court then ordered the department to submit a predispositional report and further ordered that Doctors Lundbone and Burney prepare supplemental reports. They had prepared reports previously with regard to the issues. These reports have been received. The matter was then set for a dispositional sentencing hearing to today's date, and we're here for that process. The maximum sentence on the criminal charge is 60 years imprisonment, which breaks down to 40 years of initial confinement, 20 years of extended supervision. The case proceeds on the commitment basis, with the maximum commitment being 40 years. Previously, the state had recommended that they would pursue a maximum commitment of 40 years and institutional placement. Ms. Geyser is free to argue for conditional release and other dispositions. Under the Wisconsin statute 971.17 sub 1 sub b states that upon an NGI finding, the court shall commit the person to the Department of Health Services for a period not exceeding the maximum period of confinement, which in this case would be 40 years. The court entered that initial commitment. Ms. Geyser is also civilly committed based upon other proceedings that have taken place, and based upon that commitment and orders of the court, she resides at the Winnebago Mental Health Institute. The court has read the reports of Drs. Lundbone and Burney. I read the predispositional report. I have a report from Dr. Robbins, and I have the victim impact statement submitted by Ms. Leutner. With that, then, the court is prepared to proceed. How does the state wish to proceed?
Judge, first, you should also have a victim impact statement from Joseph Leutner, the father.
Let me
filed by our office, I believe somewhere around January 19th.
Yeah, I have a victim impact statement filed by Stacy Leutner that was filed on January 19. I have another victim impact statement filed on December 21st. It was filed by signed by Stacy Leutner as well. It's the same one. So is there another document out there I should see?
It's possible, Judge, that the one from the January 19th date was perhaps mislabeled, but it is signed by Mr. Leutner. I can certainly e-file that again.
Well, the one I have filed on the 19th is signed by Stacy Leutner. And it appears to be an exact copy of what was filed in December. So perhaps there was inadvertent misfiling.
That's certainly possible, Judge. We will...
if you want to do it, file it now. I'll read it.
We'll do that as we go along, Judge, so it's available to the court at some point today. We certainly want you to be able to read that and consider it.
All right, very good. That's fine. I'll certainly do that. Does Ms. Geyser's attorneys have a copy of the Joseph Leutner document?
We do not.
All right, so then, well, when it's e-filed, it should go to all attorneys.
Right.
So when it's e-filed, then Mr. Compton and Ms. Kugler should have it as well.
I'm logged in electronically and just looking. I don't see it in the system.
All right. Well, we'll proceed on that basis then. The state will file it, and I'll read it before I reach any final conclusions in the case. And I want then Mr. Compton to have it as well, so he, during his presentation, can be in a position to appropriately respond. With that being said, then, is the state prepared to proceed at this point?
I am, Judge. I'm prepared to call Dr. Brooke Lundbaum.
All right, Dr. Lundbaum, are you here?
I am.
Yeah, all right, if you'd come forward.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
And then if you'd be seated and state your full name and spell your last name.
My name is Dr. Brooke Lundbaum. My last name is spelled Lundbohm.
All right, thank you. Just before we begin, I just want to make a couple other adjustments. Yes. All right, I'm prepared. Very good. Thank you.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
How are you employed?
I'm currently employed as a licensed psychologist. I am licensed through the state of Wisconsin, and I have a private practice through Behavioral Consultants Incorporated. I also am the clinical director for a Department of Human Services program called the Outpatient Competency Restoration Program, or OCRP.
Is that the competency restoration program? Do you do that only within Milwaukee County, or?
That's statewide.
Okay.
For adult offenders.
Okay. How long have you been employed in that capacity?
I'm not sure. I've been there a couple years now, so probably about 2, maybe a little bit longer than that.
With the competency restoration?
Right. I was previously employed with Wisconsin Forensic Unit doing competency evaluations prior to taking on that role.
There's a difference between the Wisconsin Forensics Unit and behavioral consultants?
The Wisconsin Forensic Unit is a subset of behavioral consultants. It's a wing, if you will.
Okay. How long have you been with behavioral consultants?
I started with them in 2008 as a postdoctoral forensic psychology fellow. When I was licensed in 2009, I began my employment with them. I've been with them since.
And can you very briefly just outline for us your educational background?
Sure. I have my doctorate degree from the Minnesota School of Professional Psychology, received that degree in 2008. While en route to finishing that, I have my master's degree from that same school, finishing that in 2006. My bachelor degree came from a school called Hamilton College in 2002. I completed a one-year pre-doctoral internship at the Mendota Mental Health Institute. That was my final year of school, and then, as mentioned, completed a one-year postdoctoral forensic psychology fellowship through the Behavioral Consultants and Wisconsin Forensic Unit. That was 2008 to 2009.
And through your employment with behavioral consultants, what percentage of what you do is court-appointed evaluations?
Almost all.
Okay. And it's been that way since 2009?
Right.
And you've obviously been appointed in this case going way back to 2014, is that right?
Right.
And what did you do in this case in 2014?
I was initially assigned through my employment with the Wisconsin Forensic Unit to do a competency examination of Morgan.
And initially, when you did that examination, you found her to not be competent, is that right?
Correct.
You weren't involved in administering any restoration to competency with Morgan, were you?
Correct. I was not involved.
Okay. Were you called upon to do a later evaluation as to whether or not she had become competent?
I was not.
Okay. So your next involvement in this case was a request by the court to do an evaluation as to whether or not she met the standards for being found not guilty by reason of mental disease?
Correct.
And what were your findings in that regard?
I was in support of her special plea.
Can you, I know that's not the issue for today, but briefly tell us why you came to that conclusion.
Well, in review of the totality of evidence, which include conversation, a clinical interview with Morgan, as well as review of a variety of records related to that particular time frame, including discovery materials, medical records following the actual offense, it was my opinion that she was suffering under the effects of a psychotic spectrum disorder at the time that the offense occurred.
And you had authored a report to that effect. Well, actually, you did an evaluation of Morgan on November 7th of 2016, is that right?
I believe the report was submitted to the court on November 7th, 2016.
And you were also then asked by the court to now come forth with an opinion as to whether or not conditional release would be appropriate?
Correct.
And you did author a report in that regard, right?
Correct.
And that's dated November 20th of 2017?
That's correct.
You have that in front of you today?
I do.
Okay. So you had met with Morgan last sometime perhaps in November of 2016, is that right?
With respect to this current evaluation?
No, with respect to the NGI evaluation.
If I could just look, I can tell you exact dates.
Okay.
With respect to the mental responsibility evaluation, I met with Morgan at the Winnebago Mental Health Institute on September 9th, 2016 and September 13th, 2016.
And then now, after having been called upon to do an evaluation as to conditional release, you met with her on October 26th, 2017, is that right?
Correct.
So roughly a year and a month had gone by between times you had seen Morgan, is that right?
Correct.
And for purposes of this evaluation regarding conditional release, you reviewed all of the records that were maintained at Winnebago, is that right?
Correct.
As well as all the records you had previously looked at for your other evaluations, is that true?
Correct.
In the report you just authored regarding conditional release, you found that Morgan has made some progress. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Can you describe what you've noticed as far as progress she's made?
Well, since the various evaluations that I've done, Morgan has noticeably displayed greater psychiatric stability, especially within the context of my very first contact with her in the wake of the actual offense. That being said, while she's definitely benefited from the use of psychotropic medications, she continues to demonstrate symptoms of both psychosis, but also of what appears to be a post-traumatic stress syndrome that includes depression and anxiety.
And what do you rely upon to say that she continues to show some symptoms?
That's based upon her self-report during our clinical interview, as well as my observations during our clinical interview, but also by review of a variety of documents related to her institutional care, her treatment happening at Winnebago.
In terms of her self-report, when did she indicate to you, when you interviewed her on October 26th, was the last time she had had some, I guess I'll call it hallucination, but if you can put it however you would phrase it?
She had reported that she had last heard an auditory hallucination of a voice that she calls Maggie just a few weeks before our contact.
A few weeks prior to October 26th?
Correct.
And in your review of the notes from her care at Winnebago, did you find anything in there that indicated that she still showed symptoms?
Her records are quite interesting, actually, when it comes to the specific symptoms related to psychosis. When looking at her records, particularly over that year and 1 month time frame since when I last have seen her, the first several months describe her as consistently complaining of auditory hallucinations, especially related to this voice that she names Maggie. It was in about, I believe, March of 2017. And I can just look here to make sure. In about March of 2017, her treating psychiatrist made some changes to her medication regimen such that she's now prescribed Haldol, which is an antipsychotic medication. And with the use of that agent, her description of hearing that voice has reduced. She's saying that she still hears that voice periodically. It's less intense, less frequent, and that's the same report that she provided to me in October while we were meeting for this evaluation, and as mentioned, said that she last heard that voice of Maggie just a few weeks prior to when we were meeting.
And you mentioned that after the medication change to the Haldol, that Maggie at least became less intense?
Correct.
Meaning what?
The way that she describes it, that voice became less menacing, less mean, less frequent. She had previously been reporting hearing this particular voice up to several times a day. It was relatively frequent, causing her quite a bit of distress. Once Haldol was added to the medication regimen, they made some changes to those actual prescribed psychotropic medications for... Sure, they had made some changes to the psychotropic medications specific to psychosis, and with Haldol, her report of that voice has greatly diminished, although still present.
In looking at the records, you were able to determine that medication changes have occurred regularly? Would that be fair to say? In fact, when was the last medication change that you were aware of?
It appeared that there were medication changes happening even within the weeks prior to my contact. I'm just looking at my report here. In June of 2017, her psychiatrist added Topamax to her medication regimen. Shortly after that, a few weeks later, added Klonopin, which is an anti-anxiety medication. And then there was notation, notation from September 2017 indicating that her psychiatrist had begun tapering her from one of her antidepressant agents, which is called Celexa.
So So as recent as September of 2017, there was a change in medication. Is that true?
Correct.
You also did conduct an interview with Morgan, you mentioned, in preparation of this report. Is that right?
That's right.
And that, again, was on October 26, 2017?
Correct.
Can you describe for the court some of the things that occurred during that interview?
Well, to summarize, most notably, Morgan had difficulty maintaining her emotional composure during that interview. As the interview progressed, she became overwhelmed, distraught even. Eventually, while discussing some of the issues related to her conditional release, she was crying so hard that she was having difficulty communicating. I gave her several minutes to try to regain her emotional composure. She eventually decided to terminate the interview because of the distress she was experiencing during those moments.
Well, what issues related to conditional release brought that upon Morgan?
At that point, we were discussing what her plans were if she were to be granted conditional release. In response to some of her ideas, I had pushed back mildly about the realistic nature and some of the challenges that she might face given her particular circumstances. In response to my mild pressure and pushing back, saying, you know, that some of these ideas may not work, she became overwhelmed. She was complaining that she didn't know how she wanted me to, or how I wanted her to answer, and became very tearful.
Well, do you recall what some of those ideas that you, I guess, challenged her on, saying they wouldn't work, were discussed?
I had asked her where she planned to live, should she be released, and as you can imagine, given her age, indicated a plan to return to the home with her mother and father. I asked her how she planned to spend her time. She indicated intent to basically spend the majority of time with her family and her cats. In response to questioning about what kind of services or what kind of supports she might need to ensure that things are going well for her in the community and that she remains psychiatrically stable, she denied belief that she would need any supports outside of her immediate family. Pushing back on that, saying that that wasn't realistic given what conditional release typically includes, became mildly defiant and irritable. Eventually she had stated that she just wouldn't leave the home when I had confronted her with some of the potential challenges she might face given the high-profile nature of her charge and some of the negative stigma that might be attached once she returns to the community. And it was about this point where she became increasingly tearful, more difficult to engage in productive conversation. Around this time, I switched the conversation toward how she might know if she was struggling and needed more supports and more help around her, and she indicated a plan to rely upon her mother to notice if her mental health was decompensating, which is concerning given the history where she became quite mentally ill, was acutely symptomatic up to the index offense without people closest to her recognizing that her mental health was deteriorating.
Did you ever interview her mother, Angie Geyser?
I did during other parts of the evaluation process, so not for this particular evaluation, but in the past.
And they had no indication whatsoever that Morgan was as psychologically unstable as she was.
Right. It was an offense that took her family especially by surprise. It was completely out of character for her. And then the symptoms that were revealed following her arrest were quite striking and surprising.
When Morgan became overwhelmed and couldn't continue with your interview, was that how your interview ended with her?
It was.
Ultimately, Dr. Lundbaum, you offer the opinion to the court that Morgan should not be conditionally released. Is that right?
That's correct.
And I know there's a number of reasons or ways you arrive at that conclusion. If you could summarize those, please.
Briefly to summarize, because it's a lot of information here, one of the things mostly driving my opinion is that when considering Morgan's risk for reoffense or violence or additional criminal acts, the evidence suggests that her mental health is of primary importance. She committed a near-lethal, very serious act of violence towards somebody that was closest to her, somebody who she considered to be her best friend, within that context of psychosis that was well hidden from people around her. Because of that, I'm very concerned that she's not symptom-free, that she continues to endorse not only psychotic symptomatology in terms of hearing voices, but also there's a layer of emotional dysregulation in terms of anxiety, depression. She admits to having quite a number of what she calls flashes of the offense that occurred and avoidance of dealing with any of it, trying hard to ignore that these events actually occurred, and they're disrupting her adaptive functioning, her day-to-day functioning.
Well, just as to that point, Doctor, I know you did specifically discuss that with her, and did she make any comments to you about feeling bad for the victim, Payton, in this case, and kind of wishing they could just go back to being friends and that none of this had happened?
Yes, she has quite a bit of remorse related to this offense.
And what you've just described could be characterized certainly as some post-traumatic stress related to the offense itself. Is that true?
It appears to be on that spectrum, yes.
Okay. And I apologize, I interrupted you summarizing how you arrived at your conclusion. If you can continue that, please.
To briefly summarize, Morgan's an individual who requires additional intervention, additional therapy, as well as continued intervention in terms of working with a psychiatrist to find an effective medication regimen that manages her psychotic symptoms as well as her emotional symptoms, and also manages side effects that occur because of all of this. At this point, she continues to work with her psychiatrist to find an effective medication regimen, but it's a work in progress. They were continuing to make adjustments to the medication regimen up until the time that I was evaluating her for this particular evaluation, and all of the information through the records at Winnebago, as well as my own observations, suggests that she continues to experience quite significant symptoms that are not yet remediated.
When you met with her in late October of 2017, she had just recently been transferred to a different unit at Winnebago?
Yes, 3 days before our contact.
And do you believe that offered enough time to really evaluate how she would respond to that new unit?
No, she had actually just met with her treatment team for that unit on the morning of our contact. So they had very little knowledge of her on that unit other than the information that they had received through her chart. But in terms of personally knowing her, staff at that particular unit were unfamiliar with her. She had not yet had the opportunity to begin any form of treatment on that unit, including attending treatment mall groups at the treatment mall, as well as groups occurring on that particular unit. She was not familiar with the phase and level system attached to that particular unit in terms of what she would need to do to get more privileges, have more opportunity of freedom. She was just getting her feet underneath her when I saw her. Excited to be there, excited to be moving on to the next phase of the treatment program, but relatively unaware of what that actually might include.
And was that important to your conclusion, the uncertainty as to how she would respond to this new unit?
Certainly the uncertainty of that, as well as throughout her entire stay at Winnebago, she had been on what's considered their most restrictive setting. And indeed, up until just just a few months before our contact, had been on a one-to-one staff supervised condition where a staff member had to be within 2 arms lengths of her. So the supervision and support that she was receiving was quite significant. And so to suggest that she might be able to handle less severe or less significant monitoring is quite concerning, given that she was struggling to cope with the little bits of privilege and freedom that she was experiencing as she was going along.
And without knowing how she would respond to that, makes it very difficult to assess whether conditional release, which would include even much more freedom, would work or not. Is that fair?
Well, one of the things that I considered is, in looking back through her history, there seems to be a pattern where when she was discharged to less supportive and therapeutic and monitored settings like the detention center, there was a deterioration in her mental health such that she was then brought back to the Winnebago Mental Health Institute. And so it's concerning that previous efforts to put her into a different environment were unsuccessful because of Winnebago at this point seems to be beneficial to her.
Well, and when she went back to Secure at those times, she refused to take medications also. Isn't that true?
I don't recall. From the records, I recall that on one occasion she was not being treated, and because of that was not doing well. That prompted her return to Winnebago. I believe with this third admission, the records that I reviewed suggested that she was taking Abilify and potentially one other medication, and even with those medications had experienced decompensation within the detention center, prompting her third admission to Winnebago.
And it's after that third admission she's been there ever since?
She's been there since, correct.
Doctor, do you have any rough estimate as to how many evaluations you've done related to suitability for conditional release?
I don't know the exact number.
Any rough estimate over your career?
Give or take 100.
Okay. And you're certainly aware of the statutory standard the court looks at in terms of whether or not someone poses a significant risk of bodily harm to themselves or others or significant property damage?
I do. Yes.
You're very familiar with that standard?
I am.
And in this case, what did you find regarding Morgan?
It's my opinion that release to a less restrictive environment at this point would constitute a substantial risk of bodily harm to herself, others, or to a property. Therefore, I'm not in support of her conditional release at this point.
And I would assume in the course of your career, the roughly 100 times you've done this, there's varying degrees of, well, have you found people that are suitable for conditional release?
Yes.
And there's varying degrees of how close or not close they may be based on your evaluations?
Yes.
And in evaluating Morgan, is this to you a close call, or how would you characterize that?
In my view, and especially given the knowledge of her particular circumstances, all of the records, the observations that I made during the clinical interview, this was not a close call.
Not close in that you definitely believe conditional release is not appropriate?
Correct. At least at this point, correct.
I don't have any other questions, Judge.
All right, thank you. Attorney Cotton, cross-examination.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
I want to start by asking you about a comment you made a few minutes ago about Morgan's psychosis. You're aware of the history of the offense in this case, correct?
Yes.
And you know that it happened 2 weeks after Morgan had turned 12?
Yes.
Right? And
Would you agree that 12 is a young age to be able to diagnose a condition like schizophrenia?
Yes, and as you might recall, back in the initial competency phase, when I did my evaluation, I was reluctant to put such a label on her.
And you've recognized that from the early stages that it's difficult for somebody pre-adolescent or beginning the adolescent years to have that diagnosis.
Correct.
And that's because sometimes children and young individuals have fantasy thoughts that aren't a mental health issue, right?
That's correct.
Now, you had indicated that Ms. Geyser's psychosis, you used the phrase, was well hidden from those around her. And you would agree that there hadn't been, from your knowledge of the situation, there hadn't been lots of signs to her family members that Morgan had a severe mental illness.
Correct. If I could just explain, outward signs.
Right. There may have been internal things within Morgan that she was grasping with, right?
Right, and as I understand it, once searching through her bedroom, through journals, drawings, her computer, some of those outward signs became evident. They just were hidden and that they were not readily observable to those that were around her.
Right. So, and that's related to insight, isn't it? Would you agree that insight refers to a person understanding their condition, right?
Right, an understanding of their own condition, correct.
Right, that they suffer from a disorder, and first they have to understand they suffer from a disorder, right?
Correct.
And what that means and how that affects them, right?
Correct.
And then the person also has to understand what they need to do to treat the disorder. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
What medications might be appropriate would be one way to treat a condition, right?
Correct.
So, and schizophrenia isn't some abstract condition that's newly developed. Would you agree with that?
Right.
Well documented for decades, people have known about schizophrenia, right?
Right.
So this isn't some novel mental health condition that isn't commonly seen, right?
Right.
And you would agree that most doctors, most psychiatrists and people in that field have experienced treating that condition. Would that be a fair assumption?
I would be careful in saying most. I think that people who specialize in severe and persistent mental illness certainly have. There are clinicians that don't deal with mental health in that severity, so those persons would have less experience dealing with a schizophrenia spectrum disorder.
Okay, and schizophrenia spectrum disorders are treated with medication, right?
Yes, in conjunction with other therapeutic methods as well.
Right, the medication controls the symptom. What I was looking for. Oh, my bad.
Yes, medications in conjunction with other therapeutic methods.
Right, the medication controls the hallucinations, the auditory and visual hallucinations, right?
That's the hope, yes.
And then the therapy addresses the coping aspect of things.
Correct.
And the educational dimension of teaching the person how they cope with the condition.
Correct. And the therapy can also help an individual with insight, learning to differentiate between the hallucinations, the delusions, the aspects that are not a part of reality in comparison to what actually is reality.
And psychiatry, or the practice of psychiatry, involves testing medications to see how an individual responds to them.
Sometimes, yes. If the medications are not effective right away, there is a process of trying different trying different medications at different dosages, at different combinations to find the most effective combination that would help both alleviate the symptoms, whatever those symptoms are that the person's experiencing, in combination with managing any negative side effects that come of that, such as weight gain, tremors, other uncomfortable physical attributes that the medications cause.
So in many cases it's trial and error.
It can be, yes.
And when it appears, when the doctors realize that one medication isn't effective, there's other medications that they might try, right?
Correct.
And that's sort of the history of what's happened during Morgan's placement at Winnebago. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Doctors have tried medications and they're trying to find the right combination.
Yes.
Your interview with Morgan was, in your report, you only did one report for the conditional release phase, correct?
Yes.
And that's your November 20th report, right?
Yes.
And And when you identify a section called procedures, that relates to the things that you did and considered to reach your conclusions, right?
That's right.
And would you agree that the only person that you interviewed was Morgan herself?
For this particular
Yes.
evaluation, yes.
And that was the interview on October 26th?
Correct.
So about 3 months ago or so, about a little over 3 months ago, right?
Correct.
And you didn't do you haven't done a follow-up interview with Morgan by phone or in person, right?
No, I have not.
And you did review records at Winnebago. You reviewed Morgan's set of records, right?
I did.
But you didn't speak with her social worker, right?
I did not. I relied upon the documents generated by all of the individuals who have had contact with her throughout the stay of both this admission but also the previous admissions as well.
Okay. And so you didn't do a telephone conversation with Jessie Andrews, her social worker, who's been with her from early on, correct?
No, I just relied upon the records, the documents that Ms. Andrews created while doing therapy with Morgan.
Okay. And all the records, correct me if I'm wrong, but the records and materials you reviewed would have been up to October 26th of 2017, or did you review records after October 26th?
I cannot remember in this particular instance if there were some records that were submitted by fax after I saw her. Regardless, it would have been records up to around that time. Certainly not after I had submitted my report.
Okay, so the report is submitted November 21st. You agree with that?
I've got it dated November 20th, 2017.
Okay, so for sure nothing reviewed after November 20th, right?
Correct.
Okay, and you would agree that Morgan has been at Winnebago now for about since June of 2017. Is that she's been there consistently since June of 2016, right?
2016, correct.
So about a year and a half, or a little more than a year and a half, right?
Right.
Now, when you interviewed Morgan, she had been just transferred from Peter Sick Hall over to the Choices unit, right?
Yes.
And that's taking her from a medium security unit down to a minimum security unit.
Yes.
And that can be an overwhelming experience for a person.
It can be, and because of that, staff closely monitor individuals while that adjustment is happening. So there tends to be increased contacts, observations, note-taking within that time frame to ensure that a person is well supported during that transition.
Okay, so now we're about 3 months out from that transition now, right?
Yes.
And so would you agree that the 3-month history from her transition is important to know that information?
It could be, however, given these particular circumstances, given the totality of information that I have related to her functioning over the last several years, information through that 3-month period would not necessarily change the opinions and conclusions that I'm offering here.
And that's not what I'm asking.
Okay.
I'm not asking you to change your conclusion right now, okay? All I'm asking is, would you agree that that's important information to examine?
I guess for what purpose would be my response. So for the purposes of my evaluation encompassed all the information up until that point. So for the next evaluation, it certainly could be and would be reviewed. However, given my opinions offered back in November, I used all the information that was available at that time.
Right. So I'm going to just ask the same question again. Would you agree or disagree that her progress now over the last 3 months at a minimum security unit is important information to consider when reaching a conclusion?
Certainly could be.
Okay. And you don't have any independent knowledge today whether you've reviewed anything past. The only thing you can say is that perhaps you reviewed materials up to November 20th, right?
Correct. That's exactly what I did.
And I'd asked you before whether it can be overwhelming for a person to move to a minimum security unit, and you agreed it can be, right?
Absolutely.
And that's why staff members will pay close attention to a person during that time.
Right.
Now, you talked about Morgan's history sometimes where she had decompensated, let's say, when moved to a less restrictive environment or a less restrictive setting, did you say?
What I had said in my report is therapeutic and supported environment.
Okay. So what you were talking about is the times that Morgan has been transferred from a therapeutic environment back to the jail, right?
Correct.
Those are the only two places she's been.
Right.
So there's a history of her deteriorating when she goes to jail, right?
Right.
Okay. And that would be expected with a person who has schizophrenia. They would be more, they ought to be in either a therapeutic environment. They ought to be in a therapeutic environment. Would you agree?
I think it's beneficial to be in a therapeutic environment. I don't know that I would say it's expected for an individual to necessarily experience decompensation. What we would hope is that a person is well managed in terms of their medications and has effective coping strategies that they would be able to independently handle any kind of stressor thrown at them in the community or also being transferred to the detention center or jail. But you would hope that an individual has that psychiatric stability to warrant the change in the environment.
Do you know whether they offered Morgan medication in the jail?
I can just go by what the records say, and it appears that she was taking, I believe it was Abilify and another medication prior to coming to the Winnebago Mental Health Institute on this third admission, which started in June 2016.
You agree that when you reviewed the records in this case, the records showed that Morgan remained compliant with taking her psychotropic medication?
Yes, she has always been compliant with her medications.
And would you agree that there's no history of her acting aggressively towards her others or towards herself during her admission?
During her admission, correct.
Or during her stay in the jail?
As far as I know, correct.
And there isn't any evidence, would you agree that there isn't any evidence of a psychiatric decline now that her environment has been changed to the Winnebago Hospital?
I don't know that I would agree with that. What the information suggests is that, especially during her co-defendant's trial, she was experiencing significant stress. And as part of that, the records show that she was displaying and complaining of acute anxiety, acute depressive symptoms. As she did during the interview with me, she had reported post-traumatic stress syndrome spectrum issues related to flashbacks, wanting to avoid anything that reminded her, triggered her of these memories of the actual offense. And so the information reviewed suggests that actually she did experience deterioration in that part. There's also indication to suggest that she was experiencing times that she appeared preoccupied by internal stimuli. And then also, as I had indicated, she had reported to me that she was experiencing still this voice of Maggie.
You would agree that in your report you indicate that Morgan has demonstrated increased psychiatric stability across the course of her current hospitalization?
Absolutely. When in comparison to my first contact with Morgan back in 2014 to where she is at now, it's undeniable that she's experienced gains through her use of psychotropic medications and gains through her treatment that she's experienced and taken part of at Winnebago. That being said, she still has a ways to go. She's still an individual who requires intervention.
Right. And you're aware there's a Chapter 51 that's in place against her, right?
I am. I believe the records had mentioned that there was potential that the commitment end date was coming up. As to whether or not that had been renewed, I don't know anything about that.
And you're familiar with that process and how that can be renewed every year, right?
Excuse me, yes.
Okay. And you're aware that it has actually been renewed repeatedly in Morgan's case, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that as part of a Chapter 51 process, people can be given medication orders, right?
Right.
Where they're forced to take medication.
Right.
And nobody's ever had to force Morgan to take medication.
Right. As indicated, she's always been compliant with taking medications.
Now, during Morgan's time at Peter Sakal, she participated in individual therapy 1 to 2 times per week, you noted?
Yes.
And attended therapeutic groups, you noted?
Right.
And this is a unit for adult offenders, right?
Correct.
So Morgan's not with other individuals her age?
Correct.
She hasn't been with individuals her age during the entirety of her placement. Are you aware of that?
With exception of when going back to the detention center and there are other youths. But correct, it's Winnebago, the units that she's been on, it's adult oriented in part because of her legal status.
Now you you indicate in your report that Morgan has insight into her illness. Do you still agree with that?
Yes.
Do you agree that she understands what her symptoms are and can verbalize them?
She can do it to some extent. Where her insight appears to be lacking is in terms of when having conversation with her about how would you know if you're deteriorating and what would you do. This is where, as I previously had testified to, she had put a lot of the onus of making that determination to persons outside of her, so specifically her mother, saying that her mother would be able to identify that and would take appropriate action.
Do you have a lot of experience working with 15-year-olds who are have schizophrenia?
I do a number of evaluations related to juveniles. I don't provide treatment to juveniles.
How many evaluations of a 15-year-old girl with schizophrenia would you say you've done?
I couldn't begin to estimate. I don't know.
Are you able to estimate it as the state had asked before about your total number?
I don't think I could in this instance.
Do you think it's more than 10?
I don't know. I've evaluated a number of youths over since I have been at the Mendota Mental Health Institute in 2008, some being females, some having schizophrenia or psychotic spectrum disorders. I don't know how many that might be.
Would you agree that Morgan can name the medications that she takes?
Yes.
And she's aware that she takes those medications in conjunction with schizophrenia and major depressive disorder?
Yes.
And Morgan has expressed a desire to remain medication compliant, has she not?
She said that she does not like the medications and wishes she doesn't have to take them. However, she does recognize that the medications are important for her to continue to take, especially because she doesn't want to experience deterioration in her mental health.
Right, and she's told you she wants to continue taking the medication.
Right.
Because she doesn't want to go psychotic, as she put it to you, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, the goal here, would you agree that the goal in general is for Morgan to become symptom-free? That's the long-term goal.
Ideally, yes.
And that can take time because psychiatrists have to try different medications on a person, right?
Correct. It's different for every individual.
And Morgan has been symptom-free now. Well, you indicated she told you she had heard a voice or voices a couple weeks before you met with her, right?
Right. In addition to both by way of my observations, self-report, and the medical records indicating a number of other symptoms that she was experiencing outside of those immediate positive psychotic spectrum symptoms.
You said it was a few weeks before your contact. That was what you had said?
The voice of Maggie, yes.
Yeah. And are you aware that her treatment professionals, her social workers, indicate that the last time she heard voices was August? Are you aware of that?
No.
Now, since Morgan had been transferred to Choices about 3 days before you viewed her, she hadn't earned privileges or had additional liberties yet. Isn't that correct?
Right. She was so new to the institution or to that particular unit that she hadn't had the opportunity. As mentioned, she had just met with her treatment team in the hours right before my contact with her.
Have you had a chance to review any of the other doctors' reports that have been done for conditional release, or have you not had access to that?
I have not.
Okay, so you're not aware of any other doctors' findings in this case?
Right.
Do you believe that it's important for Morgan, given her age, to have contact with other adolescents? Is that important for her development?
I do believe that would be developmentally appropriate, and that's a challenge that Winnebago is going to face likely if she is not conditionally released, to provide developmental and age-appropriate treatment and opportunities for her in conjunction with the psychiatric treatment, the therapeutic groups.
Now, is there an adolescent residential treatment facility that's available for girls in the state of Wisconsin?
I don't know.
you're aware that such a facility doesn't exist within Winnebago, which is one of the problems they have, right?
I'm aware that Winnebago has a unit for civilly committed youths that includes females, but that Morgan's legal status prevents her from being on that unit.
Oh, and Morgan can't be in that group because this is a criminal case and she's under a different type of commitment.
Right, her legal status prevents that transfer.
You're referring to the Chapter 51 process if there was no criminal case, right?
Correct.
Do you believe that Morgan, are you familiar with any residential treatment facilities that might exist for Morgan?
I don't know offhand.
Did you look into any before you prepared your report?
I did not for this purpose, no.
Did you look into any treatment foster homes that might be viable alternatives for her?
I did not know, because it is my opinion that the placement that's most appropriate for her at this point is Winnebago.
And where would Morgan go next after Winnebago?
Well, it's my understanding that if she were to be granted conditional release, the Department of Human Services has 60 days to develop a plan that would include discussion of what would be appropriate for her placement next, whether that's her return to her family home, whether that is a placement in what we would say a step-down facility like some kind of community-based group home, residential treatment center, but that is a determination that her conditional release treatment team and the Department of Human Services and Winnebago staff would work together during that 60 days to determine.
And do you think it would be beneficial for Morgan to have a mentor upon her discharge to help with her development of skills?
Eventually, yes. I think that would be important.
Do you think that it's important to have as an aspect of Morgan's treatment stress reduction and mindfulness training?
Absolutely.
And do you believe that when Morgan is ultimately released that she should have individual psychotherapy sessions?
Absolutely, and actually I would stress that that would be a method that is very important for her, because throughout her stay at Winnebago she has had access to and has participated in individual psychotherapy, and she has identified that as being the most helpful aspect of treatment to date.
As opposed to being in groups with mentally ill adults, right?
Right.
Can be uncomfortable, among other things, for a 14 or 15-year-old to be with mentally ill adults.
It certainly can be. However, I don't know that that explains the totality of why she prefers individual treatment versus some of the group treatments.
Now, your conclusions start on page 10 of your report. Is that fair to say?
If I could just peek. That's correct.
Bring it up. I don't think it's really necessary to have it on the screen, but Rob can bring it up if he wants. So in your findings, you have your report in front of you, correct?
Right.
So in your findings, you had talked about the fact that Morgan is showing increased psychiatric stability over the entire course of time that she's been at Winnebago. We've already established that, right?
Right.
And you've said that there's, in your opinion, there's room for continued improvement, correct?
Right.
At least as of when you saw her, you were convinced of that, right?
Right.
Now, you indicate in the last sentence of your first point that Morgan continues to work closely with her treating psychiatrist in an effort to find an effective medication regimen that balances symptom management and negative side effects. Is that one of your findings?
Yes.
So that's what you're saying is that it's important for her to continue working with the doctors, right?
Right, and she's done a good job doing that throughout the course of her stay. She's been very vocal and willing to comply with any recommendations that her psychiatrist has made, has had a collaborative relationship with that person.
And so that first paragraph relates to your concern over the symptomology, her continued experiencing psychotic symptoms, right?
Right.
And then in your second paragraph, or your second finding, is really sort of the same thing, right? Because the second finding, you're talking about your concern that she still has psychotic experiences, right?
Right, and what I did essentially is to break it down into kind of these two groups of symptoms. So you have these outward psychotic spectrum symptoms, which would include the voice of Maggie, but also you have this additional these additional types of symptoms that appeared to be interfering with her adaptive functioning at that point, which included the subjective distress, the depression, the anxiety, the flashbacks, the sleeplessness, the avoiding being alone because of having all of this tumult happen at any point that she was not being distracted by outward stimuli.
It would be concerning to you if Morgan weren't showing remorse, right?
Yes.
That would be a problematic sign, right?
Right.
And when people, and you've talked about her remorse, but that's in part what's probably contributing to the depression. Is that a fair assumption?
Absolutely.
The recollection of events and appreciating what she did.
Absolutely.
And that causes that and legal proceedings certainly can cause anxiety in a 15-year-old, right?
Absolutely.
Things like depression and anxiety, those conditions in and of themselves don't require institutional placement.
Not necessarily, although in extreme circumstances it can, including if a person's experiencing depressive symptoms that are so severe that they're suicidal or engaging in self-injurious behaviors. That would be an individual who requires institutional care. That is not Morgan, to specify.
Okay. So her depression and anxiety doesn't require hospitalization in this case, right?
I don't know that I could tease it out like that. I think that's too simplistic, because what we have is a human being, and the entire package is what you see. All of these symptoms are her. These are all symptoms that are working together to, at the time of my evaluation, was significantly impairing her ability to even get through the interview with me, was impacting her ability to get through day to day at the institution without tearfulness, without crying, without having these moments where other people were noticing something's wrong.
Do you think it would have been a better idea to interview Morgan maybe a few weeks after you had interviewed her so that she could have had time to adjust to her new unit?
It certainly could have. However, my opinion isn't based on just that single interview. My opinion is based upon the totality of all the information that I reviewed, which included information prior to her current Winnebago stay, but also months worth of documents related to her institutional adjustment, her symptoms, her changes to her medication regimen, her participation in groups and therapy and education. So it's too simplistic to break it down into my opinion is based just on that interview. It's not. It's based on all of that information combined.
You indicated in your third point that Morgan is not yet done processing painful memories and emotions from the offense, right?
Right.
Really that dimension of things is going to be a lifetime process, wouldn't you agree?
Likely, yes.
Okay. So it's not something that we can necessarily just address through a medication. That's more of a therapeutic approach, right?
What I would think is that it would be a combination of both a medication approach and participation in different kinds of therapies, different modalities of therapies, to be able to address the severity of the symptoms that she's currently experiencing related to that. And ideally, as she continues to progress through those kinds of treatments, the intrusive nature of that will impact her less, such that she would be able to get through an interview related to conditional release.
You're not aware of whether she was able to get through the other interviews with the other people that saw her, are you?
I don't know.
Okay. Now, in terms of Morgan's, you testified before about you pressing Morgan on part of the release plan aspect of things, right?
Right.
So she's 15 years old, right?
Right.
And presumably, if she leaves Winnebago, will either live in either at home or some other environment, right?
Right.
And Morgan understands the idea that she could live with her parents, right? She knows her parents and has a relationship with them. Do you agree with that?
Right.
And they appear, you haven't talked to her mom, but you're aware that her mom has been involved in every aspect of this treatment process.
Yes, her family is very supportive.
And heavily involved.
Yes.
And you would agree that, well, I want to understand what you meant by pressing Morgan. So were you describing to her the fact that people in Waukesha might recognize her? Is that something you were discussing with her?
That was part of it. When I'm saying pressing, it's not enough for an individual in these kinds of evaluations to say, I don't know, and want to move on to the next question. That's not a sufficient answer in my perspective. So to ask questions of, well, what kind of stressors might you face? I don't know. Well, can you think of of anything, it's not enough to just leave it there. So when I say press, I'm not bullying in any way, I'm just asking following up questions and challenging questions that she might not have thought about, including there likely is going to be stigma related to her because this has been a very high profile case featured in the media, and she might face backlash to that, and that's a realistic thing that she needs to think about prior to being released.
And that backlash could be more severe in a community like Waukesha, where the case would have more publicity, right?
It's hard to know.
Did you talk to her about that, about where physically she would go upon her release, or did you not get to that point?
She had expressed belief that her parents had been thinking about moving to a different community to try to get away from, in part, the stigma of this particular offense, but also knowing that the victim lived in the community still, to provide some separation.
And that, depending on the type of community they move to and its proximity to Waukesha, that could impact the level of attention she might have, right?
It certainly could.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
Doctor, would there be a certain length of time for which you would like to see Morgan on a stable medication regimen before you would consider conditional release?
I don't know that I can put it into those specific terms of there's an X finite amount of time that we would need to have her be symptom-free, because it's individualized. Every person does respond differently to medications. What I would want to have her do is to display psychiatric stability for a prolonged period of time, in absence of hearing voices, if possible, in absence of crying spells, being able to confront some of these issues related to her offense, instead of having flashbacks and doing avoidance. I would want her to be able to do some of these things prior to being conditional release, while also displaying the ability to maintain the psychiatric and behavioral stability in decreasing amount of staff supervision and support. And as indicated, she's had very close supervision up until this point, and it's unknown how she might respond should she be released into the community, especially given that in the past, when moved to less supportive environments, it's not gone well.
Would the time that's gone by, say in November, December, and January, in your opinion, be enough to show prolonged stability?
No.
If Morgan had indicated to staff or employees at Winnebago that she was symptom-free since August, that would not be consistent with what she told you, is that right?
Right, and it wouldn't be consistent with my observations.
How was that?
That she was actively experiencing symptoms during the moments, not psychosis, not hearing voices, but she was actively experiencing distress. She was unable to effectively pool her psychological resources to get through our interview. That was very atypical in doing a conditional release evaluation. Then, in addition, all of the records suggest that she had been experiencing increased depression and increased anxiety around the time frame of this. So it's not enough just to look at those psychotic spectrum symptoms. That's just part of her whole entire clinical presentation. So at the point that I was meeting with her, she was not symptom-free.
Thank you. I don't have anything further, Judge.
All right, thank you. Any further cross?
No, we need a few minutes for our next witness, Your Honor.
All right, so then is Dr. Lundborn under a subpoena?
She is. She may be excused by the state.
Are there any objections?
No, just Judge, I had talked to the state about not having a sequestration order in this case because it could be valuable for witnesses to hear the opinions of others, so she's welcome to remain if she'd like.
All right, very good, but otherwise you're released. Thank you for being here. And then you wish to take a 10 minutes recess?
Yeah.
We'll take about 5 or 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
I note that I did receive Joseph Lautner's letter. That did come through the system, and I had an opportunity to read it during the break. The procedure is as I expected, but as what we're doing is states presenting any witnesses they have, then the defense will present witnesses they have, and then I'll hear arguments. Is that the process from the
Yes.
city and from the defense?
Right.
All right, very good. Now we're seeing we'll hear a witness at this time who's appearing by video. True?
True.
So who is being called?
This is Dr. Kenneth Robbins, Your Honor.
Okay, Dr. Robbins, I can see you. Can you see me?
I can, Judge.
And I can hear you as well, so that's good, and you can obviously hear me.
I can.
So where are you located?
I am in Vallejo, California. I'm at a hospital.
All right, but you're there as a treating physician, or as a treating psychiatrist, true?
Correct.
All right. I'm going to ask you to stand and raise your right hand. That's fine. You can stand normally, and I see your hands up. My clerk's going to swear you in.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Then thank you. You may be seated. And I'm going to ask you to state your full name and spell your last name.
Kenneth Robbins, Robbins.
Thank you. Now, as part of this is a video conference to present the testimony. It's an appropriate way to present a witness that's unavailable. The part of the system that we're using, it's a new system, so this is the first time it's been used certainly in Waukesha County. So be aware if we have any quirks in how it's presented, we'll pause and take care of those. With that, I'm prepared to begin. So Dr. Robbins knows in order to have a more clear picture of you, I'm going to turn and look the way I'm looking. I can see you better looking this way than I can if I look to my right. So with that, then Attorney Kugler.
Yes, good morning, Dr. Robbins.
Good morning.
We're here on the Morgan Geyser case. I'd like the court to hear a little bit, though, about your training and experience as a physician and your background. Could you take us briefly through that?
Sure. I went to medical school at the University of Michigan, did a residency in internal medicine, and then a residency in psychiatry, and am board certified in both. I've been a clinical professor of psychiatry at the University of Wisconsin for many years, going on 35. I have had a number of different positions over the years, including teaching at the University of Wisconsin, medical director at the Mendota Mental Health Institute, medical director for Rock County. I've been teaching psychiatry in the law and have had a private forensic practice for many years. And I currently also work as Chief Clinical Officer for Adventist Health on the West Coast.
And is that a full-time position on the West Coast?
It is not a full-time position, no.
Okay, and that's where you are today, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and so is that about 1 week a month you are working in California and then 3 weeks a month in Wisconsin? Is that how I understand it?
That's exactly right.
Now, you know Morgan Geyser, correct?
I do.
And you have experience with her, and I want to talk a little bit about that experience with her. When did you first come in contact with Morgan Geyser, and can you take the court through your background with her?
Sure. I interviewed her initially on, I'm reading from my report that I assume the judge has a copy that's dated September 17th of this 2017.
Yes, we all have that.
I'm sorry?
Yes, we have that report. Thank you.
Okay, good. So the first time I interviewed Morgan was on June 10th of 2014. At the Washington County Detention Facility. I interviewed her a second time, December 4th of 2014 at the Winnebago Mental Health Institute. A third time on June 6th of 2015 at the Washington County Juvenile Detention Facility. And then most recently on August 28th of 2017.
And was that at Winnebago Mental Institute?
Correct. The most recent one was at the Winnebago Mental Health Institute.
Okay. So when you first met Morgan and interviewed her on June of 2014, what was the purpose of that?
So the first time was, I think, related to whether Morgan was competent to stand trial.
So it was a competency evaluation?
Correct.
And what were your findings at that time?
I did not believe she was competent to stand trial at that time.
Did eventually Morgan's competency get restored?
Correct.
Were you involved in that treatment?
I was involved in that evaluation, yes.
But not the treatment to restore her competency, correct?
No, that took place at the Winnebago Mental Health Institute.
All right. Now, when you first met Morgan in June of 14, how did you find her at that time?
Morgan was quite psychotic at that time. Morgan believed, for example, that Slender Man was real. She believed a number of fictional characters were real, including characters involved in Harry Potter books. She believed that she had special powers that would allow her to transport her mind to wherever she wanted it to be, so she didn't have strong feelings about whether she ended up in an institute or in a jail. She felt like wherever she went, she would be fine. And Morgan was very frightened about what Slender Man might do to her family if she were to somehow betray Slender Man in her mind.
Now, let's talk about how, well, first of all, the reason you most recently saw Morgan was to furnish the court an opinion on her suitability for a conditional release. Is that right? Or discharge?
Yeah, I guess I'm not exactly sure, since she hadn't yet been found not guilty by reason of insanity. I guess the question was, what is the most appropriate placement for Morgan at this time?
Yes, you're right. But it's similar to the kind of evaluation you do for a conditional discharge, true?
Yes.
Okay. Now, fast forward from 2014 through to 2017, how did you find her more than 3 years later?
A dramatically different person. Morgan had become insightful and aware of what she had done, was extremely remorseful and guilt-ridden. She had been sufficiently depressed as she realized what had taken place, that she had actually been started on antidepressants at the Winnebago Mental Health Institute because they were concerned about her. She was very clear that the treatment she had gotten with the medications was critical for her. She did not want to stop the medications. She felt like she was now thinking more clearly, and the thought of committing some other act as a result of her psychosis was clearly very frightening to her. A fairly remarkable insight for somebody of her age.
What do you credit that transformation? What do you credit to it?
Well, I think Morgan's a bright child, and the treatment has been very effective.
When you interviewed her, did you do any testing of her?
No formal testing. That's usually something psychologists rather than psychiatrists might do.
And that's right, you're a psychiatrist, which is a medical doctor, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, how did you find her placement, her current placement at Winnebago Mental Health Institute? Do you find that to be a good placement for her?
No, I mean, it's a safe placement and she's gotten appropriate treatment, but no, I think in terms of her growth as a person, her continuing treatment, I don't think it's an appropriate placement.
Do you know whether she's around other adolescents at Winnebago?
So that's really the core of my concern about the current placement. She's on an adult unit. She is by far the youngest person on the unit. She doesn't have any peers. Whatever schooling she gets has to be done individually, and there's really no ability for her to socialize with peers.
Why is that important?
Well, it's a critical part of growth for any person during their adolescence, to learn how to interact with peers, to get a sense of who they are and how they get along with peers, but particularly somebody with the kind of illness that Morgan has. Interpersonal interaction with peers is a really critical part of her development and of her capacity to do well despite her illness.
Have you run in your many years of practice in this area, have you run into cases such as Morgan's where a person has been hospitalized for so long before sentencing?
No, this is unique.
How is Morgan doing, from your knowledge, with compliance with medications?
So from my knowledge, which includes keeping in touch with Winnebago staff, including this week, Morgan has been very compliant, just as she told me. She recognizes the importance of the medication, and there have been no concerns or issues with regard to her compliance.
So you followed this case since June of 14, including as recently as this week?
Well, including talking to Winnebago staff this week, that's correct.
Okay, and can you tell us which staff people you might have spoken to this week to get updates?
Well, they asked me not to specifically say their name.
All right.
If you don't mind, I'd rather protect them.
Okay, that's fine. So if Morgan, is there anything in your opinion as a psychiatrist who knows Morgan's case as well as you do, is there anything to be gained by keeping Morgan continued placement at Winnebago?
Well, so Winnebago's done an excellent job of providing treatment for Morgan's psychotic illness, and they have kept her safe and the public safe for an extended period of time. But she has reached a point, in my view now, where her psychotic disorder is very well treated and her own personality has reemerged, and she is an empathic, kind, compassionate, bright young woman who is very remorseful about what's taken place, and I don't believe there's anything that she would gain by remaining on an adult unit at Winnebago at this time.
Are there any, well, you said one thing that Morgan really needs is to be near other adolescents. That's important for her development, right?
Correct.
And that won't happen at Winnebago, is that true?
That's true.
And are there, is one of the goals in treating somebody, an adolescent with a severe mental illness, is to help them become a productive citizen?
Exactly.
And does that, as good as they've done at Winnebago, are they equipped or geared to work on those issues?
Well, Morgan's reached a point where they don't have the ability to provide her a standard schooling experience, a peer group to learn how to interact with, and so there's some very basic and very important parts of adolescence that she is missing out on by remaining at Winnebago.
Why are these important parts of adolescence?
Well, in part because that's really what adolescence is learning how to be an adult, learning who one is, learning how to be part of interpersonal interactions with peers, how to learn how to adjust your behavior. And then schooling is obviously a really critical part of being an adolescent and preparing for some kind of adult life and adult career. And when one has schizophrenia, this kind of socialization is particularly important. Schizophrenia really has three components. There are the positive symptoms like hallucinations and delusions, and certainly Morgan has experienced those symptoms, but there are also cognitive symptoms, and there are what are called negative symptoms, which are things like apathy and a decrease in energy and a decrease in motivation. And to avoid those, the best thing we know about are to improve interpersonal interactions and give someone a meaningful existence.
Okay, so socializing is an important part of that to prevent negative symptoms. Is that what I understand?
Exactly. It's an important part of the treatment of schizophrenia.
Okay. What about this cognitive area that you're talking about? Can you explain that a little bit?
So we know that over time there are changes in the way the brain develops related to schizophrenia. This is a biological illness, and we believe that the deficits that one can get with schizophrenia can be minimized with education and socialization.
And the education that Morgan's getting at Winnebago, do I understand, is a couple hours a week, just somebody comes in and works one-on-one with her, is that right?
So I don't know exactly how many hours, but I know it's limited and it's just one-on-one, that's correct.
Well, Morgan is with she's with women right now at Winnebago, isn't that true? They're
adult women, that's right.
But they're adult women, right?
That's correct.
My understanding that an adolescent wouldn't mature the way she should if she's exposed only to adult women?
Well, certainly one doesn't develop a peer group. It's a very different kind of relationship with adults than it is with your peers.
Now, she's on 2 antipsychotic medications, is that right?
That's correct.
Oh, and what are those?
Abilify or aripiprazole and haloperidol or Haldol.
And as far as your knowledge, how her compliance has been great with taking her medications, is that true?
Yes.
And she's presently taking those in an oral form. In other words, she takes them by her mouth, is that right?
Correct.
Are there other forms of those medications that are more long-lasting, or more long-acting, I guess would be a better word?
There are, particularly if one has any concerns about compliance, there are long-acting injections available both for haloperidol and aripiprazole.
Okay, so if somebody was concerned about Morgan's compliance, which we have no evidence that she doesn't comply, but if the court or somebody was concerned about that, we could be looking at doing the injectable forms, right?
That certainly ensures compliance, and the injections for haloperidol are given approximately every 2 weeks, for aripiprazole approximately every 4 weeks.
Okay. Now, is Morgan also on antidepressant?
She is.
Well, do you have an opinion as to why she started taking an antidepressant? What happened?
So what the clinical notes I have the clinical notes from Winnebago, and from what the clinical notes suggest is that Morgan, as her psychosis dissipated, she became much more self-aware, much more insightful, about what had happened, what she had done, and she became overwhelmed with guilt, remorse, and sadness.
Is there anything wrong with her having become insightful and depressed, filled with guilt? Are these things abnormal or normal or something in between?
I think for somebody who is compassionate, somebody who has empathy, it's what we would anticipate. I guess I would say it's normal.
So when you see her now with this insight into what happened before, how does that compare or contrast with how she was when you first met her, Doctor?
Oh, it's a dramatic turnaround. When I first met Morgan, she had a pretty hard shell. She did not appear to have any clear empathy for the young woman who was victimized in this matter. She, I think, felt like she had done what she had to do to protect her family, and that it was unfortunate there was a victim, but she didn't appear to have a great deal of empathy for the victim herself. And she had very little insight about what had led to her behavior, and that all has really transformed.
And it's important for somebody with a mental illness to have insight, isn't it?
Well, it's important for compliance. I mean, it's, it has, as in Morgan's case, it has its good news and bad news. It has, made her very depressed and sort of overwhelmed with what she did. But of course, in the end, I think it will be important, and I think in the end it's helpful to her. But she just has to learn to understand her illness, which is what she's working on, and accept that it was the illness that led to this behavior. And I think for her, it has motivated her to be compliant with the treatment.
Was Morgan, did she cooperate with you during your most recent evaluation with her? Was she
Yes.
willing? Did she sit through it willingly?
Yes.
Okay, did she ever ask to terminate the interview or in some way become non-compliant with?
Understands the benefits of taking medications, correct?
Correct.
And has also indicated to you that she, based on that understanding and based on what she did in the past, that she would never think of stopping to take her medication. That's basically what she said, correct?
Correct.
It's also probably fair to say, though, that you've interviewed a number of people over the years that have said something similar to that when they were trying to get released to the public or get the equivalent of conditional release. Conditional discharge, I should say, that then later when they got out in the community, stopped taking those medications, correct?
Correct.
Now, one of the things I wanted to ask you, you indicated in your report that the last change to her antipsychotic medication was May 24th of 17. And
correct.
We have had some indication that some of her other medications were changed, that in June they added Topamax to her medication regimen, and July increased the dosage of it, and then in September started tapering down her dosage of Celexa. Are you basically saying there's no significance to her treatment of those medications because they're not antipsychotics?
Well, I don't think they have any bearing on her dangerousness. Those are really medications that were to help manage the mood difficulty she was having as she became insightful.
So she was depressed, is basically what we're saying.
Fair, that's right. She was depressed.
And isn't it true that, at least on some occasions, depressed people do commit serious crimes that involve bodily injury or even death to themselves or others?
Well, certainly severe depression is associated with suicide risk. That's correct. But I think what we're talking about here is Morgan's primarily her danger to others, although fortunately for this, she never became suicidal.
I know one of the things we talked about is her lack of socialization in her current placement. Now, when you interviewed her in September, that was before her current placement at the facility, correct?
Correct. She's been moved since I saw her.
And in spite of that, in her new placement, you're saying she still doesn't get any socialization with peers, and by peers we're talking about other individuals, at least close to her age, correct?
She is still on an adult forensic unit.
And are you aware that she is at least getting some level of socialization by communicating with individuals through her computer?
I am. I think that's fairly minimal, but yes, I think I am aware of that.
Now, I know you weren't present, and by present I mean like you are now, when Dr. Lundbaum testified before you. She talked about interviewing Morgan October 26th of 2017, and Morgan saying at that time that within the last few weeks she'd actually had her audio hallucinations, that she was talking to Maggie. Were you familiar with that?
So Maggie is a long-standing hallucination that Morgan has experienced. She's had that since she was a little girl. When I met with her, and what the clinical staff at Winnebago have told me, is that since before I saw her, Maggie has been gone. There was a little bit of Maggie still there when I spoke with her, but this was almost a crutch. It was almost hard to tell if this was a real hallucination. She can't remember ever being without Maggie, although in my most recent conversations with Winnebago staff, they tell me that even Maggie now is gone, that there are no remaining psychotic symptoms.
Right, and I just want
I did talk in my report about there being minimal psychotic symptoms, and that's what I was referring to. There was still some question of whether Maggie was there, but that the Winnebago staff have assured me that that is no longer the case.
So I just want to, I'm pretty confident I know what you just said, but I'm just going to verify it for my own knowledge. You're saying that when you spoke to her in September, there was still some indication that she might be communicating with Maggie, and that since that time, you've spoken to staff at Winnebago, and they've indicated to you that that's no longer an issue. Is that a fair way of putting it?
It is.
And I guess one final thing. I know you've talked about your belief that interaction with peers and socialization are important for her treatment going forward, correct?
Yes.
But you've also acknowledged that, at least in terms of the statute that we're dealing with, that's not an issue that the statute refers to. The statute simply refers to that risk of harm to themselves or others or serious property damage, correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
Further direct.
Yes, Doctor, you understand that if at the point that Morgan would be placed outside of Winnebago, she would be monitored for probably decades by the Department of Health Services, right?
Correct.
And so if there would be some sort of deterioration, wouldn't it be their job, along with others, to replace Morgan in a more restrictive setting if it was necessary?
So their job will be to monitor her compliance and her symptoms and her acceptance of whatever other treatment they deem to be appropriate, and if for whatever reason she's not cooperating or the symptoms return, it would be their responsibility to make sure she was in a safe place.
And with that, with the knowledge that that she's going to be monitored for a very long period of time, doesn't that lessen any kind of risk in Morgan's case?
I think it does dramatically, although again, what I'm recommending at this time is not for Morgan to return home yet, but for her to be in a secure facility where she would get psychiatric treatment and continue to be monitored as she just starts to transition. But most important, to have some kind of education and peer interactions.
Right, to be placed in a place where she can be with other adolescents.
Exactly.
With this treatment that you've outlined. Okay. Yes, thank you, doctor. That's all.
Any further cross-examination?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you. Doctor, I do have one question. This is Judge Bourne. I'm looking at your report from September 17, 1917. On page 5 in your conclusions, section 3, the last sentence says, quote, her most recent significant medication change was less than 4 months ago, so at this time, it's my recommendation that she remain hospitalized for further treatment, end quote. Now, when I read that in light of your testimony today, I conclude that your recommendation is that she stay at Mendota in an inpatient setting, although you found that if an appropriate alternative setting was located by Mendota, you'd recommend that she be placed there. Am I reading that right?
Yeah, Winnebago, but yes, exactly. I think you are reading that right. My change really has to do with the fact that she's an adolescent, that she's done extremely well, and that I am not recommending what would normally be a conditional release. I'm not recommending that she return home. I'm recommending that she stay in a secure facility, but one that is more amenable to treatment of adolescents.
All right, thank you. Any further questions for Dr. Robbins based upon what I asked and his answer?
No, Your Honor. No.
Anything from the state?
No, sir.
Well, Dr. Robbins, thank you for appearing today by video. I appreciated your courtesy in that regard. We'll then disconnect the video connection. Have a good day.
Thank you, Doctor. For allowing me to participate.
With that, then, further witnesses.
Yes, we'd call Jessica Andrews. I think she's here.
Ma'am, stay standing. Raise your right hand.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Then be seated. Pull up to the microphone. It's the bar with the red light. Then state your full name and spell your last name.
Jessica Andrews. Andrews spelled A-N-D-R-E-W-S.
You're soft-spoken.
I'm sorry. Jessica Andrews. A-N-D-R-E-W-S.
Very good. That's better. Thank you. All right. Mr. Cotton.
Good morning, Miss Andrews. How are you?
Good morning. Good. Thank you.
Before we begin today, I just want to establish what your role is. Where do you currently work?
I'm currently employed at Winnebago Mental Health Institute.
What is your job there?
My current job is I'm the Director of Forensic Services.
Okay, and you know Morgan Geyser, correct?
Correct.
And you understand that you've been called as a witness today to speak about her privileged medical information.
Correct.
Which would otherwise not be disclosed publicly.
Correct.
Is there anything that you need to ask Morgan before we begin this process to proceed, or no?
I would ask Morgan's consent for me to disclose privileged information that has been shared during individual psychotherapy sessions if asked on the stand.
Okay, Ms. Geyser, are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Judge, the record.
Yes, sir.
And you understand you could say no.
Yes, sir.
And when you say yes, that means that Ms. Andrews will respond to questions and make disclosures of things you've said in a private setting. Understand that? Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you need any more time to talk to Attorney Cotton?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you. Well, I'll take the consent, and I'm satisfied that she's consulted with her attorney, and that based upon my knowledge of the case and the long-standing representation by Attorney Cotton, that her consent is a knowing voluntary consent. You may proceed.
So you are the Director of Forensic Services?
Yes.
Does that mean you run Winnebago, or what does that mean?
I oversee the programming in two of the patient buildings on the facility, some of which are, two of the buildings would be Peterson Hall and Gordon Hall, and both of those buildings have forensic unit and civil units within them.
Okay, are those the medium security units?
Peterson Hall is the medium security unit. Gordon Hall is a minimum security unit.
Okay, we heard earlier, you've been here this morning listening to the testimony, have you not?
Yes.
So Gordon would be the same as Choices, basically.
Choices is a unit located within Gordon Hall, yes.
Okay. So
Are you currently are you a therapist by training?
I am. My background is that I am a licensed clinical social worker, and I was first employed at Winnebago Mental Health Institute as a clinical social worker in 2004. Since that time, essentially, I have been working there as a clinical social worker. In August of 2017, I received a job change where I became the Director of Forensic Services.
A promotion.
Correct.
So you have a master's degree?
I do.
From where?
UW-Madison in social work.
Okay, and then you became an LCSW.
Then I became an LCSW.
And you worked as an LCSW for 13 years until your promotion.
Correct.
You're still licensed that way, though, right?
Yes.
As an LCSW, were you given the opportunity to work with Morgan ever?
Yes.
When did that happen?
When Morgan was first admitted to Winnebago Mental Health Institute for competency restoration in August of 2014. Oh, I'm sorry. Sure. When she was first admitted at Winnebago Mental Health Institute in August of 2014, I was assigned as her social worker, and I provided her with competency education as well as individual psychotherapy.
So on the competency side of things, you helped Morgan get to a point where she could process what was going on.
Yes.
And then on the individual psychotherapy side, you were providing what type of services?
We were working towards understanding her illness, working towards accepting her illness, symptom management, a variety of things in the context of individual therapy.
Okay. Did you, so have you worked continuously with Morgan for 3 years, or was there any interruption in that?
The interruptions in my work with Morgan would be when she was discharged back to the Juvenile Detention Center.
Okay.
However, during each of her admissions to Winnebago Mental Health Institute, I was assigned as her social worker and individual therapist.
Okay, and then we've heard some testimony today about Morgan having been currently placed there since June of 2016. You've been her therapist since that time straight?
Yes.
And even once you became Director of Forensic Services, did you continue with Morgan?
I have continued with her, providing her individual psychotherapy. I am not her assigned social worker any longer.
Okay, but I'm assuming because you have a relationship with her, you've remained involved?
Yes.
How is your relationship with Morgan?
I would say we do have a strong therapeutic alliance.
A therapeutic alliance, did you say?
Yes, a therapeutic alliance, a strong therapeutic relationship.
Do you feel that Morgan trusts you?
I believe so.
Does she disclose things to you?
Yes.
Now, you've seen Morgan at her worst and at her best. Would you agree with that?
Within the context of her hospitalizations, yes.
Okay, you've seen her when she's been untreated.
Correct.
Going back to 2014.
Yes.
And you've heard the two doctors testify today, haven't you?
Yes.
There's been discussion of Morgan improving substantially over the course of her time at Winnebago. Would you characterize it that way?
I would.
How would you describe her her improvement? Well, let me take a step back. Until recently, Morgan was in the Petersick unit, right?
Yes.
What in Petersick is a medium security adult unit?
Yes, it is.
Is it a highly secured environment?
It's our most secure environment in our hospital.
How did Morgan do? Has Morgan done over the year or so that she was there?
She has consistently adhered to all of the unit and hospital rules. She has remained medication compliant. She has remained active in her treatment. There have been no major behavioral problems, no acts or threats of aggression towards others.
What about towards herself? Has she attempted suicide?
No.
Or been a risk of danger to herself that you've seen?
She has not.
Okay. And she's been the victim of some things from other people, hasn't she?
Yes.
Some aggression by other mentally ill adults?
She has.
And how has she processed those situations?
It was, I would say, rather traumatic for her. There was an incident where another patient physically aggressed towards her. It appeared to be rather unexpected. She met with me, we discussed it at length. She did a very appropriate, she was very open in processing her feelings about that. She did relay in sessions following that occurrence that it helped her come to terms with possibly how the victim of her crime may have felt when she was hurt.
So she was able to take her experience of being physically victimized and relate it to her being the perpetrator of something.
Yes.
Do you consider that was that a mature way of responding to that?
I consider that a mature way of responding to that, yes.
Do you think of Morgan, does Morgan appear to be a mature 15-year-old?
She does.
Okay. During her time at Peter Sick, when you've worked with her, has she ever been forced to take medication?
No.
Is that something that can happen to people who are there?
If there is an order to medicate, that is something that potentially could happen.
Now, at the beginning of her medication process, Morgan had not been medicated before, right?
Correct.
And she didn't know what that would be like to take medication. Would you agree with that?
I would agree.
And when you discussed that with Morgan, how did she respond when you told her that she would begin this process?
Initially, she really verbalized that she didn't feel she needed medications. She did not want to take medications, but that should that be ordered or be an expectation of her treatment, she would be compliant with it.
Okay. And did that prove to be the case then?
It did.
And do we know for sure that she takes her medication, or is this something she could be hiding?
Our procedures with administering medications is that they're administered by our nursing staff, and when Morgan or any other patient approaches the cart, they're handed the medication by staff, and they are to take the medication right at the cart, and there's 2 staff observing.
Okay. Why was Morgan kept in Peter Sick Hall for such a long period of time? Why didn't you transition her down before recently?
That was a result of her legal status. She was placed at our hospital under a Chapter 51 commitment order with this pending criminal case, which would essentially be as though it's a legal detainer, essentially. So as a result of that, and because she was charged in adult court for a felony, she needed to be placed on our medium secure unit.
Which is that what her needs required, or is that just the protocol at the facility?
That's the protocol based on her legal status.
So she's been at Peter Sick Hall. She was at Peter Sick Hall longer than therapeutically she would need. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. Had it not been for that exact legal status, she would have transferred to a minimum security unit sooner than what she did.
But if Morgan were showing concerning features, you wouldn't have just transitioned her to minimum, right?
That's correct.
Okay. You mentioned Chapter 51. I want to just talk about that for a minute. Have you worked with Ms. Geyser's Chapter 51 providers?
I have.
And to this day, are they still involved in her life?
They are, because she is still under the Chapter 51 commitment. Are
you, if we were able to take away the criminal case, and this were just a Chapter 51 placement, would it be recommended for Morgan to transition out of Winnebago at this point?
Yes.
But because it's a criminal case, then it has to be a different procedure.
Correct.
And you're waiting on the judge to make those determinations?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Morgan was taken from, or moved to minimum security. I'd like to know a little bit about how she's done since she moved over there. You heard Dr. Lundbaum's testimony?
Yes.
Is it true that Dr. Lundbaum visited Morgan 3 days after her transfer?
To my recollection, I believe that's accurate.
Was that a difficult time for Morgan when she had been transferred?
Morgan, at that time, was very relieved that she was able to be transferred to a minimum security unit. She had spent a great deal of time in our medium security, and the move to a minimum secure unit allowed her the ability to be able to have some more freedoms, such as more increased access to our courtyard, other things, the use of an iPod, those kinds of things, so she could listen to music. So there were some more freedoms that she really embraced.
The state talked about a computer. Is she using a computer?
She does not have access, any internet access. No.
Okay. You heard the questions about her chatting with people online?
Then that's not accurate.
It's not happening.
Absolutely not. We don't allow that for anyone.
Okay. She doesn't have instant messenger where she's chatting with people?
No, she uses a telephone.
Okay. Or writes letters?
Or writes letters.
Old school. So, Ms. Geyser, going back to what you were saying before, over at the minimum security unit, she has more privileges.
Yes.
And was there an adjustment period for Morgan to get accustomed to the new facility?
Somewhat, because there is for most people. It certainly is, there's a different milieu and adjusting to having access to different things, as well as a different peer group and a new treatment team. In my opinion, I do not feel that that was a difficult adjustment for Morgan to make.
Okay, she's made it pretty well?
Yes.
Were you present for the Dr. Lundbaum interview?
No, I was not.
Did you speak with Morgan immediately after that interview?
I cannot recall exactly. I believe I spoke with Morgan shortly after the interview. I do not know if it was the same day.
Okay, there was some talk. You heard the talk about Morgan having being very emotional during that interview?
Yes.
And crying and not being able to handle it all?
Correct.
Is that something that you recall taking place at Winnebago and that you worked with Morgan on?
Yes.
What happened?
Morgan has at times had difficulty discussing, the day of the crime, the events surrounding that. So she has become tearful at times. She does address that in sessions. I feel she uses those therapy sessions very appropriately to process those types of feelings.
And does she process those feelings more effectively when she's in a therapeutic environment with people she trusts?
Yes.
Okay. Have you had trouble recently with Morgan being able to discuss the circumstances of the offense?
I would ask you to define trouble. She presents in session as very open and willing to talk. Very seldom do I ever feel like, or I need to have to ask her questions to get information from her. She's very open in sessions. When there's something troubling her, she discusses it.
Okay.
So when she does discuss the events of that day, yes, it's very upsetting to her, but she processes it openly in session.
And as a mental health professional, is that to be expected that somebody would have trouble processing something like stabbing their friend?
Absolutely.
Okay. And coming to grips with the fact that it was mental illness that caused the crime?
Yes.
Or caused the behavior?
Yes.
Now, when Morgan's been in the minimum security unit, has she continued to take medication or did she become resistant?
She's continued to be 100% compliant with her medications.
Dr. Lundbaum had talked about Morgan about there being a history of decompensation when Morgan has moved to other environments. Did you notice decompensation here?
What I've noticed, although I never worked with Morgan and I was not involved with her during the time she was placed at the juvenile detention center, but assessing her immediately upon return to the hospital from those placements, I would say it did appear that her mental health did decompensate somewhat in the environment of the juvenile detention center.
Okay. So focusing on the medium security to the minimum security, has there been a deterioration there?
No.
Has there been an improvement, or how would you characterize her transition?
Again, she has transitioned very well to that living environment. She does not present any longer with symptoms of psychosis. She does present with some depression, and she does experience what she describes as flashes, which I would attribute to symptoms consistent with post-traumatic stress disorder. I do not believe that's in relation to a change in a medium to a minimum secure unit. I believe it's a growth of insight on her part, that she has a better and a deeper understanding of what had happened and what this means for not only her life, but the lives of the others that have been affected.
Was it difficult for Morgan when she learned that
Anissa Weier was going to be brought over to the Winnebago Mental Health Facility?
Yes, it was.
Why was that difficult for Morgan?
Morgan expressed to me in session that she felt upset about that outcome because she felt that the co-defendant was taking advantage of Morgan's mental illness.
Okay, from what she had heard, she felt like her genuine mental illness had been taken advantage of?
Yes.
And did you work with Morgan on how to process that?
Yes, and we continue to do so.
And will the facility keep the co-defendant separate from Morgan?
I cannot comment on the co-defendant.
Okay. So Morgan was expressed that concern about Anissa. That's what you feel comfortable saying?
Yes.
Now, did Morgan make any comments about Anissa having the ability to stop the offense, or did she not talk about that?
Morgan has shared that periodically in therapy sessions, having the belief that Anissa was the one person who could have stopped this from occurring.
And didn't?
And didn't, in Morgan's words, yes.
Now, when Morgan was, during the time that she's been in the minimum security unit, you said Morgan has no psychotic symptoms.
Correct. She does not present with psychotic symptoms at this time.
So is that just based on self-report, or are there other things you look to?
Self-report and observation, not only by myself, but other staff involved in her care.
So is everybody at the facility a trained professional?
Within the capacity of what they're working, yes.
Okay. Well, when you say observation, is that are we talking janitors, or are we talking mental health professionals?
We are talking mental health professionals. So on her treatment team, she has a psychiatrist, therapeutic services staff, which are occupational therapy, recreational therapy, occupational therapist assistants, registered nurses who have mental health training, and then also our psychiatric care technicians who work on the units right with the patients as well. So okay. Observations between all of them. Over the course of now 90 days or more than 90 days? I would estimate, yes. For the placement in the minimum, yes. Right? And going back before her placement to minimum, well, let me just ask it more specifically. Can you pinpoint when the psychotic symptoms were effectively eliminated from the hospital's perspective? I would estimate it was August or September of 2017 when the psychotic symptoms were gone. Does that correspond with a medication adjustment, or what does that correspond with? Well, while I cannot comment specifically on her medications because that's out of my scope of practice, I would say with medication adjustments that occurred last late winter, early spring, that really began to alleviate a lot of the hallucinations and other psychotic symptoms that she was experiencing. Okay. And is it fair to say that mental health professionals don't just rely on a person's self-report, they also look at how the person is functioning and acting in deciding whether they're responding to things? Yes. You might be asking somebody a question and they might be looking up at the distance and it appears that they're seeing something, right? Correct. Or they wheel their head around and it appears they're hearing something, right? Yes. So when you say that Morgan has no psychotic symptoms, you're referring to the constellation of observations by all the professionals as well as Morgan's reporting with you? Yes. Has Morgan been honest in general with her reporting on her mental health symptoms? I believe her to be consistently honest with her reports. Do you find her to be a deceptive young girl? No. When you say you find her to be honest with her self-reports, does she come to you when she's struggling with things historically? Yes, she does. She will seek me out. She will ask for increased sessions. She will ask staff to relay a message to me so that I can see her and help her. And does Morgan have connections to family members, or have they abandoned her? She has a strong connection to her family. Okay. Do they visit her and interact with her? Very frequently. Is it important or unimportant for family to be involved in a 15-year-old's mental health treatment? It's very important for any family member to be involved in any loved one's mental health treatment, especially in the case of somebody who's so young. She's 15. Yes. Does this family, from what you've seen,
Let's talk about her mother. Have you had contact with her mother?
Yes.
Does Morgan's mother appear to be actively concerned about her daughter's well-being?
Yes.
Does she strike you in your interactions as a mother who is hyper attentive to her daughter's condition?
I don't know if I would quantify it as hyper attentive. I believe she's appropriately attentive.
Okay. And does she strike you as a mother who tries to minimize this whole process and in any way?
No.
Does her mother appear to be somebody who's resistant to the idea of medication?
No.
Does she appear supportive?
Yes.
And I ask that because I want to know whether this is a situation where professionals are working with Morgan, clearly making progress with Morgan, and then are there setbacks when Morgan goes and interacts with her family? Do they appear to be counteracting your approach?
No.
How often does she get visits?
I'm going to estimate 2 to 3 times a week.
And those are a combination of supervised and unsupervised, or are they all on? How are those?
They're supervised in a more of a large group setting, so they come during our regular visiting hours in that building. So there are staff present in a large room where a variety of patients are visiting with their families.
Who's the youngest? Is Morgan the youngest person at your facility?
Morgan is the youngest person on her living unit.
In the minimum security area?
Yes.
And was she the youngest person at the medium security, Peter Sakal?
Yes.
And she's with women right now, right?
The unit she's on now is a co-ed unit. So the unit has men and women.
Okay, but the living arrangements are women with women, right?
In the hallway that they are in, there are her room. She does not have male roommates, but there are men who reside in the same hallway. They share a day room. They do not share restrooms.
Okay, and are all the people in this unit people who share her legal status?
Yes.
People who have been found not guilty because of their mental illness?
Correct.
And people who are awaiting disposition?
Some of them are, so they are people who have been allowed the opportunity to be on our minimum security unit, so they are provided the treatment to work towards a conditional release. Okay. Some of them may have petitioned and maybe their conditional releases are pending.
Got it. So if judge were to order some additional period of time for Morgan to remain committed, she would remain in that unit that she's in?
Yes.
And can she earn privileges in that unit?
She would be able to, yes.
Privileges where she'd be able to be released into the community?
Eventually, yes.
Like going to Walmart and things like that?
That is a privilege that the patients on that unit can earn.
Okay. It's based on how it's based on behavior, I'm assuming.
It's based on behavior. It's based on engagement in treatment. It's based on medication compliance, sometimes length of time. They do need to establish a great deal of trust, and all of those are always staff supervised. There would never be a patient in the community without staff.
Okay, Morgan has developed trust with you, for example, right?
Yes.
But she's got a new team now, right?
Yes.
So that team has to develop the trust with her?
Yes.
Is Morgan, you talked about engagement and treatment, is Morgan engaged?
She is.
There was some discussion about individual psychotherapy. Is that something she prefers over groups, or?
It seems to be. What I would point out is, due to the length of time that Morgan has been hospitalized, she has been through a number of our groups, oftentimes more than once. So when she was in Peter Sakal, she ran through our cycle of groups several times. She has offered the opportunity for some new groups while she's in Gordon Hall. However, she honestly has done a lot of learning and a lot of excellent group participation.
Okay, so it's covering a lot of the same stuff?
A lot of them are.
What? And it's with adults, though, right?
It's with adults.
Okay. Educationally, as Morgan she doesn't go out to school, right?
Correct.
So some educator comes into the environment and teaches her for a couple hours a day?
Yes. One of our adult educational teachers does come see her individually, and that's for 3.5 hours a week she receives that.
So a normal 15-year-old, an average 15-year-old who wasn't in the facility would be going to school 8 hours a day or so, right?
Correct. Correct.
Morgan doesn't get that.
Correct.
She gets about a half hour per day if you average it out over a week, right?
Yes.
Now, and do you agree with the characterization of her as being somewhat bright?
Yes.
Okay, so and education would be important for her. Does she seem to excel in it?
Yes.
Have you witnessed any is Morgan, after her transition, did she become more violent or more dangerous since her transition?
No.
Do you see Morgan as a dangerous person to others or herself at this state?
No.
If the judge were to order her released to the community, is that something that you would support, having worked with her?
I would believe that Morgan no longer requires an inpatient hospitalization at the current level of intensity she's receiving it. I do not view her at this time to be a danger to herself or others or property.
So you think the needs that she has don't correspond with the intense services of Winnebago?
Not in such a secure environment, and I do need to say I have not completed an assessment of risk for future dangerousness or in any other setting outside of Winnebago Mental Health Institute.
That's something you could do?
That's something that possibly could be completed. In the case where somebody is committed under an NGI and petitioning for a conditional release, the independent evaluators would really be the ones to assess that rather than the facility.
And would those evaluators speak with you as Morgan's treating professional to get your input on things?
Some of the evaluators do.
Okay. Based on your clinical experiences with Morgan and your personal interactions, you haven't seen any evidence of her being a risk to the public at this stage?
No.
Is provided she's taking her medication?
Correct.
And you haven't noticed problems with that during her stay at Winnebago?
Not whatsoever.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, and this may have been my misunderstanding of Dr. Lemmel's reports, but she talks about Morgan having contact on a daily basis with a youth who presently resides in Texas, and I assume that meant a computer based on something else, but how is she having that contact?
Through telephone and letter writing is how she communicates with those outside of the hospital.
So she has no access to a computer?
She does not have any internet access.
Well, that came out of nowhere. They just cut that off. Okay. All right, let's go to part 2. I guess that was done anyway. All right, so this is the same day, February 1st, 2018. This is part 2. I guess we were done with hearing from her testimony.
All right.
All right. Part 2.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. We'll be on the record again in State versus Geyser, same case number and same appearances. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch. We're now back to hear evidence today, and I understand that Mr. Compton has an additional witness to call.
We do. Attorney Kukler will handle this witness, Your Honor.
All right.
It's Dr. Kent Burney.
Okay, Dr. Burney, you're here? Okay, if you'd come forward, please. State your full name and spell your last name.
Kent Manning Burney, Berney. All
right, thank you. Then Attorney Kukler.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Burney. You were court appointed in this case to do what in particular?
I was court appointed to do a supplementary mental examination.
And do you do those on a regular basis?
Part of my responsibility in my practice, which is devoted to forensic evaluations for the court, is to do conditional release evaluations. Supplemental mental examinations are a very similar evaluation for the court, offering opinions about the most appropriate setting for an individual subsequent to being found not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect.
Okay, can you tell us a little bit about your training and experience and employment history?
Yes. I received my bachelor's degree in psychology in 1970. I received my master's degree from Eastern Washington University in 1975 in clinical applied psychology. I received my PhD from the University of Wisconsin-Madison in 1985 and became licensed to practice independently as a psychologist in the state of Wisconsin in 1986. My practice has been devoted since 1990 to forensic evaluations for the court. I've completed over 7,500 evaluations in court proceedings, including both criminal and civil matters. I was the director of psychological services at Winnebago Mental Health Institute, one of the two psychiatric state psychiatric hospitals in Wisconsin from 1999 to 2010. My responsibilities at Winnebago, I was employed half-time. My responsibilities included supervising the 14 staff psychologists. Approximately half of those staff were forensic psychologists doing forensic work at Winnebago. While at Winnebago, I was the co-chairman of the ethics committee at the Institute, and I was also on the state ethics committee. At that time, the state had a ethics committee for the Department of Health Services, and I was a member of that committee. I was also appointed to the ethics committee in the Wisconsin Psychological Association, and this was a 6-year appointment. I was the chairman of the personal practice aspect of the ethics committee for 3 years. I am presently contracted by the Wisconsin Supreme Court of Bar Examiners to evaluate prospective attorneys for fitness for duty. I'm also contracted by the University of Wisconsin Psychiatric Department and Medical School for supervision of medical students and residents regarding forensic evaluations. I'm contracted by a number of county mental health agencies throughout the state, primarily for the purpose of completing civil evaluations related to civil commitments. I have a very small private practice where I continue to see people in individual psychotherapy.
Thank you. So you worked as a medical director at Winnebago?
Yes, I did.
And that's where Morgan is presently?
I'm sorry, I worked as the director of psychological services, psychology, not medical.
Director of psychology at Winnebago. Yes. When you worked there, did you know Jessica Andrews?
Yes. Jessica Andrews became employed during my employment. She was a staff social worker. She has recently been promoted to one of the two forensic service coordinators, I believe her title is. So I've known Ms. Andrews for, she probably started there in the early 2000s.
Now, when you are asked to do a supplemental mental examination, what is that exactly? What are you supposed to do?
The purpose of a supplemental evaluation, mental examination, is to assist the court in the trier of facts decision-making regarding the most appropriate treatment opportunities or facility for an individual who has been found not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect and is committed to the Department of Health Services.
Is the Department of Health Services then ultimately the agency that would, if a person was to be placed somewhere outside of the mental health institute, would they be the agency that would find the appropriate placement for a person?
The state does have the responsibility through the Department of Health Services to develop the facility and to develop a treatment plan that then is presented to the court for the court's approval.
So your appointment here was to decide whether Morgan needs inpatient care or something other than inpatient care?
My responsibility is to offer an opinion regarding what is the most appropriate and least restrictive care. And of course the most restrictive is continued inpatient treatment in Winnebago in this case. And then less restrictive settings would include residential care, group homes, direct release to, in this case, her parental home. So there's a variety, essentially a hierarchy of possibilities for a less restrictive.
As you understand it, what's the statutory rationale as to what constitutes a need for inpatient treatment or inpatient care?
Statutorily, relative to the issue of conditional release, the statute indicates that in order to be considered for conditional release, a person would not present a substantial risk or probability of risk of harm to themselves, others, or property.
So then somebody would, if they have that risk, would need to remain in an institution, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
He said substantial.
So is the placement for somebody who is deemed a risk at a mental hospital, is that considered a punishment?
Individuals who are found not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect are in the mental health system. This is not punishment. The purpose of placement of individuals in the psychiatric setting is to essentially treat them and rehabilitate them, to address the issues of their psychiatric illness, which, having been found not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect, means that they were not either able to conform their conduct to the requirements of the law or appreciate the wrongfulness of their conduct as a result of a mental illness. And consequently, the purpose of psychiatric care is to address the issues of the mental illness, to essentially assist individuals through the use of treatment to have their mental illness be in remission, essentially, or controlled, to subsequently reduce their threat of dangerousness.
So while Morgan's been at Winnebago, she's been receiving psychiatric care, is that right?
Yes, she has.
And the necessary treatment to address her mental illness.
That's correct.
Okay, so how can you take us through what you've done on this particular case? And if you have your report in front of you, can you look at it? Okay.
Yes, I do.
And could you just take us through what you did to evaluate Morgan?
For the purpose of the case before the court today, I saw Morgan on 2 occasions for interviews. I saw her on October 20 of 2017 and on November 9th of 2017. I spent approximately a little over 3 hours in both of my evaluations of her. I utilized some psychological testing. I should note that I was also court-ordered previously in this matter to do an evaluation regarding her initial plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. And at that time, I had also used psychological testing, which I, again, offered in my report to the court in this matter as part of my review of records.
Can I stop you for 1 minute?
Sure.
When you were asked previously to do your NGI evaluation, what was your finding at that time?
My finding was that Morgan did meet the standard as not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect.
Okay, so you supported the plea?
I did, yes.
Okay, so go on about what you've done for this eval.
As I said, I used some psychological testing this time. Basically, the purpose of that is to attempt to recognize changes in her cognitive capacity, reasoning ability through the use of standardized testing. I reviewed all available records at Winnebago Mental Health Institute from the time of my evaluation for her plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect, which occurred in November of 2016. So I reviewed all records from that time to the present time. As I indicated, I last saw Morgan on November 9. This week, I received records from Winnebago Mental Health Institute, which included all the records from November 9 to the present time. I also consulted with Ms. Andrews, and I recognize that Ms. Andrews did testify in this matter. We did not discuss the case. My purpose of contacting Ms. Andrews on essentially a twice-weekly basis since that time. The purpose of my contacting Ms. Andrews was to get information from her relative to her involvement in psychotherapy since my evaluation in 2000 on November 9.
So that then when you come into court today, you have very updated information.
I have all the available records up until the beginning of this week.
Okay. When you did, are there any of the psychological testing that you think are important to talk about today and you'd like to particularly highlight?
I think there are some tests that are important to highlight, and because there was a significant amount of testing done, and the court is certainly familiar with the numerous reports and psychological testing that have been offered. I think that I won't go through all of that information, of course, but I think there is some information that may be beneficial.
Okay.
And I'll start with the personality assessment inventory, and if you have the report, this is described on page 9 of my report. I should say that the personality assessment inventory for adolescents is a standardized personality assessment, and in terms of the appropriateness for this being offered in court, this does meet the Daubert standard and is a very well researched personality inventory specifically developed for the use of adolescents. There's also an adult form. This instrument was administered by Dr. DeVille at Winnebago in June of 2016. I re-administered this report during my at the time of my present evaluation in November 2017. And so the benefit of having these two instruments to compare is to help in my decision making relative to this matter, to determine her level of psychopathology. And one of the things that I think is important here is that Morgan is diagnosed with schizophrenia. This is a major mental illness, and we can expect that this is essentially an illness that will last across her lifespan. The issue is whether this is effectively treated and the symptoms are ameliorated or put in remission through the use of treatment, or whether her symptoms are active. And so the critical issue here is in terms of looking at these two personality inventories is to look at a time when in fact her symptoms were essentially more active. And let me go back. Okay, so I should say that the first time this instrument was attempted to be administered was in October 2014. Morgan generated an invalid profile at that time, and consequently that is not an interpretable profile. Another evaluation was completed by a psychologist at her responses in this matter were interpretable, and this was considered a valid instrument. It's important to recognize that these instruments have validity scales. We can tell if people are trying to exaggerate or minimize their symptoms. If that's the case, the instruments are either considered not valid, or certainly if they're interpretable, that issue would be an important aspect to delineate. There were not indications of exaggeration or minimization on the PAI that Dr. DeVille offered, nor during my evaluation in November 2017. When we look at the comparisons of these two personality assessment inventories, in 2016, and I'm going to read from my report now, which is available on the screen, I believe, as well. It's particularly informative that the schizophrenia scale, which is indicative not only of psychotic experience but also social detachment, disorganized thinking, was extremely elevated. This is in Dr. DeVille's examination or interpretation of the PAI. In my in Morgan's responses on PAI that I gave in November 2017, and I'm again reading from my report. In my examination in 2017, the schizophrenia scale was not elevated. It was in a non-pathological range. There were not indications at this time that of my testing that Morgan was experiencing thought disorganization or psychotic thinking. The interpretation of this goes on to indicate that in 2016 Morgan was experiencing depression, anxiety, and these scales were prominently elevated.
So it's a 15-month difference between those two evals or two testings?
Yes.
Why would there be such an improvement in 15 months?
Well, I think that it's relatively clear when we look at the treatment over time that there was a point in time when Dr. Patel, who was Dr. Sangeeta Patel, who was Morgan's primary treating psychiatrist at Winnebago over the course of her care, Dr. Patel was very diligent in adjusting medications and trying to get a good medication combination that would diminish Morgan's symptoms. And in fact, Morgan was started on this antipsychotic medication, Haldol, in I believe it was May of of 2017. She'd been tried on numerous other medications that, as I indicated in my report, were not particularly beneficial in diminishing her psychotic symptoms. She continued to have hallucinations, and both auditory and visual. When she was started on the Haldol, this is very clear in the record, this substantially diminished her psychotic symptomatology. And that would be the difference in the two responses on the psychological testing.
So when you did your testing on her, and you did your interpretation of the testing, I can see at the bottom of page 9 on your report that you indicate that it was interpretable and without attempts to exaggerate or minimize her psychiatric symptoms. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so she was being truthful and honest
yes.
While she took it. And you further state that there's no ongoing acute psychopathology.
That's correct.
And no indication of a psychotic process.
Correct.
Or significant anxiety or depression.
That's correct.
Okay, so in other words, what? She's not seeing or hearing things?
At the time of my examination, Morgan indicated that her visual hallucinations had very substantially diminished. She indicated that she still has some periodic visual anomalies which involve seeing some colors. This is a remarkable reduction in her presentation as compared to having such intrusive visual hallucinations that she essentially was not able to read. Her visual hallucinations were extremely intrusive. And so, although they weren't absolutely gone, they were markedly diminished. And I think another important aspect of this is that Morgan realized that this was a symptom of her illness. And likewise, her auditory hallucinations, hearing voices, essentially the same phenomena. There was a period of time when her auditory hallucinations were essentially gone. I should mention that in the record that I reviewed over the past week, Morgan indicated that she experienced some sense of loss, and this is not uncommon in individuals with this type of psychiatric illness, as a result of having no auditory hallucinations, because there is a quality in this psychiatric symptom that it may at times be somewhat comforting. And so I think it's informative to recognize that she demonstrates an understanding that the medications have resulted in the reduction and essentially elimination of her auditory hallucinations, and she has insight into the fact that this is a change in her presentation, and while she recognizes that she experiences some kind of sense of loss from this, she also recognizes the importance of maintaining her stability without psychotic symptoms.
And that's important for making decisions about whether she's can safely be released to a lesser restrictive setting, true?
That's correct.
Okay. Going on with your testing, you ran some intellectual testing as well, is that right?
Yes, I did.
And can you give us just a conclusion on how Morgan did on the intellectual testing?
Yes. Morgan has been assessed with the intellectual testing, the Waukesha Intelligence Scale for Children, 4th edition, on a few occasions. Morgan's intellectual ability is in the superior range of functioning. In October 2014, she generated a verbal comprehension index score of 142. The mean or average for on this IQ test, as it is on all IQ testing, is 100. The score places her at the 99.7th percentile, which means she will score better than 99.7 same-aged individuals on intellectual testing, on verbal comprehension. Likewise, her working memory was 120, which places her at the 91st percentile, again, placing her in the superior range of intellectual ability. Perceptual reasoning was 115, placing her at the 84th percentile, and her processing speed was 109. This results in a full-scale IQ of 129, which places her in the 97th percentile.
Well, she's a smart girl.
Yes, she is. I would like to go on and just briefly discuss the issue of my testing at this time in November 2017. And I administered the one subscale from working memory. Working memory has two subscales to arrive at the score. I think it's very informative that at the time of my testing, her her score on digit span, which is one of the two scales, is extrapolated to a score of 72. This is very substantially different and compromised as compared to her working memory score previously, which I believe was 129. And I talk about this in my report, and I think that there were a variety of factors that may have contributed to this. So what this test assesses is the ability for sustained attention and concentration, and the ability to hold and manipulate information briefly. During my examination, let me say it this way. First of all, we know that the use of antipsychotic medications and psychotropic medications has the potential to compromise some intellectual functioning. That may be one of the factors that contributed to this. We also know that chronic mental illness, what we call this a downward drift of intellectual ability with people with mental illness. We expect over periods of time that their cognitive astuteness diminishes. Morgan has not had the length of period of time of either treatment or experiencing this psychiatric disorder that you would expect a very significant reduction in her cognitive capacity. The use of psychotropic medication certainly has a slowing effect on people's cognitive functioning and processing information. This may have attributed to her poor score at this time too. At the time that I did this testing, it was at the end of the day, and at the end of my interview, there was possibly a fatigue factor. Nonetheless, the recommendation that I would make relative to this is that she should be retested again relative to this issue. I think this was an artifact of a variety of issues, and it's probably not particularly informative regarding her ability for working memory.
Okay. Speaking of your time that you spent with her, was she cooperative during your interviews with her?
Yes, she was.
Did she sit through the entirety of the interview?
Yes, as indicated, my interviews were approximately 3 hours in total. The first time, I believe I saw her for a bit over an hour, and the second time for 2 hours. She was cooperative, engaged in the interview process. Certainly, she demonstrated some emotional variability, which I believe was appropriate to the content of what we were discussing. She cried periodically during the interviews, and I believe that her tearfulness was also appropriate and somewhat informative, actually, She cried when she talked about the index offense. She expressed sadness and guilt relative to the index offense. She cried when she talked about her lack of opportunities to have an ongoing relationship with her family or peers. And she cried relative to her expectation of spending her life, in her words, incarcerated. And so all of this emotional content, I think, was appropriate to context, and important in that part of the resolution or of a psychiatric illness is the ability to adequately modulate emotion and be able to express emotions in an appropriate way without being labile or aggressive. And I think that this, in my opinion, her tearfulness during my interviews was important because it was appropriate and demonstrated a much better ability to adequately modulate her emotional content than I think was indicated historically.
You mentioned that you talked to Ms. Andrews this week about Morgan just to get an update on her condition, right?
That's correct.
Do you think that, let me ask you, step back from that. Why talk to Jessica Andrews? Why is she an important person in your mind to talk to?
Ms. Andrews has been involved with Morgan essentially since the day that she arrived at the Institute. Ms. Andrews was the social worker on the Petersick unit where Morgan was admitted. She began doing individual psychotherapy with her. Essentially, she did the initial what they're called at the Institute, social services database. So that's an interview and a collection of information. Ms. Andrews then was involved as Morgan's primary individual psychotherapist and saw her on a twice-weekly basis essentially throughout the time that she's been at the Institute. Ms. Andrews probably, in my opinion, has the best knowledge base about Morgan's progress over time and has the information that was important to me relative to what's been going on in the past few months since I saw her in November, and so that was the rationale for me to talk to Ms. Andrews. Essentially, was to get an update. I had also talked to Ms. Andrews at the time that I evaluated Morgan. I believe on the November 9th date. I'm not exactly sure, but on one of the two times that I saw Morgan, I also spoke with Ms. Andrews.
Okay. Now, how has Morgan done during her time at Winnebago, which is over 2 years now, isn't it?
Yes. Morgan has actually been at Winnebago in total for 2 years and 2 months. She was in the other year or year and a half or whatever, she was at the Washington County Juvenile Detention. I think that I've tried to offer information in my report that gives a clear kind of history of her treatment at Winnebago.
Can you highlight some of it for us?
Sure. And again, the primary treating psychiatrist has been Dr. Patel, and so my report kind of goes through notes offered by Dr. Patel and other psychiatrists in terms of their view of Morgan over the course of her care. And I should also say that when Morgan was initially admitted to Winnebago, which was in August of 2014, This admission was for to assess her competency to stand trial, and she was evaluated at that time by and these were court-ordered evaluators. These were not people at Winnebago. Dr. Ken Robbins, who's a psychiatrist, and Dr. Brooke Lumbaum, who's a psychologist. And I think it's informative that in both of their evaluations, which were made available to me at the time that I did the NGI evaluation, both of them described Morgan as having a very severe psychotic presentation at that time, auditory and visual hallucinations, and very importantly, a very fixed delusional idea. And one of the things we understand about psychopathology is that the combination of hallucinations and delusions are, when we talk about risk issues and people that are at risk or present risks, people that have delusions and hallucinations are a greater risk than people that have either hallucinations or delusions. And so when Morgan came in, she had very significant fixed delusional ideas, and she was experiencing hallucinations.
So did she get treated with medication right away? Is that how it begins?
Actually, she came into the Institute in August of 2014. Medications were ultimately court-ordered in December. I'm sorry, she came into the Institute in August 2014. I'm not sure if I said 15. Medications were court-ordered as a result of a civil commitment that was involved in this case. In December 2015, Morgan had been in the Washington County Juvenile Detention Center and had been refusing medications, and she continued to have very significant psychiatric symptoms. When the court ordered medications, which means, of course, she's compelled to take medications by the court order, she was then amenable to taking meds. She did not refuse medications after they were court ordered, and the course is quite clear over the treatment since that time. I should say that Dr. Patel, the treating psychiatrist in August 2014, described Morgan as having a severe psychosis with bizarre thinking. And so Morgan had been tried over the course of her treatment on a variety of medications. In Dr. Patel's note of March 2017, she indicates that she had been on the antipsychotic medication Seroquel and Invega. In fact, Morgan had indicated that these medications, she did not believe that they were particularly beneficial. She continued to have hallucinations. The delusional content was greatly diminished at that time. Dr. Patel then changed her medications, ultimately discontinuing the Seroquel and the Invega, and started her on the antipsychotic medication Haldol, which she continues to be on at this time.
How does Haldol work for Morgan?
Haldol has been a very beneficial medication for Morgan. The medication dose has been systematically increased over time. This has resulted in essentially reduction or elimination of both auditory and visual hallucinations and delusional content. Concomitantly with the lack of symptoms has been a very important increase in Morgan's understanding of her illness, which is a critical factor certainly in my decision making in all cases relative to an individual consideration for less restrictive settings.
So does she have that insight now?
Yes, she does. She recognizes that she has a severe mental illness. She recognizes that without medications, there's a high risk that she would again have symptoms, and these symptoms would result in potentially very negative ramifications.
And to your knowledge, during this time that she's been on these meds, she's always taken them?
Yes, she has. There's no indication in the record at Winnebago that she's had medication refusals.
You indicated also in talking about Morgan's adjustment at Winnebago that there was a note at the bottom of page 15. You talk about a note from February 4th, 2017 from a doctor about Morgan's insight and judgment.
There is an order in that section. Yes. This is at the bottom of page 15, February 4, 2017. This is Dr. Kay Zwicker, who is a psychiatrist at Winnebago. Actually, Dr. Patel, I believe, was out of the institute on vacation, and Dr. Zwicker and Dr. Casimir were covering. Dr. Zwicker indicated that Morgan insight, but I'm sorry, I have to find this in my note here.
I guess the point is that already in February 4th of a year ago, we were seeing some significant insight by Morgan into her situation, right? Her mental illness and her need for treatment.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. Dr. Zwicker indicates that her hallucinations had greatly diminished, and Morgan's mood has improved, and she has gained insight into her illness. And then she went on, I think, interestingly, Dr. Zwicker, to state more existential issues with crime she has committed and her emotions about harming her friend. She also seems to have a lot of regret for her own life now.
So while Morgan is in the hospital and the doctors are working on her medication, she's also having psychotherapy, right, with Miss Andrews or other people?
Yes, with Miss Andrews.
With Miss Andrews, okay. And you noted that on the bottom of page 17 that in the past year and a half, Morgan has been quite forthcoming with Miss Andrews about reporting any of her psychiatric symptoms.
Yes, she has. And I think
that also shows insight, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. And I think it's not only with Miss Andrews, but Dr. Patel's record is also informative relative to Morgan saying these medications aren't working at times and asking for her medications to be reviewed and adjusted. I think this demonstrates a level of insight that's very important in terms of her care.
So, at this point in time, do you have a recommendation for this court?
I do. And as I've indicated in my report, I believe that Morgan is appropriate for consideration for a less restrictive setting than inpatient psychiatric care.
Such as what?
I believe residential treatment would be the optimal next step down. And I think that there's a variety of complicating issues here, and I'm talking about now complicating for me in my decision making relative to this matter. Morgan came into the Institute when she was 12 years old. She's now 15 and a half. And there are very critical developmental issues for children in this age range, from anywhere, we're talking 12 to age majority.
Such as what? What kind of issues?
Well, we recognize there are critical developmental issues in terms of neurocognitive pathways, the development of the the issues related to understanding interpersonal relationships, the development of issues related to executive functioning, reduction of impulse control. These are all issues that are very critical in the developmental process for teenagers. And consequently, given the nature of the crime and that Morgan has been in an adult forensic setting since age 12 with adult women, she has not had exposure to adolescents. She's not had the opportunity for any kind of specialized treatment for the treatment of adolescents. I think that at this point, and so that was one of my considerations. It would be beneficial in terms of her developmental process to be in a facility that is dedicated to the treatment of adolescents and where she is with adolescents to develop the capacity for interpersonal social relationships at an appropriate peer level. Another consideration in my decision making was to assess essentially the risk factors, which are critical and of course one of the if not the primary consideration for the court in this matter. And I utilized as kind of a directive in this matter the instrument, the HCR 20. This is normed on adults, and so it was not appropriate to score this for Morgan. However, what it does offer is it offers an understanding of what the risk factors are for recidivism of violence for individuals who have a mental illness.
Can you go through some of those?
I can. One of the risk factors is a major mental illness, and so Morgan has a major mental illness. This is a risk factor, and this increases her risk of dangerousness. Another risk factor is negative attitudes, it's described as. And when I conceptualize this for Morgan, there's some variability in her attitudinal presentation. Morgan has recently been reluctant to go to school. This would be considered a negative attitude. Her reluctance to go to school, I think, is based on her sense of kind of being deflated where she's at and having reduced hope for the future. This has resulted in some of her, I think, difficulties in wanting to engage in school.
But wait, I want to stop you for a minute. Go to school. There's no school at Winnebago.
Yes, they have a school that they offer to for the adolescent population. There are adolescent units.
Ms. Andrews told us that all Morgan is entitled to is a one-on-one education with a private person, approximately 2.5 hours a week.
That's correct.
That's all she gets.
That's right.
Okay.
And so when we assess the negative attitude, there's not negative attitudes towards treatment. There have not been negative attitudes related to her interpersonal relationships with staff or other patients.
Okay.
One of the critical risk factors in recidivism is a person's level of insight into their illness. This, in my opinion, does not present a risk factor at this time, as Morgan has insight into her mental illness, and she has insight and understanding into her need for continued treatment and medications. Another risk factor is if a person has active psychiatric symptoms, and these would include, for example, what I've described, hallucinations, and again, delusional ideas. Morgan does not have active symptoms of her mental illness at this time. These symptoms are in remission as a result of her treatment. Impulsivity is a style of functioning that increases risk factors. There are two things in my evaluation of Morgan that I think are important relative to assessing her impulsivity. There's no indications throughout her entire record and stay at Winnebago that she's ever acted out aggressively. She's never threatened anyone. She's never been in a physical confrontation or essentially a verbal confrontation with staff or patients. She has had one, I'm not sure what it's called, hold during her treatment, which meant that she was made to go to her room. She wasn't in restraints, she wasn't in seclusion. This was for sticking up for another patient. And I believe she had one recently because she was running in the hallway and she was verbally reprimanded. Beyond that, there have been no indications of impulsive, aggressive, inappropriate behavior. The other issue relative to impulsivity is based on psychological testing, Wisconsin card sorting test, which has been given by myself on 2 occasions, and I think Dr. DeVille's evaluation. She also used Wisconsin card sort. This is a test of executive functioning and it offers insight into an individual's ability for deductive reasoning. It also demonstrates impulsivity in a person's response set. On this measure, on all times that it was administered, Morgan again scored in the superior range on this test, and there were not indications of an impulsive response set. I don't believe there's adequate information to demonstrate that she is impulsive. Another risk factor is if an individual is not responsive to treatment. We clearly know that she's been responsive to treatment. The next area to consider relative to a person's risk factors are what are called destabilizing factors. Destabilizing factors for Morgan would be stopping medications, not receiving adequate treatment, and being in very high stress situations. These are not expected to occur. She continues to be under an order to treat at the present time, and I certainly would believe that this is an appropriate approach with Morgan to ensure that she will continue to take medications, even though she's not made any indication that she would not. Another risk factor is if a person does not have adequate support. I think the support is adequate, both from her family and from the institutional care, and if she's in a less restrictive setting, certainly this would have a high level of support. Non-compliance with treatment is a risk factor. This has not been an issue. And high levels of stress is a risk factor. And I think her stress, certainly she experiences periodic stress, but I would not consider her stress level exceedingly high.
Okay, so other than her having a major mental illness, she scores well on, and basically she doesn't have the other risk factors.
That's correct.
Okay, and I think you said previously you don't see any signs of her being dangerous, right?
It's my opinion, and of course this is a critical opinion relative to the statutory requirements.
What's your opinion?
It's my opinion that she does not present a risk of danger to self or others or property.
And your final conclusion, if you have one?
Well, my final conclusion is, according to statute, that she does not present a substantial probability of risk of danger to self or others. Along with that, of course, is that she continues to need treatment. And I believe that because of her lack of dangerousness, that she is appropriate for consideration for a less restrictive setting. And my recommendation, I indicated in my report, I indicate that the consideration of Genesee Lake School or a similar facility. After I prepared my report, I did have further contact with Genesee Lake School. She would not be appropriate for that facility, even though they did indicate they would interview her and evaluate her for admission. This facility is primarily dedicated to the treatment of adolescents with neurological disorders or compromised compromised cognitive capacity. They do take some adolescents with psychiatric illness, but it's very few, and they, in all probability, would not accept her. However, this is a residential treatment facility, and I believe a residential treatment facility that's dedicated to the treatment of adolescents with a major mental illness would be the most appropriate and kind of the next step down from where she's at. For example, Genesee Lake School is a monitored egress. It's not, the doors aren't locked, but alarms go off if the kids leave, and the egress is always in visual range of staff. So consideration of a facility that has monitored egress or possibly locked, but is residential care as opposed to the license that the hospitals have would be the next step down, and that would be my recommendation.
Is there any other benefit or that Morgan can receive from Winnebago?
I believe she's achieved maximum benefit from Winnebago, and again, part of my decision making relative to, as I describe it, the step down to residential care is that she would be with adolescents, and she would be treated in an adolescent facility that is dedicated to not only the treatment of her psychiatric illness, but also takes into consideration the developmental considerations and concerns for adolescents.
Because if she remains at Winnebago, she'll remain with adult women, is that right?
Yes, she will.
And she needs to be around adolescents her age.
That would be my opinion, yes.
And in an educational program.
Yes.
And Winnebago's not the place for her at this time.
That would be my opinion, yes.
You give these opinions to a reasonable degree of psychiatric certainty, Doctor?
Psychological certainty, yes, I do.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Thank you. Doctor, I was a little confused. I thought at one point during your testimony you said you spent roughly an hour with Morgan the first time and 2 hours the second time.
Yes.
But in the very beginning of your testimony you said you spent 3 hours with her each time.
I said I spent 3 hours with her. If I said each time, that was erroneous. I spent 3 hours total.
Okay. I didn't know if I heard that wrong or... I want to ask you some questions about something Morgan told you when you interviewed her back in 2016 for the NGI evaluation. You incorporated a lot of that into this report, correct?
I did incorporate aspects from my, I believe, the history, some of the history, yes.
And on page 5 of your report at the top, Morgan had told you that she developed a strategy to convince Anissa that Slender Man was real, and that she engaged in behavior in order to ensure Anissa would help her in Morgan's endeavor to locate Slender Man and prove that he was real. Is that what she told you?
Yes, it is.
She went on to state that she fabricated evidence so Anissa would believe Slender was real, including a fake journal, and she had cut herself and wrote in blood. It made Anissa basically believe they could go find him. Right? That's what she told you?
Correct.
Did she ever say anything to you about that she actually felt that it was Anissa that took advantage of Morgan's mental health difficulties?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, did Morgan ever tell you that she believed Anissa took advantage of Morgan's mental health difficulties?
No.
In fact, she somewhat told you that basically it was Morgan who was driving the show and convincing Anissa to go along with her, right?
Correct.
One of the other things she told you, this is on page 6 of your report, was that Morgan indicated she had attempted to discuss some of her psychological difficulties with her mother. Right? She told you that?
Yes.
And what she said was that her mom told her, I'm not interested in these issues. If you continue to bring them up, you're going to be punished. Morgan told you that's how her mother reacted, correct?
Correct.
You interviewed Angie Geyser, right?
I did not.
You did not?
No, I did not. There was very significant interviews available for my review from other evaluators, and I elected not to interview her mother.
Okay, but you're aware of some of the things she had said to other interviewers,
yes.
Right? And she had consistently told other interviewers they had no idea that Morgan was having any mental health difficulties, right?
That's correct.
You never interviewed Angie about Morgan's claim that Angie said she'd be punished if she brought up mental health difficulties.
I did not.
And everything you know from all of the records you've reviewed is that Angie Geyser's been nothing but appropriate in terms of trying to get Morgan the best care she could get, right?
I don't have a lot of information about that. I mean, certainly from the records, I don't see anything negative in that relationship. I know that she visits Morgan, but I'm not aware of kind of her, what she's done in terms of trying to get treatment, etc.
So there really wasn't any attempt to try to assess the truthfulness of what Morgan had said about, my mom said she'd punish me if I brought up mental health difficulties.
Well, first of all, we're talking about something that's already been adjudicated, that Morgan has been found not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. And as part of my examination of Morgan, as I do in all my NGI evaluations, I did consider and assess whether she was malingering. It's a very important issue for me and for all forensic evaluators, of course. And my decision was that she was not malingering. And obviously that ultimately apparently prevailed in terms of the ultimate decision in this matter.
Well, I'm just talking about this very specific narrow issue about whether or not her mother told her she'd be punished if she brought up mental health issues again.
That's what she told me.
You testified also about Morgan has experienced some sense of loss as a result of the diminished hallucinations, correct?
Correct.
And I believe it may have been Dr. Casimir, but at some point during all of this, Morgan had expressed a concern about taking medications because she didn't want to lose her friends.
Correct.
You reviewed that somewhere in all these records?
Yes, I did.
And we know, at least to some extent, there's been some sadness and depression over the last 5 or so months, correct?
Correct.
And do you believe any of that can be related to this sense of loss you've described?
I think that's an important issue to clarify in terms of the etiology of her present depression. There are a whole variety of things going on with Morgan that may have the potential to result in a reduction in her mood. And that's one of them. And this is not an uncommon phenomenon for people that have hallucinations when they take medications, that this is an experience of, especially if these hallucinations are positive. And certainly some hallucinations for people, you know, they hear voices that say positive things about them. And if people are isolated, this is another issue, that this is a level of stimulation that's not available otherwise. And so this is not an uncommon phenomenon.
Doctor, if you had heard that perhaps there had been some auditory hallucinations in the month of October, would that at all change your evaluation of Morgan's current situation?
No. I think that's important and informative, actually, because what we know is that her hallucinations have substantially diminished. And because she is willing to say that out loud. That's an important issue. If she's withholding that information, that's very concerning. But when she's expressing this, it results in her ability to be more effectively treated by her treating psychiatrist. They can adjust her medications. They can this can be addressed in psychotherapy. And so I think that it's not uncommon for people that have schizophrenia to have breakthrough symptoms. I mean, that's part of the illness, and you can't expect that a person that has a schizophrenic disorder will be in remission with medications and never have some type of breakthrough symptoms. The important thing is that they're willing to talk about that and receive treatment before they decompensate. And just because a person has breakthrough symptoms does not mean that they will subsequently more substantially decompensate. They may, but it's not necessarily going to happen. But the ability to talk about that and essentially demonstrates insight into the illness, and then the person is more available to be effectively treated.
During the digit span testing that you conducted, or I guess I should say right after that, doctor, it's true that Morgan became anxious and frustrated because she had done poorly, and she requested that you not proceed with any other psychological testing, correct?
That's correct.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
Just briefly. So when you had your visits with Morgan, she was, at that point in time, not symptomatic, right?
That's correct.
And she had a good memory.
Yes.
She had, and still does, as far as you understand or believe, have good insight into her psychiatric illness.
Correct.
She has good insight into the benefits of medication.
Yes.
She takes them.
Yes, she does.
She told you that she believes that she needs those medications and will continue to take them even if there wasn't a court order.
Yes, she did.
But there is a court order.
Yes, there is.
She explained to you that if she wasn't treated, she would decompensate potentially.
That's correct.
And she probably would, right?
That's certainly a very significant risk, yes.
It was your opinion that her judgment was substantially improved.
Correct.
And you also discussed with her her treatment needs, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And she told you she'd like to go home to her family.
She did.
But she told you that it would, in her mind, be unlikely to happen at this time, right?
Yes, she did.
And that seems to be quite insightful.
I think that's a realistic view of where she's at, yes.
It's realistic. And that if she was able to go to a less restrictive setting than inpatient, such as a transitional living situation, it would be appropriate. She felt that way.
That's what she said, yes.
At 15 years old, she understood that.
Yes.
And that's in fact what you are recommending today, some sort of less restrictive than Winnebago, some sort of residential treatment facility.
Correct.
It's appropriate for Morgan at this time.
Yes.
And you're not recommending a specific facility, right?
No, I'm not.
And in fact, the court doesn't even order a specific facility, right?
The court requests a review of available facilities, and the State Department of Health Services has the responsibility to provide that.
And they do that over the course of 20 days or 40 days or something like that, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then the judge would also, once they make a recommendation or offer the available options, then the judge would sign off on that.
Not necessarily.
Right. Or he could.
He could, yes.
And he could
certainly.
say no.
Certainly, the judge has the responsibility to make the final decision relative to that placement.
But this is an agency that is experienced at looking at all the available, possible available facilities and making recommendations.
The state, I believe, is divided into 4 areas, each having, I'm not sure if it's 3 or 4, each having a conditional release coordinator and team. And the conditional release coordinator makes the ultimate, develops a plan, it makes the ultimate recommendation and offers that to the court. And so that's what the conditional release, the responsibility of the state agency of the conditional release, that's what they do. That's all they do.
Yeah. Thank you, Doctor. It's all, Judge.
Thank you. Then Attorney Zupakowicz, anything further?
Yes, Doctor, you, on page 19 of your report under treatment recommendations, you have some very specific things that you recommend, but indicate that if those recommendations or similar recommendations are not able to be implemented, then you are not in support of conditional release.
That's correct. And I'll be more specific about why I make that statement in my report. Is unfortunately, I've been involved in hundreds of conditional releases where treatment plans have not been adequately developed and people have not been successful in the community as a result of that. And so I think it's very important that when people leave the institutes that they have the appropriate and adequate treatment for their well-being as well as the well-being of the community. Clearly, if people aren't adequately treated, this presents a risk to the community as well.
So if those that are, I guess, tasked with helping to set up this plan don't believe conditional release is appropriate, that may change your opinion as to whether or not conditional release is appropriate. Is that true?
No. It's not whether conditional release is appropriate. These are recommendations that are able to be accomplished. These are not, recommendations that are out of line, that a person is set up to see a psychiatrist as opposed to a nurse practitioner, for example, within 2 weeks of their discharge, that they're set up to see a psychotherapist, that they have opportunities for other, I suggest, mindfulness, stress reduction training. These are all things that are available within the mental health system. These aren't, ridiculous or pie in the sky recommendations. So it's not that I would not recommend the conditional release. I'm recommending a less restrictive setting. If these conditions aren't met, then I believe the state and the trier of fact have a decision point.
Well, the issue for the court is not a least restrictive setting, it's institutional care or conditional release, correct?
It is, but the trier of fact also has the responsibility to determine if the treatment plan for conditional release is appropriate.
I understand, but there first has to be the decision
certainly
that the person should be conditionally released.
Sure, of course. And that's not my decision, of course.
That's all. Thank you.
Any further direct?
No, that's all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Is Dr. Burney under subpoena?
No.
All right. Well, thank you for being here, Doctor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Further witnesses, Mr. Cotton?
No, Your Honor. Ask for a short recess if we could.
Yeah, we'll take one, but just wanted to know what stage we're at. So there'd be no further witnesses from Ms. Geyser's team. Any further witnesses from the state, Mr. Zupakowicz?
No.
All right. So when we come back, we'll take about a 10-minute recess. When we come back, I'd look for arguments from the state and then from Ms. Geyser. So we'll take a 10-minute recess.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Now, unfortunately, I wasn't able to find closing arguments, but I do have the sentence. And we're not done yet, you guys. We're gonna stream for another 3.5 hours after this. But I just want to remind you to drop QQQ if you have questions. Psychosaurus Rex is going to join us tomorrow. After we stream tomorrow, it's going to be 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific. So we're going to have Psychosaurus Rex on tomorrow and talk about Morgan Geyser. So if you guys have any questions, put up a QQQ so I can see them. So far I have, what is fatigue factor? How did Morgan pass the malingering tests? Is schizophrenia mainly diagnosed by self-reported symptoms, or are there objective measures used to diagnose? Do voices tell people to commit self-deletion? Have you ever known a case of schizophrenia to have symptoms disappear and to totally come off meds with no reoccurrence of symptoms? Is it unusual for a schizophrenic person who is suffering hallucinations to recruit other people to participate in their hallucinations? And then what does not successful in the community mean? Someone had to get hurt or worse. So that's what I have so far. So if you, and again, we still have 3.5 more hours. We're going to go to her release hearing in 2024. So if you still have questions that come up, excuse me, drop those questions with a QQQ so that I can see them. And so I don't, like I said, unfortunately, I don't have their closings. I just have sentencing. So this is real brief. This is like 1.5 minutes. Then we'll get to, and then we're going to fast forward to 2024. So here we go. This is the sentencing for February of 2018.
When I put it all together, the 40-year commitment appears reasonable and fair, taking into account the unique circumstances of this case. So I'm going to order that the commitment be for 40 years. It's a long time, and when I think and reflect on it, 40 years to a 15-year-old, what a long time that is. Yet there's more to it than just Ms. Geyser. Our focus to some extent is on what her status is today. But this is an issue of community protection. This is an issue to be sure there's no recidivism. This is an issue to ensure that Ms. Geyser doesn't have a revolving door situation where she ends up being in the community and then things fall apart and she comes back. Everyone who's in the legal system that's dealt with mental health issues from an NGI standpoint or from a civil commitment process know that individuals with mental health issues, as well as they're medicated, as well as they're taken care of, frequently come back because they decompensate, something happens. The court has to be sure that when that happens, there's control, there's supervision. Thus, the length of the commitment, I believe, is appropriate at 40 years, and that'll be the order of the court, so ordered.
As so ordered. All right. So as so ordered, 40 years. 40 years. All right. So 40 years. Excuse me. So Psychosaurus Rex is a clinical and forensic psychologist. Clinical and forensic psychologist. And she will be joining us tomorrow, 4:30 p.m., 4:30 Pacific time, 7:30 Eastern. So if you're on the East Coast, it's going to be 7:30, and we're going to stream until about 5:30 or 6 tomorrow. We're going to do like a 9 to 5, 9 to 6 stream. All Morgan. We're going to continue to watch Morgan because she has a lot. She has a lot to say. And then we're going to do Anissa on Tuesday, or no, Wednesday and Friday, I think. Yeah. So Morgan's going to be 3 days. We're going to be on Morgan for a while. All right. So now we're going to fast forward. We got 3.5 more hours, so we're going to be with you guys for another 3.5 hours. Now we're going to fast forward to April 10th of 2024. So now that was 2018. Now we're going to fast forward 6 years and let's see what happens. Now she's up for a hearing. Remember, he put her in for 40 years, and here she is. Let's see.
Saman, I'm going to go in there just in case he says something. Can you monitor this in case it has to be recorded? You can record on it. Hello? Yeah. Where do we see this?
All right, hold on. Something weird's going on. they have the wrong audio. That's really bizarre. All right, looks like that was weird. Sounds like they have the wrong audio.
Yeah, it will be after 6 o'clock. Yeah. Okay, I'll try. Have a set. Okay. Yeah, bye.
Bring a big TV next time, or tomorrow.
There you go.
And back into the chambers. A judge.
Both interviewing and questioning counsel.
Okay, thank you. Please be seated. The court will call a matter of State versus Morgan E. Geyser, 14 CF 596. Appearances.
The State by Ted Sapakowicz and Abby Nikolai.
Okay, thank you and good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Judge, also here by Zoom are the parents of the victim in this case. I know we just have one on the screen, but I believe both are observing by Zoom.
All right, thank you. Are there other victims present in the court? Family members?
Yes. They're seated here, Judge.
All right, very good. Thank you and good afternoon all. Further appearances.
Good afternoon, Judge. Attorney Anthony Cotton and Bradley Novreski here with Morgan Geyser. She's been produced in person.
All right, thank you and good afternoon. And thank all for your courtesy in that we're starting later due to some issues that the court had. So I appreciate that and thank you for that courtesy. We're starting a half a day late, so we'll continue until tomorrow. We had the hearing initially set for 2 days, and if it will go into tomorrow, but if it takes longer, we'll conclude the hearing. We'll go further than that. We won't reschedule that portion unless it's necessary for purposes of making a decision. I just wanted to note in beginning that to give some history in the case so it's clear as to what brings us here. The offense occurred in this case on May 31, 2014. Ms. Geyser and Ms. Weier were both defendants in the case. All parties, the victim as well as the defendants, were very young at the time. Ms. Geyser was born on May 16, 2002. On October 5, 2017, Ms. Geyser entered a plea of guilty to count one of the information which alleged attempted first-degree intentional homicide party to the crime. There was an enhancer that was struck at the time. The enhancer was used by use of a dangerous weapon. By stipulation, the court accepted the various reports that had previously been ordered and received, and the court found the defendant first guilty based, she entered a plea to the charge, and then not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect based upon the reports that had been received. The court then committed her to the Department of Health and Human Services for preparation of predisposition reports. Reports were received and read, and then the sentencing hearing took place on February 1, 2018, at which time the court committed Ms. Geyser to the Department of Health Services for 40 years, finding that conditional release of Ms. Geyser would pose a significant risk of bodily harm to herself or serious property damage. Prior to today, Ms. Geyser has filed 2 petitions for a conditional release, which were withdrawn before a hearing was scheduled, before a hearing took place. Ms. Geyser filed a current petition on January 17, 2024. As a result of that petition filing, the court ordered Dr. Brooke Lundbaum, Dr. Deborah Collins, and Dr. Kenneth Robbins to prepare reports. Those reports have been received and been reviewed by the court and read and reviewed by the parties. The court also received a letter report from the Department of Health Services at the Winnebago Mental Health Center that was dated February 20, 2024. The court has also received a brief in support of conditional release, as well as a proposed conditional release plan filed by Ms. Geyser's attorneys. Excuse me. Petitions for a conditional release may be filed after 6 months of the initial commitment petitions for conditional release may be filed after 6 months of the initial commitment to institutional care, requesting the court to modify its order of institutional placement to conditional release, which is what the subject of today's hearing is. The state has the burden of proof by clear and convincing evidence that the commitment should continue. With that, then, I'm prepared to proceed. Now, as I indicated, the state has the burden. Does the state wish to go first, or does Ms. Geyser's attorneys wish to go first?
I believe the state should go first, Judge, given that it is our burden, and I'm prepared to do that.
All right, then let's proceed.
The state would call Dr. Deborah Collins.
Yes, there's no need to sequester any witnesses, true?
True.
All right, very good. Dr. Collins, come forward. Have a seat behind the court reporter. When you step up, they'll stay standing. Raise your right hand. Our clerk will, you can step up. Our clerk will swear you in.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Very good, thank you. Then the microphone is the bar with the red light on it. Just speak directly into that. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Doctor. I'm going to show you right away what's marked as State's Exhibit Number 1. Ask if you can identify that, please.
It's a 9-page copy of my professional resume.
You are a doctor, correct?
I'm a doctor of psychology, yes.
Okay. Can you tell the court your educational background prior to becoming a doctor of psychology?
In 1987, I was conferred a Bachelor of Arts degree from St. Norbert College here in Wisconsin. In 1992, I received a Master of Arts degree from Boston College. In 1995, I received a Master of Arts degree in clinical psychology from the University of Hartford in Connecticut. And then in 1998, I was conferred from that same institution a doctoral degree in clinical psychology.
Would it be fair to say, Doctor, that most of your professional career has been spent, however, in forensic psychology, or how would you characterize it?
Almost the entirety of my professional career since licensure in '99 has centered on forensic psychology.
And how does your doctorate in clinical fit into a career in forensic psychology?
The doctoral degree in clinical psychology is a generalist degree, if you will, and then I began to specialize in a subspecialty area of psychology late in my career, late in my education, if you will, so around 96, 97, and then pursued eventually board certification in the field.
Why did you choose the area of forensic psychology?
Because of the interest that I had in the area where law and mental health intersect.
In addition to your doctorate in clinical psychology, do you hold any licenses or other professional, qualifications?
I'm licensed as a clinical psychologist in the states of Wisconsin and Michigan currently. Additionally, in 2005, I became board certified by the American Board of Forensic Psychology, and that's a credential that's held by about 370 psychologists in the nation.
And I'm sorry, when did you become accredited?
2005.
You're also a business owner, correct?
Yes.
And what businesses do you own?
I own Behavioral Consultants, Inc.
And you've owned that since when?
I've been a part owner for well over 15 years, and I've been the sole owner since approximately 2017.
And it's a part of that business that is represented by the Wisconsin Forensic Unit, is that right?
Behavioral Consultants is the parent company. The Wisconsin Forensic Unit is a division of that company.
And what is the Wisconsin Forensic Unit?
The Wisconsin Forensic Unit is a division in contract with the State Department of Health Services tasked with conducting competency to stand trial evaluations throughout Wisconsin's 72 counties.
And maybe you can describe for the court how much of behavioral consultants is made up of court-appointed work versus any private work that might be done?
I would say the vast majority of referrals would be court appointments, but there's also 30 to 40% which consist in referrals from attorneys, other agencies, and attorneys from both sides of the aisle, if you will.
And you've been doing all of this kind of work for at least 25 years?
Approximately, yes.
Throughout your career, would it be fair to say that you've done thousands of competency evaluations?
Yes.
And how about mental responsibility evaluations?
I would say a few thousand mental responsibility evaluations, lesser number than the number of competency stand trial evaluations.
And then would it be fair that there's lesser evaluations for conditional release?
Yes, I would say that number is in the hundreds.
And tell the court how you first became involved in the case with Morgan Geyser.
My initial involvement or engagement in the case was through, by being retained by Ms. Geyser's defense counsel.
And when did that occur?
That occurred within a couple of days following the arrest, the index offense in this case.
And that, was May 31st of 2014?
Yes.
So within a few days of that, you were retained?
Yes.
And do you recall when you first met Morgan Geyser?
June 4th of 2014.
And where did that occur?
That occurred at the Washington County Juvenile Detention Center.
Can you describe for the court as much as you recall about your initial impressions of Morgan when you first met her?
My initial impressions included that Ms. Geyser was not well psychiatrically, that she had experienced trauma certainly in the commission of the offenses, and that she also presented as quite odd during the 2.5-hour interview I had with her. So her mannerisms were odd, her expressed emotions were inconsistent, sort of incongruous to what had occurred. At one point, she burst into tears when the threat of her Harry Potter friends not being present to her or coming back was broached.
What did you think when you first met her?
When I first met her, I was collecting data, if you will. I was observing her, talking with her, obtaining information. I wasn't immediately forming conclusions or opinions.
And you've met with Morgan many times over the course of the years, true?
Approximately a dozen.
Okay, and you've authored 7 reports to my count regarding Morgan?
Yes.
And I think we discussed this, but it really wasn't until the first petition for conditional release that you were court appointed, is that right?
Correct. I believe that's accurate.
All of that time being involved with Morgan prior to that first petition for release was as a result of being retained by the defense?
Yes.
Is that unusual at all in your experience throughout your career to have had that much contact with someone?
Over that span of time, almost 10 years, yes, I would say that's unique. It's not singular, but it's certainly unique.
There have been other cases that you've been involved for this similar length of time and perhaps had that much contact with someone?
There have been cases where I've been involved for that length of time, okay, but not necessarily as many contacts for so many different reasons over time.
And in this case, you did conduct a review of mental responsibility with Morgan, is that right?
Previously?
Yes.
Yes.
In fact, I think you authored a report November 2nd of, or thereabouts of 2016 related to mental responsibility.
Yes, November 2nd of 2016.
Okay. So you met her roughly in June of 14 and were asked to conduct a mental responsibility evaluation sometime in 16. So you had roughly 2 years of involvement before giving that opinion on mental responsibility, correct?
Correct.
And describe again for the court ultimately what you concluded regarding Morgan's mental responsibility in this case.
I concluded to a reasonable degree of professional certainty that at the time of the index offense, so May 31st of 2014, she was suffering from a condition which would qualify as a mental disease or defect as broadly defined by the Wisconsin jury instructions. And I also concluded that because of symptoms of that condition, she was rendered to lack substantial capacity to appreciate wrongfulness or conform her conduct to the requirements of the law, and that there was support for her plea in this case.
And what was the mental condition that you diagnosed her as suffering from at that time?
As I recall, the mental condition was unspecified schizophrenia spectrum and other psychotic disorder.
Do you know at what point between June of 2014 and authoring that report in 2016 that you came to a diagnosis of unspecified schizophrenia spectrum?
I do not know precisely. It was a process, though. It wasn't a conclusion arrived at within a day or a month of contact with her, for example.
Can you describe that process for the court?
That process was careful and deliberate, involved consulting with the permission of counsel, with an expert on early onset psychotic symptoms or psychosis. It entailed use of multiple methods, so psychological testing, review of ample collateral records, including discovery material, mental health records, and then collateral interviews with each of Ms. Geyser's parents in person, and review of additional family medical records.
Had you been involved up to that point with anyone this young who perhaps would be diagnosed with schizophrenia?
I don't recall.
But at least this was unusual to you that someone this young could be suffering from schizophrenia?
That someone this young could be suffering from psychotic symptoms and a psychotic spectrum disorder? Yes.
I'm going to ask this because it's going to come up later, but I assume prior to doing that mental responsibility evaluation, you considered whether or not there was any malingering or falsifying of symptoms that were noticed with Morgan.
Yes.
And what was your conclusion then regarding any such malingering?
My conclusion was that the totality of information available weighed contrary to identifying her as malingering or faking or misapplying symptoms of psychosis at a time when she didn't have those.
After that mental responsibility evaluation in 2016, when was the next time you had contact with Morgan?
The precise date, I don't know. The occasion was for the purposes of the conditional release evaluation that followed her commitment to DHS and petition in 2022.
And the next report you had authored to the court was the one from August of 22 regarding conditional release?
Yes.
And just, well, briefly, what was your conclusion regarding the issue of conditional release in 2022?
It was my opinion, to a reasonable degree of professional certainty, that there was not support for her safe release to the community or her petition at that time.
And I guess I would ask if you can describe the process that you used to make that determination at that time, including the things you reviewed and considered.
In addition to, again, a clinical interview with Ms. Geyser, so direct contact with her, I also reviewed years of mental health records that had accrued during her treatment at the Winnebago Mental Health Institute. I reviewed the underlying complaint, and I also reviewed my records with my office pertaining to her.
And those records consisted of your work, but also the work of Dr. Lundbaum?
Yes.
And you became aware that after authoring your report in August of 22 that Ms. Geyser withdrew her petition for release?
Yes.
And you were next contacted in this case approximately a year later, again on the issue of conditional release?
Yes.
The process and the information that you described, you reviewed for the August of 22 report, is that similar to every conditional release evaluation you're asked to make?
Yes. At least those types of information and sources are obtained. I believe in the context of the second conditional release evaluation, so 2023, I believe I also consulted with her treating psychiatrist. I would have to check my notes to confirm the accuracy of that memory.
And that would have been the psychiatrist at Winnebago?
Yes.
So sometime in the summer of 23, you're again contacted and asked to do a evaluation regarding conditional release?
Yes.
And what did you do regarding that?
Are you asking for my methodology?
Sure.
I'm now going to refresh my memory for my report with the court's permission.
Which you may do.
For the 2023 evaluation, I met with Ms. Geyser for an hour and a half in-person interview at the Winnebago Mental Health Institute. I reviewed the criminal complaint. I reviewed her records with the Winnebago Mental Health Institute with emphasis on those that had accrued in the interim between the 2022 and 2023 evaluation. I also reviewed a 16-page, at that time, wellness recovery action plan, which Ms. Geyser provided me with a copy of that she had developed. I reviewed her records with our office. I reviewed her records with the Wisconsin Forensic Unit. I also, on July 25th of 2023, had a brief collateral telephone contact with her treating psychiatrist, former treating psychiatrist at that time.
Did you, as part of that report, make your own diagnosis of what her mental state was at that time?
Yes.
And what was your diagnosis on the August of 23 report?
Again, refreshing my memory from my report. Post-traumatic stress disorder, social anxiety disorder, and unspecified schizophrenia spectrum and other psychotic disorder.
Do you know why there was still a diagnosis of unspecified schizophrenia disorder at that time?
At that time, I flagged it history of that condition because I think and still believe that it's important in terms of her diagnostic formulation to acknowledge that for most of the time, since her admission, since her NGI acquittal in this case, she's been identified with a psychotic spectrum disorder and treated for the same.
Well, did you believe that she still carried that diagnosis at that time? Or was it just that there was a history of it?
I was certain that there was a history of it. I acknowledged in my report the diagnostic conundrum that had been presented by this case in the interim between the 2022 evaluation and present.
And what is that conundrum that was presented?
The conundrum occurred in the fall of 2022 when Ms. Geyser told her treating psychiatrist that she had never heretofore suffered from psychotic symptoms, but rather that she was faking those or mimicking those from others in order to, and that she had begun to do that immediately following the offense in this case, the index offense, and that she had done that to assure that the home in which she was sexually abused by her father repeatedly was one to which she would not be returned, and that she would stay in a mental health institute.
What did you think when you were presented with that information of her indicating she had never experienced psychotic symptoms?
What I acknowledged in my report again is that diagnostic conundrum. What I also knew is that in the wake of disclosing that she had never suffered psychotic symptoms, or her perspective in 2022, she underwent a significant treatment change. Withdrawn from her treatment was an antipsychotic medication, and in the wake of that medication change, so in the fall of late 2022, through the time I met with her, she had exhibited no objectively noted recurrence of psychotic symptoms.
And did you have concerns regarding her presentation or her indicating that she had never suffered from psychotic symptoms?
Yes.
What was your concern?
My concern is the accuracy of that perspective that she offered in 2022 to her treating psychiatrist, and why she offered it. Because the overwhelming amount of medical records that were accrued for the many years preceding that pointed in the direction of bona fide psychotic symptoms that Ms. Geyser was experiencing.
And why is the accuracy of her self-reporting important?
Because psychotic symptoms are essentially a private phenomenon. The rest of us don't hear the voices if someone's hearing them. The rest of us don't hold the delusional beliefs someone holds. And they're not tangible. And so one source of information necessarily or ideally is the person experiencing those symptoms himself or herself or themselves.
Is it fair to say that in considering whether or not she's suitable for release, you also have to have some ability to trust her self-reporting?
Yes.
Why?
Again, because psychotic symptoms are private phenomenon, in part. And so for Ms. Geyser, psychotic symptoms elevated her risk for violence. So certainly one would want to know if those in fact exist, despite what is or isn't observable by others. Because you're appraising essentially her risk for future violence.
Was she offering any explanation, either to you or in any of the records you reviewed at that time, why this underlying offense occurred?
She has maintained that it had to do with the delusional, my word, delusional, or characterization of imperative of becoming a proxy for Slender Man and avoiding her family and her co-defendant's family from being killed.
But wasn't she now claiming that none of that was true? That she didn't really believe that at the time the offense occurred?
No, it's not that she said she didn't believe that. It's that she said that wasn't accompanied by psychotic symptoms. She described it more like a fanciful belief of a 12-year-old who had been from an abusive family.
You ultimately concluded in regards to that August of 23 report that she was still not suitable for release, correct?
Correct.
Why did you believe that at that time?
Leading up to that evaluation, she continued to struggle with pretty prominent symptoms of anxiety and trauma-related symptoms that were concerning, despite the apparent absence of psychotic symptoms. It had also been relatively recent that she had made that serious suicide attempt in 2021. Additionally concerning at that time was whether she could sustain her level of functioning in the long term, given the recency of the medication change and the history of this case and the lengthy history of the symptoms that she had labored under.
Let's talk a little bit about that suicide attempt in 2021. How did you become aware of that?
Both from Ms. Geyser and from the record.
And so you actually talked to Ms. Geyser about it?
Yes.
And what was discussed between you and Ms. Geyser about it?
What she told me is that she had attempted suicide by placing a cord about her neck. She had been given some instruction or tips on how to do it, so to speak, from another patient. She made the suicide attempt at night when her roommate was asleep, and it was quite serious. As I recall, she told me that she had broken blood vessels in her eyes, for example. She had exited her room and staff immediately intervened after she attempted suicide.
Was her exiting of her room to try to get help because she couldn't free herself from the cord she had put around her neck?
I believe so.
And staff ultimately had to cut that cord to free it?
I believe so, yes.
And there was some significant injury as a result?
Yes, it's described in the record, and in fact by Ms. Geyser herself, as a serious attempt.
At least between the offense on May 31st of 2014, there had been no attempt to harm anyone until this attempt to harm herself. Is that right?
Not precisely.
Why is that?
There had been other attempts at self-injurious behavior, not suicide, but self-injurious behavior. So previously at the age of 18 or 19, for example, Ms. Geyser had swallowed batteries, for example. I believe she was also known on occasion to scratch or cut. Not serious suicide attempts, but those were other acts of self-injury.
And I think I was a little confused in reading the reports. Maybe you can clear this up. Was there multiple occasions of swallowing batteries or just one?
To my recollection, there was only one.
You did conclude in that August of 23 report that Ms. Geyser did still present a significant risk of harm to herself or someone else. Is that right?
Yes.
And that was the reason you were not in favor of release at that time?
Yes.
And again, after you had authored that report, the request for release was withdrawn?
Yes.
You did indicate some things in that report that you felt you would need to see in order to be supportive of release, didn't you?
Yes.
What were those things?
As I recalled, it was additional sustained psychiatric stability, so a lack of meaning, or in part meaning a lack of recurrence of psychotic symptoms, so a longer period of time when she had sustained that level of functioning. Ideally, that she would be provided more opportunities to exercise the liberty, freedoms that she had, including going into the community. So having experiences which would more closely approximate those she might encounter on conditional release. And then I believe I encouraged additionally more structured activities, employment, for example.
And you addressed that in several points in different reports about Ms. Geyser maybe does not take advantage of as much employment opportunity as she could. Is that right?
Yes.
Can you explain that to the court?
Well, most recently, she only resumed employment and then 1 hour a week in early 2024. And she said told me she wasn't interested in supported employment in the institution, and that she wasn't interested because it just didn't align with her interests and because of some conflicts that she'd had previously. So for example, she worked in the library and was evidently falsely accused about having a phone by her supervisor and became quite upset, for example. So she's largely out of personal preference, for whatever reason, has not pursued and sustained employment in the institution.
I'm assuming you still think that that's an issue now as part of your conclusion that she not be released.
Yes, I believe it's an issue because of the questions it raises about her readiness and ability to pursue employment in the ways that she says she wants to if she gets granted conditional release. So it goes to the issue of the realistic nature or not of her plans on conditional release.
And at least you believed that you needed to see more of that back in August of 23 and still believe that now in April of 24, right?
Yes, among other considerations highlighted in my report.
So you author that report in August of 23, and you're then contacted roughly sometime in March of 24 to do another evaluation, correct?
Correct. I believe it was late January or early February.
Okay. But in any event, you have done 2 reports in about within 7 months of each other, is that right?
Yes.
And your conclusion now in your, the exact date, March 5th of 24 report is the same, that you don't believe Ms. Geyser yet is ready to be released. Is that true?
On that count, yes, my opinion is the same. I believe I framed it slightly differently in the context of the current evaluation because of the bona fide progress, by all accounts, Ms. Geyser is making toward readiness for conditional release.
Well, tell us, how is it framed in your March 5th of 24 report?
It's framed so that clearly I offer the opinion that as of the writing of my report, it's my opinion to a reasonable degree of professional certainty that the facts weighed contrary to her petition, to her safe release to the community. I also acknowledged the belief, forecasted if you will, that assuming Ms. Geyser continues her current trajectory in treatment, maintains her psychiatric stability, and to develop coping skills, stress tolerance, and her support system in the community, her readiness for conditional release in the coming months will follow.
How do you assess her support system that might be available in the community currently?
Part of it's by what she tells me, and to the extent I can, to determine whether that's corroborated in the medical records or other sources of information.
I know there was some indication in your current report of some reunification with her mom and her brother. Is that true?
I would say reconnection. So she's established a reconnection with them. I don't want to overstate that because I don't know the frequency, the substance of it, but she has reestablished some connection, whereas previously she was estranged for whatever reason from them.
Would it be fair to say that it's too early to assess how much support her mother would be able to provide if she were to be released?
From the information I have, yes. Both how much she would be able to provide, but also how much Ms. Geyser is willing to receive if her mother is willing to provide it.
I know there's some indication throughout what type of relationship is she able to have with someone while she's at the institution?
She can certainly receive visits of some nature, and she can certainly have telephone contact. So relationships mediated through those types of methods, if you will.
Do you know, and I correct me if I'm wrong, I think there was some mention of a relationship with a 63-year-old man?
I believe so.
And do you know the nature of that, whether it was by letters or in person, phone contact?
I believe it was at least phone and letters. Whether or not there were any direct visits, I don't recall.
And I think there was another similar type relationship with someone in their early 40s, if I recall.
I believe so.
Again, similar, where this would be letters or phone contact, or?
To the best of my knowledge.
I mean, there's not really any ability to have any alone time for her with anyone she may have developed a relationship with, is there?
Strictly speaking, no, I don't believe so.
In the most recent report that you've done, is there also a, and I forget the acronym, but the release plan that she provided for you?
The recovery plan that she provided, yes.
And she talks about some potential future employment or what she'd like to do. Is that right?
Yes, I'm not sure the detail that she went into in that document about that, but that was certainly a topic that we discussed.
Okay, and what did she indicate about that?
She indicated that she had investigated the training and cost associated with it for becoming a certified nursing assistant. I believe she had looked at a program in South Milwaukee, or at the south side of Milwaukee. I think she estimated it was $850, and that was something that she might want to pursue. In other contexts, she's talked about possibly wanting to work in a hospital setting, so as a certified nursing assistant. She also, however, talked about wanting long-term to become a writer, and that's been a goal of hers for years. Additionally, she talked about the possibility that she might perform part-time janitorial work, which would not bring her into contact with people but might be able to occur after hours, if you will. It's something that as a child years ago she actually accompanied her father, and he would perform janitorial work.
Was there something different in the summer of 23 that she was considering as far as employment, if released?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, most recently, Doctor, with your current evaluation, is there a diagnosis that you attribute to Ms. Geyser?
Yes.
And what is that?
Again, I acknowledged her history of a diagnosis of schizophrenia, unspecified schizophrenia spectrum and other psychotic disorder. I also identified her with diagnoses of post-traumatic stress disorder and social anxiety disorder.
I'm going to show you, Doctor, what's marked as Exhibit 2, just so you can tell us what that is.
It's a 34-page report over my signature, memorializing, and dated March 5th, 2024, memorializing the evaluation findings that I reached in this case, and it's accompanied by a cover sheet.
I believe that in this most recent evaluation, Doctor, there was also a change regarding Morgan's reporting related to anxiety symptoms.
Yes.
Can you talk about that, please?
Earlier this year, so in January, February, Ms. Geyser underwent an institution-based risk assessment to determine her appropriateness to continue receiving the level of privilege that she receives in the institution and possibly to be granted more. In the context of that evaluation, the best that I could tell from the records, Ms. Geyser disclosed that she had also not truly experienced anxiety symptoms, but rather had said that she did so that she could avoid group therapy.
How do you assess that?
Ultimately, I'm not sure what to make of it. That may, for example, one of the hypotheses that I considered was that Ms. Geyser was possibly saying that so that her diagnoses could be altered, so that the anxiety disorder diagnosis might come off of her formulation, for example. At the very least, what it called into question is her recent reliability as a historian and reporter of her symptoms, and that was what was concerning to me. So the jury's still out, if you will. We're not sure what that means, why she said that.
And again, is it fair to say that the reliability of her reporting is very important to you in trying to determine level of risk that she presents?
Yes, and I would add that she's largely a remarkably reliable informant. So the information she provided me about her history, for example, in the interim between the two evaluations, was mirrored in the record. But about that potential for anxiety symptoms or historic psychotic symptoms, that's the one area she's not been, reports she hasn't been a reliable reporter.
That institution-based risk assessment also included some statements that you found concerning, and I'm talking about October 24th of 2023. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And what was concerning about some statements she made during that assessment?
What was concerning was the content of them and the topic that they referenced.
And please explain that.
Perhaps it's best if I quote the record.
Please.
So the comment she made during an individual therapy session, kind of an emotion-charged individual therapy session in which Ms. Geyser has invested herself. So she's done a lot of work in individual therapy. But the comments that were memorialized in the clinical notes from the session on October 24th included, quote, "How do you think I was able to repeatedly stab my best friend and bitch face," referring to the co-defendant, "thought she was all the brains. I was pulling her along too. I didn't care. I couldn't care. I've never known how to care." End of quote.
That's something that stood out to you in your review of the records, true?
It stood out. I wasn't sure how to put context to it. So I knew, for example, that had been said. I acknowledged in my report that could have been merely emotion-charged comments made in the face or in the context of therapy, which sometimes happens. For anyone who's been in therapy would know. On the other hand, this is quite recent to petitioning for conditional release and suggests, at least in that moment, a callous perception of herself. She later talked with her therapist about that and put that in terms of a question. So she reframed it and said, how could I have cared if I did this to my best friend? But the recency of it relative to her petition for conditional release, the reference to her co-defendant, and to herself, that was a potential red flag, at least for me.
Enough to give you pause as to whether or not she's appropriate to be released at this point?
Enough when taken in the context of the totality of information in this case, not just in isolation.
Because you indicate in your report that at this time, her release is a challenging call, right?
Appraising her readiness for conditional release is a challenging call, yes.
Why is it a challenging call?
Because of the multiple and several complex case characteristics and the fact that Ms. Geyser is now approaching 22 years of age, and she spent virtually all of her adolescence and much of her young adulthood in an institution. In some cases, in most cases, I would say when I'm conducting a conditional release evaluation, I have a baseline for the individual of how they've functioned in the community as an adult. We don't have that in this case. All we know is how Ms. Geyser functioned prior to the age of 12 in the context of what appears to have been certainly dysfunctional, but also an abusive childhood.
And although all of this, as you indicate at this point, presents a challenging call, your call, at least to a reasonable degree of professional certainty, is that she still presents a significant risk of harm to herself or others and is not at this time appropriate for release.
Yes.
Is there anything else, doctor, that you think the court should know in deciding what to do in this situation?
On balance, I believe my report has captured the salient points at this juncture.
I don't have anything else, Judge.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Dr. Collins.
Good afternoon.
Let's start by going back to 2014 when we brought you on board, right? It was the defense, my firm that brought you on board, right?
Yes.
And there were some things that were missed back then, one of which would be the sexual abuse that Morgan was suffering from. Would you agree with that?
I would say it was missed, but not because it wasn't looked for, not because it wasn't, Ms. Geyser wasn't queried about it multiple times, at least by myself.
She was 12 years old at the outset of this case?
Barely, yes.
An 11-year-old who had just turned 12 when this happened?
Yes.
And now Morgan is at a point where she has spoken more freely about the sexual abuse she was subjected to?
Yes.
Tell the court a little bit about that abuse. What is she reported?
She reports that the sexual abuse, was perpetrated by her father, and that it goes back, or it started as early as she was forming memories. She reports that she tried to tell or communicate that to her mother, that there were red flags, but those weren't heeded. She recalled, for example, during one interview with me, that she would resort to sleeping on the floor because she knew her father couldn't get down to the floor and back up. Ostensibly, she said she did it to be near her guinea pigs or pets, but it was really to avoid the sexual abuse. She reports that her father watched her shower. She reports that her father was often, she knows now, under the influence of drugs and alcohol.
Right. And her mother was where?
Often at work.
Not in the home to protect her.
Correct. And compounding it is that when Ms. Geyser told her mother did not either heed what Ms. Geyser told her mother or believe her.
So Morgan, when she would report these things within the home, her mom would not believe the things she was saying about her dad?
To the extent Morgan was able to report it, correct.
Now, after this crime happened, there was diagnoses that you rendered with respect to Ms. Geyser, that now things are different 10 years later. Is that a correct statement of things?
Certainly she's now received different diagnoses than she did during the history or pendency of this case and in the years after.
And I think you were asked this by Mr. Sapakowicz, but with respect to a child at the age of 12 years old, you yourself as an experienced doctor, you're trying to assess the mental functioning of a 12-year-old. That was sort of your task back then, right?
Correct.
And as part, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but as part of that task, you're looking at the professional literature, the DSM, and things like that, right?
Correct. There was a wealth of records, the collateral interviews with her, meeting with her, psychological testing.
Right. And I guess I just want to drill down into this because I'm not clear on, when we have diagnoses like schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, the diagnoses we see in the DSM, is this validated with respect to 12-year-olds and 11-year-olds?
Well, for example, bipolar disorder isn't a condition that we would place on a 12-year-old.
Let's just use the schizophrenia because that was a diagnosis. Is the DSM validated that this has been assessed on 12-year-olds?
The DSM does contain diagnoses that can be applied to individuals across the lifespan.
Okay. But isn't there a particular problem with children assessing what might be a vivid imagination, a child as they're 11, 12 years old versus auditory and visual hallucinations? Isn't it difficult to really diagnose and assess what's going on in the head?
Yes, it's difficult to conduct mental health evaluations with adolescents or 12-year-olds or children because you're trying to identify and define a moving target.
Right, the child's brain is developing.
Yes.
And a 10-year-old, maybe the 9-year-old.
Excuse me, I'm just going to interrupt you. I've got this tickle in my throat.
I wasn't sure if I should stop or not. I don't want to.
It was good because everybody's missing it. Just going to take about a 5-minute recess.
Okay, great.
And doctor, you can step down.
Poor Judge, I can still hear him hacking in the background. All right, so real quick, tomorrow we're going to continue with the second day of this hearing, and then we're going to also continue on with other. Let's see. Tomorrow is going to be. Yes. Okay, yeah, so it's going to be more from this hearing, and then we're also going to hear, she had another hearing release. We're going to watch that as well. And then after that, we're going to have Psychosaurus Rex join us. So if you guys have questions, put QQQ up, and I'm pulling them down. You can also ask questions tomorrow, obviously, but that's going to be at 7:30 Eastern after we're finished with tomorrow's stream. So just want to point that out.
So, no. So during the luckily it's recording, so I just have to take just brief notes for myself, but then when I go back and actually type it, I can start and stop, so then it's easier, but you're doing good, don't worry.
I thought that might be Morgan, but I don't think it is. All right, we're fast forward. Carolyn, that's a great question. How can we find out about that? I guess ask Mom. I don't know. I don't know if we ever find. I don't think we ever find out about that, to be quite honest. Sorry, guys. When does this judge come back? When the heck does this judge come back?
As the treating doctors can't fix
10 months or so, yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Back then, 2014.
Thank you. Please be seated. We'll be back on the record then. Thank you. You may continue now with your comments.
Thank you, Judge. When we left off, Doctor, I was just trying to understand. I hope my question was somewhat understandable, but back then, 2014, you're dealing with Morgan as a 12-year-old girl, right?
Yes.
With 12-year-olds have an imagination, they have an undeveloped brain. Would you agree with that?
You'd say they have a developing brain, yes.
Yeah, I shouldn't say undeveloped, developing brain. Doesn't the psychiatric literature recognize that it's difficult to diagnose psychotic spectrum disorder with children because of the vivid imaginations and developing brains that they have?
Among other reasons, yes.
Okay. And that could be part of the problem here then, right? That Morgan had a vivid imagination, a developing brain, but now she's much more mature as a young woman in her early 20s.
Yes.
Now, this is the third report you've done And it sounds like it's a long report and you've reviewed a lot of records. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And really what we're trying to figure out here, what you're trying to offer an opinion on is, and you use the phrase when it's granted, eventually you predict that release should be granted. Will Morgan be safe in the community? That's essentially what this comes down to, doesn't it?
Yes, whether she would pose a significant risk.
And, right. And when the court grants that petition, whenever that is, if it's tomorrow, if it's 6 months from now, but when the court grants that petition, does Morgan simply get, do they just open the doors of Winnebago Mental Hospital and let her walk out into the community?
No.
What do they do?
It's my understanding, in general, that when an individual's petition is granted by the court, then the Department of Health Services, in coordination with their community-based contracted provider, has 60 days to develop a conditional release plan.
Okay, so once the court has issued the green light, let's say, then Morgan goes back to Winnebago. She goes back to the mental hospital, right?
Yes.
And once she's back there, then a plan is developed over the next 60 days and presented to the judge.
Correct.
And you called it a what type of plan?
Conditional release plan.
What does that involve? What does that consist of?
That consists in general in enumerating the conditions under which someone is being released, the rules that they have to abide by or agree to abide by on conditional release, provides for provisions of place of residence, level of supervision, psychiatric treatment, other mental health treatment, other types of treatment that the individual may need.
Okay, and that plan goes back to Judge Boren or the judge who's overseeing the case.
Yes.
And then that plan either gets approved or modified or rejected.
Yes.
Okay. Meanwhile, while that plan is being developed, in any future hearings related to that plan, Morgan still remains in the hospital at Winnebago, right?
Yes.
A place of which she has achieved, excuse me, of which she has achieved maximum privileges.
Yes.
And would you agree with me, not only has she achieved maximum privileges, but there's nothing else she can do at that facility to have any more opportunity to be released into the community or walk around the grounds or anything like that, right?
I would say there are other ways that she can invest herself in treatment, yes.
Okay. So they could keep working on other treatment things while she's there, right?
And she could invest herself in those too, and keep investing herself as she has.
Okay. Now, you've talked about the previous conditional release reports you've done, one in 2022, one in 2023, so I want to walk through a little bit of those, okay?
Yes.
So, in 2022, one of the concerns back then, 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago, was that there had been a suicide attempt, and you've talked about that, right?
Yes.
But then, after the suicide attempt, you noted in your report that Morgan's engagement with treatment improved. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And that she remained compliant with all medication requirements?
Yes.
And that her acting out diminished?
Yes. I may have used language like it wasn't entirely extinguished, but it was certainly diminished, reduced.
And in fact, even back then, in that report, you said Morgan is not ready now, but she will be with continued progress at the facility. Didn't you say that?
Yes, I anticipated that continuing her current trajectory at that time, that her readiness for conditional release would follow.
Your exact words were, assuming she continues her current trajectory. And I want to stop there. Current trajectory meaning no suicide attempts, no acting out, no violent behavior, right?
Yes, an investment in treatment.
Yep.
Compliance with treatment.
Right, the trajectory she was on, assuming she continues that trajectory, actively participating in treatment, her conditional release readiness will follow, right?
Yes.
And as you know, we didn't come to court and seek release at that time. Morgan chose to withdraw her petition. You understand that, right?
Yes.
And then fast forward to August of 2023, a year later, you author another report, right?
Yes.
What's significant at this time, in August of 2023, doctors that Morgan is now in the pre-integration unit at Winnebago. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
What is the pre-integration unit?
Of the 4 levels, and by moving through those levels, an individual has the opportunity to gain more and more privileges and liberty, responsibility. So she was at the highest or least restrictive and had the opportunity to have the most privileges at that level.
Morgan, when she's at Winnebago, is assessed on an almost constant basis throughout her time there, isn't she?
Yes.
She's observed by staff, by doctors, by social workers, by her integration team. There's a variety of people who are observing her behavior, right?
Yes.
And when you talk about 4 units, what you're referring to is highly restrictive, least restrictive unit, all the way to the one where they give them the most privileges.
I would say in the context of pre-integration phase, I'm talking about levels on her unit where she's remained. So it's levels of liberty.
Okay, so within a pre-integration phase, pre-integration meaning they're trying to get somebody ready to integrate into the community, right?
Yes.
Morgan, almost a year ago, August of 2023, she's at the highest rung of the ladder, so to speak, in terms of privileges she gets.
She's at least at the highest of those 4 rungs. She hadn't yet received the highest level of privilege within the pre-integration phase.
And one thing that was significant that you noted, Dr. Collins, was that at that point, Morgan had underwent or participated in 6 supervised outings from the facility.
Yes.
What are supervised outings?
Supervised outings are when an individual who has this level or this privilege is accompanied by staff and has outings into the community, perhaps to go to a cafe, for example, or a store, and to go shopping, or a restaurant, or a library. So they get experience and exposure in the community.
You noted in your report that Ms. Geyser had outings to a library, cafe, restaurant, thrift store, dollar store. Does that sound right?
Yes.
And you said 6 or 7 supervised outings, right?
Yes, that's what the record, best information I had from the record and her.
Right, because Morgan also corroborates that.
Yes.
And she can narrate what those experiences were like and recall them, right?
Yes.
And there were no problems whatsoever during those outings, right?
Correct.
So Morgan is leaving the facility, she's going out into the community, she spends time at a cafe, she eats a meal at a restaurant, she goes shopping at some stores, no problems.
Correct.
The reason Winnebago does that is because it's sort of twofold, correct me if I'm wrong, but one is to give the person some release opportunities so they can have some semblance of normalcy, and another would be to be able to assess their behavior in that sort of semi-structured environment.
Yes.
And certainly there's people who act out and the facility realizes right away this is a bad idea, this person can't handle their newfound freedom.
Yes, I have seen that happen, not personally, but through records and evaluations that I've done.
And then there's other people like Ms. Geyser who they're just essentially perfect, there's no problem, and they continue receiving those privileges.
Correct.
Now, a very significant point back then, would you agree, was that Morgan's anti-psychotic medication that she had been prescribed for so many years had actually been discontinued a year prior.
Approximately, I think it was 10 months or so, yes.
So in 2022, maybe the end of 2022, the antipsychotic medication was discontinued entirely.
Yes.
You are a forensic psychologist.
Yes.
You have had the opportunity to study the literature and personally assess any number, hundreds if not thousands of people with psychotic symptoms.
Yes.
Would you agree with me that people who are genuinely psychotic condition, that when those meds are discontinued, you see a recurrence of symptoms and a digression in their behavior?
Perhaps not immediately, but if someone has a psychotic spectrum disorder, schizophrenia for example,
right,
then those symptoms wax and wane, but yes, one would expect a recurrence of those. Of course, you can't predict when.
Right, but it would be very unusual 2 years later to not have seen a recurrence of some symptoms.
But certainly, it's at least atypical.
Right. Have you ever seen that before, where somebody who is actively psychotic, they remove the medication, and 2 years later they're still doing fine?
I don't recall.
But in any event, it was significant enough that you noted in your report that Morgan was discontinued from the antipsychotic medication, and that was a decision made by the treating doctors at Winnebago.
Her treating psychiatrist, yes.
Or her treating, Dr. Pope, her treating psychiatrist at the time.
Yes.
Now, nothing happens in the facility in terms of medication decisions without the input of doctors and medical professionals, because it's a medical institution, right?
A psychiatric institution, yes, as compared to a medical hospital.
Provides mental health services.
Yes.
And when the doctors, do you know in this case whether Dr. Pope, through her work with Morgan, simply made that recommendation of, it's my opinion as the doctor, we should discontinue this? Or was it Morgan expressing a desire to discontinue the medication, or do you not know?
I believe it was a collaboration with Morgan.
Okay. And it was done in a way where the medication is discontinued, but the doctors and the professionals will still keep an eye on Morgan or Ms. Geyser to make sure there's no recurrence of any concerning behavior or symptoms, right?
Correct.
If a person genuinely hears voices and they're motivated by auditory hallucinations, the doctors at Winnebago know how to look for that and look for the signs of that, right?
Yes.
They're trained, these are highly trained doctors that deal with these types of cases on a daily basis, right?
Yes.
Most of the people, if not all of the people at Winnebago, have at some point been diagnosed with a serious mental health condition.
The patients, yes.
Thank you for that clarification. And you noted, doctor, that in the wake of the medication changes, Ms. Geyser demonstrated no recurrence in signs of psychotic symptoms. Didn't you observe that or note that?
Yes.
Now, back then, August of 2023, you weren't quite ready to support release. Agreed?
I was not ready. I did not believe the facts supported her release.
One thing you noted is that there were, as you described it, not enough opportunities for Ms. Geyser to demonstrate her ability to safely manage stressors, liberty, and responsibilities, right?
Yes.
Can we distill that down to just essentially saying you wanted to see more time lapse without problems developing?
Yes, among other things I noted in my report.
Well, one thing you did note was that Ms. Geyser is, these are your words, that Ms. Geyser is notably closer to readiness for conditional release than previously.
Yes.
Notably closer.
Yes.
And when you say then previously, are you referring to the report you drafted in 2022?
Yes.
And prior to her release, you wanted to see numerous opportunities for community outings, part-time employment, and you also wanted to see Morgan organizing her time with pro-social activities, right?
Yes.
I want to talk or ask you briefly about Ms. Geyser's current clinical presentation. Obviously here in court she's in shackles, but when you see her at Winnebago, she doesn't look like she looks right now, does she?
No.
How would you describe her appearance to you when you visited with her?
Put together. She wore a coordinated outfit. She was ready for the occasion of the evaluation. I subsequently learned that she had met with 2 examiners on the same day, but she arrived prepared.
Okay.
So she came with her recovery plan, for example, a copy of that. She had obviously prepared to meet with me.
And would you describe her as engaged in your interview?
Yes.
Did Morgan disdain, or did she disclaim psychotic symptoms at that time?
She disclaimed a history of frank, you mean to me in the moments of the interview?
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's consistent with what the professionals at Winnebago decided when they made a decision to discontinue the psychotropic medication, right?
I would say it's consistent with the observations of Morgan that of Ms. Geyser, that had accrued in and around the time I met with her. So there was a consistency between what was said in the record and how she presented.
Okay. Now, when you're interviewing her in 2024, right? You're interviewing her this year.
February 13th.
So now, since late 2022, as far as you can tell from the records, Ms. Geyser has not had her psychotropic medication going back to the end of 2022, right?
She's not had antipsychotic medication prescribed to her.
She takes medication for her anxiety conditions.
Yes.
So, people who start to manifest dangerous symptoms when their psychotropic medication is discontinued, the doctors at Winnebago, they can apply for court orders or seek a medication order or forcibly medicate people, right?
Depending on the circumstances, yes.
And you would agree with me that it's not just that Morgan disclaims the psychotic symptoms, it's that all of the doctors that are treating her must necessarily agree with that because nobody is forcing her to take any antipsychotic medication, right?
I would say I know that they don't perceive her as actively psychotic now because it's not noted in her psychiatry records, for example. She's noted as not exhibiting or endorsing psychotic symptoms.
And in fact, there's a consensus, isn't there a consensus across all the doctors that Morgan is not a diagnosis of a schizophrenic diagnosis, right? That's not the current diagnosis for her.
Correct.
By any doctor.
By her treatment team, her treating diagnoses do not include a psychotic spectrum disorder at this time.
And anti-anxiety medication, the state asked you about anxiety. Anxiety is where a person just has nervousness, right? Isn't that what anxiety is? A person just feels nervous about things?
Well, that's one form that anxiety can take. It can also take others, panic attacks, for example.
Okay, so Morgan takes these medications as required, as prescribed?
Yes.
To help with, what is her anxiety condition? Do you know is it panic attacks or is it just she has stress or what does she suffer from?
As I recall from the recent informational letter to the court, the two anxiety conditions she was identified with or that they listed as her treating diagnoses are generalized anxiety disorder and social anxiety disorder. Okay. She has other diagnoses.
Generalized anxiety disorder means what?
Just about what it sounds like from the name. Generalized anxiety as compared to anxiety occurring with a particular trigger in mind or in a particular circumstance, like social anxiety disorder.
Okay, is it possible that the reason she has a generalized anxiety disorder is because she's been committed to a mental institution throughout her adolescence and her early 20s?
I wouldn't attribute the level of anxiety that Ms. Geyser has exhibited merely to her being placed in an institution. Certainly, circumstances in an institution can be very stressful and contribute to anxiety, but I wouldn't blame her psychiatric conditions on the institution that she's placed in.
What would you blame it on?
Probably has multiple sources, if you will, and could be exacerbated by stressful circumstances in the institution.
Like being sexually assaulted by your father as a young child?
That can be a contributing factor, yes.
And then finding yourself in a juvenile detention center at 11 or 12 years old?
Yes.
And then obviously spending one's entire teenage years in the mental hospital, Winnebago would exacerbate it, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. So it would seem that one way to reduce the exacerbation of that, and maybe you note this, and maybe you the thought of this in your report, would be to work towards release from that institution so that she can go into a less anxiety-producing environment. Fair to say?
Well, I would say you're trading one source of anxiety or one type of anxiety-producing environment for another, because conditional release is surely accompanied by multiple sources of anxiety for someone who spent a decade in an institution. So it's 6 in one, half dozen in the other.
Sure, but it has to happen at some point. You recognize in your report, you even say she should get out in the near future, don't you?
I frame it a little bit differently from the perspective of a psychologist. So it's my opinion that she is no longer going to meet criteria, that she's going to meet criteria for release in the coming months.
Right, months, not years.
Assuming she continues the direction that she's going and her investment in treatment and any other caveats that I offer in my report, yes.
One thing that was significant that gave you confidence in Morgan's ability to be released is the fact that she has the RAP plan and really has seemed to put a lot of thought into that. Would you agree?
I would say that was one among several factors.
I'll go through some of the others, but the RAP plan itself was very significant because it demonstrates that Morgan herself has really thought hard about what her experiences might look like outside of an institution.
Yes, she's future-oriented, and she's goal-oriented as well.
And goal-oriented in a reasonable way, would you agree?
In the main, yes.
Give or take, depending on the career field. But what I'm saying is, Morgan doesn't come to you and say, my first plan upon release is I want to go run for office and become a president. She doesn't offer some completely detached from reality game plan, right?
Correct.
She says things like, I want to be an author.
Yes.
I want to be a custodian, a janitor.
That part-time work for her might entail that, and that she believed she could do that it would be in a circumstance that wouldn't be too stressful, for example.
Right, that's a really good sign that she has thought, well, I might be in a quiet building, it might be after hours, I might have headphones in and I can clean floors and do janitorial work, right?
Yes.
The CNA thing is maybe a little bit more complicated because it might require a financial investment in enrolling in school, but it's not delusional for her to think, well, maybe I could be a CNA and help other people.
It's not delusional, no.
But it's far better than delusional. It's a fairly concrete plan for somebody in this position to have, isn't it?
Yes, it's a concrete plan.
And it's also a realistic plan. Something she could do or aspire to do.
Something she could aspire to do.
I suppose whether the facility would hire her becomes what you're probably thinking, the whole other question.
Yes.
Right. But in any event, she doesn't say, I'm going to become a doctor within the first 6 years of getting out of here, right?
Correct.
And Morgan, to her credit, you noted she has 99% group attendance rate.
Yes.
Not a single security hold since August of 2019.
Yes.
And full courtyard liberty, did I note that correctly?
Yes.
And full escorted liberty.
Recently granted, yes.
Did you review, at the beginning of this hearing, I think you were in here, the judge mentioned a February 8th, 2024 risk assessment. Did you review that?
Yes.
Do you remember the contents of it, or do you have it in front of you?
I don't have the document in front of me. There is a summary in my report of it.
Right. And that report is prepared, having done these before, what's the purpose of that report?
The purpose, as I recall, of that report was to appraise whether or not Morgan was appropriate, Ms. Geyser was appropriate to continue at the current privilege level that she had, and it was occurring approximate to her being considered for full escorted liberty in the institution. So whether or not she was safe to do that, if you will, in the institution.
And this report doesn't make a pitch, so to speak, of release or not release, right?
Correct.
It's generally just an overall overarching picture of Ms. Geyser, her diagnoses, and her progress, right?
It's a violence risk assessment.
Now, that report, do you agree with the conclusions of that report that the first diagnosis, or that her diagnoses, are post-traumatic stress disorder, and then the anxiety disorders you mentioned, and then some borderline personality traits?
Yes.
Generally, as a doctor in this field, a psychologist, should we look at this as like order of importance, that probably it's PTSD first with some lesser anxiety condition with some lesser personality trait issues?
That depends on the intent of the individual who listed them.
Okay.
There is history in the field of listing the most sort of the controlling or overarching diagnosis first, but that's not necessarily, doesn't translate into day-to-day notes or a report like this.
Would you yourself agree with that order of prioritizing it in that fashion, that the most pronounced issue, if you will, that Ms. Geyser is dealing with would really be PTSD. Would you agree with that?
Currently, yes.
And PTSD is post-traumatic stress disorder.
Yes.
We sometimes think of that from people who have been through traumatic experiences.
I would say we always think about people who've been in traumatic experiences.
So that's what causes it, is the traumatic experiences. That, in other words, PTSD is created, so to speak. A person gets it because they go through traumatic experiences. They're not born with PTSD.
Correct.
Versus other conditions like schizophrenia or perhaps bipolar disorder, a person might just be born with that, right?
Or be vulnerable or predisposed to develop that condition.
Because of some hereditary factors.
Among other factors, yes.
So, post-traumatic stress disorder for Morgan, if we're talking about her as an individual, some of that would come from those childhood traumatic experiences that we just discussed earlier, right?
Yes.
But also just growing up in an institutional setting and witnessing people who are actively psychotic and perhaps more dangerous than you, that can create a PTSD condition as well, right?
I would say that can contribute to it and certainly not help the index offense itself also.
Yeah, even the crime, even the juvenile criminal event that happened.
Yes.
Now, as the treating doctors can't fix, obviously things happen to people and they have their experiences and that can't be rectified, but doctors know how to treat PTSD, right? That's a fairly common condition.
Yes, there are treatment protocols and methods for treating PTSD.
Are the medications that Morgan, you talked in your report a little bit about Morgan developing coping skills. Do you remember when you talked about that?
Yes.
Isn't that what somebody like Ms. Geyser is taught, is you handle your PTSD by recognizing the condition first and then developing coping skills to handle it?
That's one approach. That's not, strictly speaking, the only approach to treating PTSD, but certainly assisting someone in developing coping mechanisms, but also in addressing the symptoms themselves.
And have the symptoms been addressed with Ms. Geyser?
I would say they're in process of being addressed.
Now, that report that we were just talking about, the February 8th report, describes Ms. Geyser as, quote, psychiatrically stable. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And that she's been that way for quite some time?
Yes.
And that this report describes her as a low risk for violence?
Yes.
And that's based on her behavior?
Based on everything that went into that evaluation, and her behavior is a part of that.
One thing that was significant was that, well, you would agree, at Winnebago, for example, there's many people who are much worse, if you will, than Ms. Geyser, people with actively psychotic symptoms who are acting out and acting in a self-injurious or dangerous manner, right?
Yes.
And obviously Ms. Geyser's been exposed to that in whatever way she's been exposed to it just by nature of being there, right?
Yes.
Now, in January of 2024, there was conflict that Ms. Geyser had with a peer, and your report said that she vented and she was able to work through the conflict. That was something you thought was significant.
Yes.
Why?
Because that goes in the column of an individual's ability to have nonviolent conflict and to control themselves in the face of conflict.
When I look at, I'm looking, you have your report in front of you, I assume, right, Doctor?
I do.
So I think Judge has given you permission to refresh if you need to, but I'm looking specifically at page 29 of your report where you describe Ms. Geyser as calm and respectful. Would you agree?
If you can direct me on page 29 to the paragraph you're referring.
So the middle of the page on page 29, it says by 2/6/24. Do you see that paragraph?
Yes.
In that paragraph, you describe her as psychiatrically stable?
Correct. What I'm doing is describing how Ms. Geyser is characterized by records accrued on that date.
Okay, this is your review of the records that the doctors are creating, right?
Yes.
And let's talk specifically then about the ultimate conclusions. I know the state talked about it, but correct me if I'm wrong, but what you're saying to Judge Boren is you're attempting to look at the statute and what the factors are for the court to consider and make a determination about whether her release today would present a risk of bodily harm or danger to herself or others or property, right?
Yes.
And do you agree with me? That's sort of what the statute talks about, is it almost refers to how do things look today in this moment in April of 2024, right?
Yes. What do I know now as I'm doing the evaluation?
Okay. And because you've had a long opportunity to work with Ms. Geyser, it seems to me that what's occurring through your reports is an observation that Ms. Geyser has been making sustained progress over the course of 3 evaluations you've done for conditional release.
Yes, I would say ongoing progress across those evaluations and over time.
And your exact words are, it is this examiner's belief, meaning your belief, Dr. Collins, that Ms. Geyser's readiness for release should follow in the coming months, assuming she maintains her current level of psychiatric stability, continued compliance with and progress in treatment, that she remains free of psychotic symptoms, and that she continues to develop coping skills for managing the anticipated stressors of conditional release, symptoms of anxiety and trauma, right?
Yes.
And you want to see that she continues to actively develop her support system in the interim and improve her stress tolerance, coping skills, and capacity to navigate stressors, right?
Yes.
Because as you note, I think everybody agrees and understands there will be stressors when she's released, right?
Yes.
But that is, would you agree, that's the whole point of a conditional release committee creating, you talked earlier about a 60-day plan that's created. Isn't that the point of that plan?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
That once a court approves somebody for conditional release, there's a whole planning process that goes into it. Didn't you testify to that before?
Yes.
So the team gets together, and Morgan, this is a team that Morgan already has a relationship with, right?
At least a couple of members of that team, yes.
Your report talks about Ms. Geyser having weekly or maybe it's monthly contact with one or more members of her release planning team, right?
Yes.
So there's a team that's already been put together that is ready for when the judge approves it, whenever that is, but when the judge gives the green light, that team is ready to work with Morgan to develop the plan to send her into the community, right?
Yes, I believe pieces of that team are in place. I don't know that the whole team has been assembled, for example, because it's still theoretical.
Right, because it hasn't been granted yet.
Correct.
But if it is, if it's granted, and if over the next coming months, call it 2 months, you don't say a number of months in your report, let's call it 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, over that period of time, if Morgan continues on the track she's on and continues doing the things that you described here, then you would say it's appropriate for her to be in the community, right?
There will be a point when I anticipate she will be, or believe she will be ready for conditional release in the coming months.
Okay. How many months is that, if you had to estimate? Is it 2?
I don't know.
Let's just assume hypothetically the path that you've seen with Morgan, the positive trajectory you've seen, let's just assume it continues exactly as you've seen. Is 2 more months at Winnebago sufficient?
My best estimate would be 6 to 12 months.
Okay. So you'd like to see some perhaps 6 to 12 month period of time where Morgan is continuing to make this progress, address the things you've mentioned here, and then at that point you would say, okay, there's going to be a plan put in place, she'll be safe in the community. It would be your prediction.
I don't make predictions. I don't know the future. But it's my belief that assuming the things I've delineated in my report, that she will be ready for conditional release in the coming approximately 6 to 12 months.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Redirect Attorney Zepekowicz.
And not until that 6 to 12 month period of time would she not represent a significant risk, correct?
It's my opinion to a reasonable degree of professional certainty that she currently presents a significant risk of bodily harm to herself or others if conditionally released. When pressed to estimate number of months, I would estimate 6 to 12 months. I know she's not ready now.
Nothing else, Judge.
Any further cross?
No.
Doctor, I have a couple questions. What, based upon your review of records and Ms. Geyser, what is her intellectual ability?
We know she has historically a measured full-scale IQ of roughly 129 in the superior range. There have been some other scores that are slightly lower, but well above average, high average to superior range. She's a bright young woman.
With her historical reporting that she faked a number of assertions that the things she faked had an impact on the diagnoses that she carried. Is that true?
If in fact she faked those symptoms.
Well, right, we're assuming that when she reported faking that was a true report. But whether they were true or false, her statements that she says were faked had an impact on the diagnoses that she carried up to that time.
Yes.
Is she capable of manipulating and manufacturing circumstances to place herself in a position that's most favorable from her view?
She has that capacity, or that intellectual capacity, but what mitigates that in this circumstance is that she's observed 24 hours a day. So you can't, for example, it's questionable that she would have been able to malinger and pull the wool over the eyes of so many mental health professionals. What's more likely is what she hinted at during the interview with me, in that at the time she was going through this, she may well have been dissociating because of the trauma she was experiencing, and the best labels we could put on it were psychotic symptoms. We know she wasn't well, and the records are replete for years that she wasn't well, and it's incredible to think that she could have faked that well, something she didn't know how to do. She appeared psychotic before she ever arrived to the doorstep of a mental health institution.
On the revelation that she made that she was faking, is there any indication as to why she would now report faking if it wasn't true?
I don't know the answer to that, Judge.
You know, I keep thinking of that statement by Abraham Lincoln. You can fool all of the people some of the time, some of the people all of the time, but not all of the people all of the time. Is this a situation that we're in?
I don't think so.
Well, I have a question regarding your report on page 33. In that middle paragraph that begins, I recognize, and that's where that quote is in parentheses. How do you think I was able to repeatedly stab my best friend and bitch-faced co-defendant thought she was all the brains? I was pulling her along too. I didn't care. I can't care. I never known how to care. 3 dots, end quote, etc. I guess I'm trying to place that statement in context. How did that develop that she made that revelation or statement to the people she was talking to?
It wasn't people, it was her therapist. So it was in the context of therapy. And that's how it has to be understood. For more context about that, you could go back in my report where I talk about the record review. And I'm on page 27, the second full paragraph.
Let me just get there. I'm there. All right. That's the paragraph that begins in a session?
Yep, on 10/24/23.
All right.
So that's some information about the context of what she and her therapist were talking about, and Ms. Geyser's reaction to it. She got upset with her therapist, and that's when this blow-up happened, or blurting out happened. Again, I have to put the caveat that in the context of therapy, one is supposed to talk about difficult things, and things can get emotion charged. So for my purposes or from my perspective, it was a potential red flag, and I couldn't look away from that when I came down on my opinion that she wasn't ready at this time for conditional release.
All right, thank you. Now, Attorney Zepakowicz, any questions based upon my questions?
No.
Attorney Cotton, any questions?
Yes. I just want to put a fine point on that. You're saying for your purposes, meaning the role you inhabit right now, making a recommendation for conditional release, right?
Yes.
But if we put on another hat, which you were just alluding to, of the therapist hat, that's a good thing, that statement.
It can be a good thing, yes.
It can be a good thing because the point of individual therapy is to people, you said before, people who have been through it understand that what the point of individual therapy is to get people out of their shell, to make those types of raw emotional statements at times, right?
To get to what really matters.
Right. Yes. And sometimes you've got to break the shell and it can become, as you said, emotionally heated and charged.
Yes.
So this is one remark in the context of many years of individual therapy, almost a breakthrough moment with a therapist. Fair?
I don't know whether it was a breakthrough moment with the therapist. It could have been. I don't know.
But of all the records you look at, and thousands of pages of medical records, that's the only concerning statement you've been able to identify in all her years of treatment that you pointed out in your report, right?
At least of those records that accrued in the interim between the 2023 evaluation and present.
Okay.
That stood out.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Any questions based
of care, that presents as someone who represents a danger to other people, doesn't it?
Taken in isolation, perhaps, but if you look at follow-up therapy notes from in the paragraph to follow, it appears what Ms. Geyser was saying was her conclusion that she must not have been able to care, because who could care who did this to their best friend, as compared to that she was really claiming to not care.
But that doesn't really explain the comments about being dead inside or having no good or bad feelings relative to anyone or anything. So it would be fair to say that it's hard to know how to take that, correct?
In isolation, yes, it's hard to know. We do know that Ms. Geyser has the capacity to form attachments, can express joy when she has a good visit with a couple of family members that come. So I would say that from the broader perspective, it's unlikely that that reflects a callous fundamental personality structure, for example, for Ms. Geyser. It's just contradicted by other information in the record.
Nothing else.
Nothing.
I have another question. You talked about her level of freedom, if you will, at the institution and how she circulates and gets about. So, but she's not at the top level. What is the next level that she could be at?
I believe she was granted the highest level available just earlier this year. So now she is permitted, when she can use it, through no fault of her own, to share full escorted privileges. You have to share it with the patient. You have to engage in that on grounds with another patient who holds that level. At this time, or at least when I met with her, for Ms. Geyser's purposes, in order to use that, she would have to access someone else who's on another unit with a different schedule, for example. So her opportunities so far to exercise that, to be able at designated times to walk with the other patient without any staff to canteen, for example, has just been limited, partly because she's only been recently granted it, and partly because the patient who shares that level, you have to only share, the rule is the other patient has to have that same level, is on another unit.
She's been able to access off-institution grounds.
Escorted.
Supervised. Does she ever is a level of supervision available where she can go about off-institution grounds unescorted?
I don't believe so. I don't believe that level of privilege exists.
All right. Thank you. Any further questions, Attorney Zepakowicz?
No.
Attorney Cotton?
No.
All right. Are you moving into admission in Exhibit 1 and 2?
I would so move, Judge.
Any objections?
No.
Okay, 1 and 2 are received, so ordered. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Your
Have a
Honor.
good day.
You as well.
Hey, is Dr. Collins under subpoena?
No, I think it was simply notified by the court, and I have no problem with her being excused.
All right. Attorney Cotton, any issues? No. All right, thank you. Do you want to take a brief recess and we call another witness? Or do you want to go ahead?
Sure, we're prepared to continue.
Okay, who is the next witness?
State calls Dr. Lundbaum.
Oh, could we just have a 2-minute break on our end? I'm sorry.
Sure, that's fine. Let's take 5 minutes. 2 minutes is hard to function in.
Judge, do you want me to come up right away, or should I wait?
No, you can wait. Unless you have a book to read.
Well, you know.
No, you could stay calm. That's fine.
I've got lots of things to read always, so.
All right. Okay, thank you. Please be seated. We're ready to proceed. Then Attorney Nikolai, you were going to call another witness.
Thank you, Judge. State calls Dr. Lundbaum.
Doctor, if you come forward. Then raise your right hand. Clerk will swear you in.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. Then be seated. Microphone is the bar with the red light. Just speak directly into that. Would you state your full name and spell your last name?
My name is Dr. Brooke Lundbaum. First name is spelled B-R-O-O-K-E. Last name is L-U-N-D-B-O-H-M.
M or N?
M, as in Mary.
All right, very good. Thank you. All right, Attorney Nikolai.
Thank you, Judge. Dr. Lundbaum, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 3 and 4. And first, looking at Exhibit 3, Doctor, do you recognize what that is?
Yes, it is a copy of my CV.
Is that a multiple page exhibit?
It is. It is currently about 6 pages.
Does that look like a fair and accurate copy of the recent version of your professional resume?
Yes.
I move Exhibit 3 into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
Okay, received.
Doctor, could you please explain the degrees that you hold for the court and the schooling that you've had?
So I received a bachelor degree from Hamilton College in 2002 with a concentration in psychology, minoring in sociology. I then went on to do a master's in clinical psychology through the Minnesota School of Professional Psychology, received that in 2006. Through that same school then, I went on to finish up the doctorate in clinical psychology, graduating there in 2008.
And what is your current employment?
I have a couple different roles. So I have a private practice through behavioral consultants. With my private practice, I do a variety of different kinds of psychological evaluations within the court system, both civil and criminal courts, juvenile courts. I also am the clinical director for what we call the Outpatient Competency Restoration Program, or OCRP. That is a statewide program that is sponsored through the Department of Human Services relating to the remediation of adult defendants who have been found not competent to proceed but who are able to remain within the community. I am the Vice President of Behavioral Consultants.
And in that capacity, do you work with Dr. Collins, who just testified?
I do.
Okay. And in order to perform your duties for all of your areas of employment, have you maintained your license as a psychologist in this state?
Yes.
In terms of the evaluations that you're conducting for the for your private practice, what types of court evaluations are you performing in the criminal context?
So within my private practice, I do an array of things. So conditional release, which is how I became involved in this particular case currently. I have done mental responsibility evaluations, competency examinations for juveniles, evaluations relative to waiver or reverse waiver, regarding whether or not a person should stay in juvenile court versus adult court. I have done guardianship evaluations, some civil commitment. There's just an array of different things. I should also mention that I do have some contract work that I do with the Wisconsin Forensic Unit, which is competency examinations for adult defendants.
Okay. How long have you been performing those types of evaluations?
I started with the Wisconsin Forensic Unit and behavioral consultants during my pre-internship, or my internship year, or actually, no, I'm sorry, postdoctoral fellowship year. So 2008 to 2009. I was then licensed in 2009, and I've continued to work with those agencies since then in a variety of different capacities.
Specifically in terms of evaluations for appropriateness for conditional release, have you performed many of those evaluations throughout your career?
I have.
And were you asked to perform one of those types of evaluations, in this case involving Morgan Geyser?
I was.
Could you just remind the court how you became involved in Ms. Geyser's case?
So I have been involved in Ms. Geyser's case for now going on 10 years. I initially became involved by doing a court-ordered competency examination within weeks of her arrest for the index offense. I then came back involved later on doing a mental responsibility evaluation relative to her plea of NGI, or not guilty due to mental disease or defect. I also did a evaluation relative to conditional release versus institutional care. That was soon after her adjudication of the NGI plea. I then have also done now 3 additional conditional release evaluations, one of those with a report not being written due to her decision to withdraw her conditional release petition prior to that being submitted.
For all of those evaluations, did you have an interview with Ms. Geyser?
Yes.
Including this evaluation that we're here for today?
Yes.
Have you ever come to the conclusion that Ms. Geyser is appropriate for conditional release currently?
I have not.
Okay. In terms of other things that you were able to review before forming your opinion today, did you have access to records from Winnebago Mental Health Institute?
Yes.
Did you also consider the underlying index offense?
I did.
Did you consider the violent nature of it?
That isn't part of one factor that I considered amongst a variety of others.
Okay. Ultimately today, do you have an opinion for Judge Boren in terms of whether Ms. Geyser is appropriate for conditional release?
It is my opinion that she continues to pose a significant risk of bodily harm to self, others, or property. So in other words, I'm not in support of her petition for conditional release at this point.
Okay. Throughout your time conducting these evaluations with Ms. Geyser, did you become aware that her self-reported psychiatric symptoms, the nature of the self-report has changed drastically recently?
Within the last couple of years, yes.
Does that fact make your job harder in determining appropriateness for conditional release?
It certainly changes things. There was a rather remarkable shift in the conceptualization of her particular mental health diagnoses, as well as the manner with which she describes herself, the index offense, her history of mental health symptoms. So it has, there's contradiction in that information, which certainly causes some complexities, I'd say.
In terms of a timeline, would it be fair to say that that shift occurred in November of 2022?
So it appears that it was about summer to fall of 2022. In my interview with her for a conditional release petition in June or July of 2022, there was some beginnings of that shift, although it's not quite like her report in the last 2 times that I've met with her. By fall, so for sure November or so, there's clear indication in the record of the shift in how she's been self-reporting her mental health issues.
Could you summarize that shift on a timeline for the court?
So since the index offense, so there has been ample information, observations by various mental health professionals, people who have been involved in her care, across settings, across time, that consistently portray her as an individual with flagrant psychotic spectrum symptoms. Things like delusional ideas, auditory and visual hallucinations, tactile hallucinations or related to touch. There have been indications of thought disorganization, bizarre behavior, bizarre comments, and this would be consistent, again, across reporters, across time, across settings, that these different observations have taken place. The conceptualization with that has been a schizophrenia spectrum disorder. Beginning in 2012, she began to say that she feigned psychotic spectrum symptoms. There were also, prior to that time, her report of significant mistreatment during her childhood by her father.
You said 2012?
2014,
all right.
I believe is the index offense, sorry. But by that point, the treatment that she was experiencing at Winnebago shifted towards a diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder, with her report of feigning psychotic spectrum symptoms. Through those records, there was eventually the discontinuation of a schizophrenia form disorder.
So I just want to make sure that the court is clear on the timeline that we're talking about. So when I think that you misspoke and you said that the feigning began in 2012.
Oh.
What year did this shift begin?
So she began reporting that she had been feigning the symptoms in about 2022.
Okay.
And saying that the various observations going even before the index offense were the product of her essentially faking. The data, though, does not support that.
So let's talk about that a little bit more. Can you talk with the court a little bit about how Ms. Geyser's history is more consistent with her actually having had that psychotic mental illness?
Yes, so there is indication in the data even prior to the index offense where she was described as eccentric, engaging in odd behaviors. There were at least one time at school where staff had documented concerns that she was observed speaking to herself as if she was responding to stimuli that was not there. That was around the same time that there was an incident which she had brought, it's variously described as a mallet or a hammer to the school, which resulted in her suspension. There was ample information through the discovery materials related to a fixation on Slender Man in part, but also other different kinds of characters or other morbid themes. It was revealed that she had been engaging in odd behaviors, including, by her own admission, she was engaging in what she called a medieval torture game. There was some indication that she had disfigured dolls that she had, lots of drawings related to kind of these morbid themes, these different characters. After the offense, immediately during her interview with the officers, she displayed rigid ideas related to that fictional character Slender Man, and related her behavior to essentially trying to appease him due to belief that she thought that she and her family were in danger. That kind of belief persisted for months, if not at least a couple years, where that was quite rigid, pervasive, even despite the legal issues she was facing, despite numerous contacts with different people challenging the realness of those thoughts.
During the time that Ms. Geyser was suffering from those persistent delusions, was that also a time when she was not legally competent?
Right, so in June of 2014, if I had the year right, so soon after the index offense occurred, I saw her for a competency examination, as did another evaluator. Both of us received information, but also observed Ms. Geyser demonstrating overt or flagrant signs of psychosis, including thought disorganization, fixation on these delusional ideas that have no basis in reality. She was engaging in odd behavior, elevated affect, where she would laugh or be rather excitable in response to serious situations. With me, she demonstrated psychomotor agitation, where she was restless, having a very difficult time sitting still. So the totality of that information at that time led me to provide an opinion that she was not competent to proceed due to the severity of her symptoms.
Talking about the symptoms prior to 2022, early on in this case that you've just described, were those seen both objectively and subjectively in the records?
They were.
Could you explain the difference to the court of what I mean in my question?
Sure. So throughout time, Ms. Geyser would report what she was experiencing. So she would say she was experiencing different kinds of voices, where she had named them. Some of the ones that were most prominent were Maggie, Voldy, and Sev, or three that were very prominent and consistent for years that she would talk about. She would outwardly endorse delusional ideas, such as maintaining the belief that she had to engage in the behavior underlying her current case because she was at risk and her family was at risk as a result of Slender Man. By observation, staff at the institution, especially Winnebago, where she was for quite some time, but also through the detention center and when she was receiving treatment through the Waukesha County Department of Human Services, they observed numerous times where she was distractible. She had pressured speech, thought disorganization. They observed times where she would be laughing to herself or talking to herself as if responding to the voices that she had been reporting. So it's not just her self-report, but there were these observations that helped to substantiate that schizophrenia diagnosis.
Okay. Now I want to ask you about the shift that occurs in 2022. Would you categorize Ms. Geyser's own description of her mental illness as consistent?
Can you rephrase me?
That was a terrible question. I'm sorry. In terms of, if I asked you today, does Ms. Geyser believe that she ever suffered from psychotic symptoms?
As of today, in her current report, she has said that she has never experienced psychotic spectrum symptoms.
Has Ms. Geyser also told you things that are inconsistent with that, even as recent as your last evaluation?
I'm not sure if I'm understanding. Her current self-report of essentially denying all history of psychotic spectrum symptoms would not be consistent with the data that exists. So outside of her self-report, it's inconsistent with her past self-report as well. It's a rather marked change in how she has viewed her symptoms, but as well as how those around her, her treatment team, and the evaluators have seen her as well.
In terms of endorsing any type of psychosis that may have been brought in by trauma, has Ms. Geyser discussed anything like that with you?
She has inconsistently discussed that. During our evaluation, both last year in 2023 and the more recent evaluation, she adamantly denied that there was any history of psychotic spectrum symptoms. She insisted that she had faked it all, essentially. However, with additional conversation, she kind of moved a bit to say, well, at least one of her providers have said that maybe she did in fact experience symptoms that could have looked like psychosis as a result of the trauma that she was experiencing at the time, but hadn't necessarily embraced that herself. Rather, her first line of communication about her mental health history is to say, I faked it, I never had these things, which again, to be clear, is not consistent with the data.
Does her claiming that create a difficulty in having a true picture of the trajectory of her mental illness?
It does.
Could you explain that, please?
So if one were to accept her current report that she faked it all, that would suggest that she was involved in a very calculated, long-term manipulation of the court principals, mental health staff, her family. It would be her treatment providers there at the institution. That would be rather remarkable. That would be very callous as well. That line of that theory creates concerns about her ability to trust her self-report or her presentation, given that that would have been years of feigning mental illness in such a way that numerous people believed her to have a severe mental illness.
What if the opposite was true? What if there was a true psychosis going on, and now Ms. Geyser is disclaiming that? Does that cause you concerns for potential conditional release?
That also does. So if accepting that she in fact does have a major mental illness and she was experiencing psychotic spectrum symptoms, whether trauma related or due to a schizophrenia disorder or otherwise, so diagnostic label notwithstanding, her current account of her mental health history, of symptoms and problems that she experiences at periods of decline, we have issues with being able to reliably trust her own self-appraisal. One of the things that's important for individuals on conditional release is that they be able to communicate effectively with their treatment team so that appropriate services and supports can be placed around them to ensure that things are going well. And if the person is not able to have insight into their mental health conditions, the potential warning signs of decline, the triggers that could cause decline, have insight into the kinds of treatment that may be beneficial, it raises a lot of concerns about appropriateness to be discharged.
Did you challenge Ms. Geiger on this claim that she has never actually had delusions or hallucinations during your interview on February 13th of this year?
I did.
Did you ask Ms. Geyser about her claims that she intentionally manipulated the court and mental health providers into believing that she was NGI in this case?
I did.
And what was Ms. Geyser's response to that?
Well, there was quite a bit of conversation about that because it is inconsistent with the data. So I did, in fact, confront her with various observations and contradictions that have existed across time, including my own observations. She, throughout all of that, again, was insistent that she had essentially faked it. She had told me that she decided, essentially once reaching the age of adulthood, that she felt safe that she would never have to go home to her family home, and that's why she essentially decided to come clean. When I had asked her about, well, how could anybody essentially trust her self-report given this claim that she, for the long term and in a very advanced manner apparently, faked mental illness. How could anyone believe her self-report? She essentially told me, well, I guess you can't. In my report there's an actual quote, but that just was, well, I guess you can't.
So there's an acknowledgement by Ms. Geyser that credibility is a huge problem here.
Correct. There does seem to be a significant issue with the change in conceptualization and her own way of describing her mental illness that raises significant complications in being able to understand her mental illness in particular, but also being able to understand the trajectory of it, what may result in decline potentially, and how to effectively manage that mental illness. And that's very important given that all indications suggest that her illness was in large part to the index offense, that severe violence, in large part related to the symptoms she was experiencing.
Is planning, safety planning, and thinking about stressors one might encounter on conditional release an important part of an evaluation of whether someone's ready?
It is.
When you asked Ms. Geyser if she thought she might face stressors that could cause her to decompensate, what did she tell you?
She did not believe that she would face stressors that could cause psychiatric decompensation or behavioral decompensation. She, to her credit, was aware that she may face stressors or barriers related to having this index offense on her record and having a level of notoriety because of the high publication of her story.
Does Ms. Geyser think it's possible that she will decompensate into a psychotic state at this point in time?
She denies that, in part because she denies ever experiencing psychotic spectrum symptoms ever in her life.
Does that make Ms. Geyser a danger to the community?
What is very concerning to me is that contradiction of her self-report compared to years worth of data. Thousands upon thousands of pages of mental health records to compare her self-report to. It's inconsistent. It doesn't line up. And so there's a significant concern about the reliability of what she says in her presentation and being able to understand where things actually are within any given moment of time.
Would you say that this change in her self-perceived mental illness has in fact made this case more complicated than if you would have been dealing with a schizophrenic individual undergoing treatment?
In my personal opinion, it does. For me, doing the conditional release evaluation currently, there are a number of different, what I would say, branches that her case now goes off onto that you have to consider of, well, if this is true, then I need to consider these risk factors related to her risk for violence. On the other hand, if this avenue or branch is true, then there are other considerations to make. So being at this stage with a conditional release evaluation, this level of uncertainty and complexity, in my experience, is a bit atypical, and given the complexities of risk assessment in and of itself, creates a more challenging conceptualization and report.
In cases where you've supported conditional release, was there markedly less complexities in your analysis than this case?
Every case is different. I mean, certainly I've done a number of cases where there are quite a number of complexities, but the market shift in Ms. Geyser's particular case is striking and does create these extra complexities that lead me to the opinion that she's not currently safe to be discharged to a less restrictive environment under conditional release.
When you kind of were analyzing this shift and completing your report, did you refer back to a psychological assessment that Ms. Geyser underwent in 2022?
That is one of the comprehensive evaluations that I considered, but that is the most recent comprehensive psychological evaluation that's taken place at the institution, and that particular evaluation had a goal in mind of diagnostic clarity to aid in treatment planning, especially because of the shift in the manner with which she's describing her mental health issues.
Is that psychological assessment something that you spoke about in quite a bit of detail in the last report that you wrote for conditional release?
Correct. My summary of that would have been in the August of 2023 report in some detail.
Through that psychological assessment, did Ms. Geyser give any insight into why this shift may have occurred?
Am I able to look at that report?
Sure.
I have it here. Can I use my copy?
Sorry, just for the record so that it's clear, which report are you going to be looking at?
August 2023.
Yes, okay. That's document 545. I'd ask that she be allowed to refer to that, Judge.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right, very good.
Thank you. I just don't want to misspeak. Okay, so the summary of that particular evaluation starts on page 14, just so everybody's on the same page. But in that evaluation, going on to page 15, that examination, and this is my summary of the report, talks about her claims that she's never experienced any kind of psychosis, and that she fabricated all of the symptoms that were previously observed and well documented through the record. This would be in the second full paragraph, about a quarter of the way down. The examiner described Ms. Geyser as being motivated to participate in that particular evaluation because she wanted to have the schizophrenia label removed. And when discussing why it was important to her to have this particular label removed, the examiner noted that her reasoning wasn't entirely clear, but she discussed that she posited about whether or not she might be released early if she did not have a schizophrenia diagnosis. She also discussed a desire to go off the antipsychotic agent that she had been taking due to some side effects, including weight gain. There was also some indication of whether or not there was discomfort sharing the same diagnosis that her father had, especially while she had been undergoing treatment specific to her claims of significant sexual abuse by him.
So, am I hearing you correctly that back in November of 2022, during this psychological assessment, Ms. Geyser at least endorsed a thought that not having schizophrenia as a diagnosis would perhaps allow her release sooner?
As documented in that evaluation, it appears to be the case.
I just want to go back to, I have the report in front of me. Where are you referring to, pages 15 and 16?
So the summary of that particular evaluation starts on page 14. The specific comments that I am referring to are found on page 15, beginning in that first full paragraph, and then more so in the second.
With regard to her history, is that how it begins?
Right.
All right, and then in the next paragraph. True?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
So at least that evaluator believed that Ms. Geyser had sort of a goal there of deleting schizophrenia from a diagnosis. True?
It appears that that was at least a theory that had been discussed at the time of that particular evaluation.
And since this particular evaluation, has schizophrenia been removed as a diagnosis for Ms. Geyser that she's being treated for now?
So, to be clear, that particular evaluation was for the purpose of diagnosis. That examiner, as is consistent with different conditional release evaluations that have been done, along with all the other evaluations that have taken place over time, went into some detail regarding the symptom history, the observations, essentially ruling out feigning as a possibility, that it just didn't make sense. That examiner noted that she had displayed positive adjustment to not only the medications that she was taking at that time, but historically there was notable benefit to the use of antipsychotic agents. So that examiner did support the ongoing diagnosis of schizophrenia as well as additional diagnoses. But it was in the wake of that evaluation, because of Ms. Geyser's, as I understand it, because of Ms. Geyser's account of feigning these psychotic spectrum symptoms, her treatment provider took her off of the antipsychotic agent.
So the clinician that performed this psychological assessment still endorsed this schizophrenia diagnosis?
Yes, and there's certainly complexities to that. In part, the young age in which Ms. Geyser came to the court, came to the mental health system, the severity of the symptoms that she was describing, they were quite severe, quite atypical. You have complication of fantasy being involved. There is indication that she had essentially taken some of these fantasies that she had, and they became enmeshed with the underlying thought disorder related to the psychosis. So those two things kind of blended together. There also is some indication across time of potential some exaggeration, some immaturity related to her self-report. So it's not what I would say textbook a textbook case to diagnose, and it's inherently difficult with adolescents because we don't typically see schizophrenia begin at such a young age as what Ms. Geyser had reported.
Does it appear to you through your review of records and your interviews with Ms. Geyser that she is able or she does report things in a way that results in desirable outcomes, or things she thinks will result in desirable outcomes?
I would say most people do that. So certainly I would say Ms. Geyser does that as well.
Ultimately, the antipsychotic medications were discontinued with Ms. Geyser, right?
Correct.
And to date, she has not self-reported psychiatric symptoms since their discontinuation.
she has reported a variety of psychiatric symptoms, but not flagrant psychotic spectrum symptoms. So to be clear, there's a variety of other issues that she does freely self-report and are abundantly evident through the records, but those flagrant psychotic spectrum symptoms like auditory hallucinations, delusions, she has described them as imaginary friends, that, while it was once prominent in the records, is not reflected really since around that, well, even before that time a bit, but it's been quite some time since she's reported those flagrant psychotic spectrum symptoms.
Are there incidents of Ms. Geyser exhibiting symptoms that you believe are consistent with symptoms she was exhibiting during psychosis at a young age?
In review of the daily reports, there are a number of atypical behaviors that are documented. It's hard to know whether those might relate to reemergence, more subtle signs of psychosis, or if it is related to dissociation as a result of a post-traumatic stress disorder. But there certainly is evidence of overlap of some of these observations that have occurred more recently at times where she was also known to be more symptomatic, and it was characterized or conceptualized as a psychotic disorder.
Could you give an example for the court?
Sure. So looking back at her treatment records, one of the more subtle signs of her illness, people would describe her as evidencing odd mannerisms or kind of odd body posture. So it might be in terms of her hand movements or how she would walk. In recent months, there were a number of notes by staff indicating that she was doing some odd things, like as walking down the hallway, sticking very closely to the wall and kind of touching the wall as she went. There have been a number of incidents where she has come out of her bedroom in the middle of the night in a apparent, what I would say is consistent with dissociation, but appearing to be quite fearful, essentially not able to verbalize what's happening for quite some time. Once able to verbalize, being very upset. So crying, taking quite a bit of time to calm down and to regroup emotionally.
Are some of those examples what you've summarized in your report from pages 12 through 17?
Yes.
Taking each event that you've indicated, it's true that you did this in chronological order, is that true?
I did, yeah.
And, you know, taking each thing alone, they may seem like insignificant notes, but why did you believe that including this was notable and important for the court?
So, conditional release, we're certainly looking at how a person is doing currently. That's very important. And to be clear, all indications suggest that Ms. Geyser's been doing well at the institution, behaviorally, comparatively with respect to her mental status, that there have been notable gains. That said, when you look at these incidents together, but as well as in comparison to her known mental health history, it becomes much more alarming. So some of these subtle signs of her illness that we've seen in the past continue to be prevalent. A lot of these particular incidents that I note reflect ongoing maladaptive coping skills where she's easily overwhelmed emotionally and is vulnerable to becoming essentially dysregulated, and it takes quite a bit for staff to engage with her, have her effectively identify and utilize those coping skills that she's developed, but she's not doing that independently yet.
Is that a concern that you took into consideration for your opinion today?
It is.
Is there another example of this symptomatic behavior that involves Ms. Geyser's five senses?
So On February 20th, this is coming from page 17 of 30, on February 20th, it was an odd, just kind of one-off notation in the records saying that she didn't enjoy going outside because the sun makes her skin feel weird. And in and of itself, that doesn't really seem to mean much, except for in our interviews across time, she has consistently identified that one of the signs of potential decline for her is that she has kind of hypersenses, like she starts experiencing somatic symptoms. So that, in connection with some of the additional somatic issues that I talk about in this report, while not indicating flagrant psychosis, it is alarming that at the very least it suggests that she's not symptom-free at this point.
I would ask if we could look at page 12 of 30 of your report. At the bottom, before you begin that chronological list, is it fair to say that there's several areas of need that you've identified there?
Yes.
And the first being heightened emotionality, is that true?
Yes.
Was that something that Ms. Geyser exhibited in any of those community outings that she participated in?
No, those community outings, by all accounts, those seem to have gone well. She is described as silly at times. She can be a bit hyperactive, but there's nothing to suggest flagrant hyper-emotional response during those particular outings.
What did you observe that that made you opine that that's an area of need for Ms. Geyser?
So being detailed in the next several pages of my report, there's numerous incidents in which she becomes quite tearful in response to intrusive thoughts about her reported past trauma, being overwhelmed by different events taking place on the unit, some more significant than others. Some are rather innocuous, though, becoming completely overwhelmed by, say, a yoga exercise or a topic of conversation in therapy. And there's numerous notes that suggest the need for staff support to regain her composure, to help her to identify and utilize those coping skills that she's been learning about. And to her credit, when in comparison to past years, it's easier for her to regain her composure. And there's not evidence to suggest that flagrant psychosis or delusions, but those incidents still regularly happen, and that's a concern to me.
Did you have concerns about low empathy for Ms. Geyser?
I don't have that concern. In my interactions with Ms. Geyser over the course of the last several years, she has displayed empathy to me. She's demonstrated the ability to make quality relationships with people. So I don't find that to necessarily be a thing, except for that is documented in the records where there's times where she can present with kind of a callous or rude interpersonal demeanor. I think more likely is that she characterizes herself as lacking empathy or being unable to feel at times, which, again, I don't believe that to be the case. Certainly her emotional responses that she's displayed across time would weigh in contrast to her inability to feel. But at various points she has described herself as lacking the ability for empathy and to care about other people.
In general, does that characteristic make someone less appropriate for conditional release?
Lack of empathy and remorse historically would be a risk factor that we would consider, but to be clear, I don't believe that she possesses that. I see her as an individual who is empathic, who is capable of social bonds. So I personally don't I have not seen that, and her description of her day-to-day functioning just doesn't seem to match that. But she has characterized that, and so it's a recurring theme throughout the records.
Did you, I know that in your report, you took a look at interpersonal relationships that Ms. Geyser has. Is that true?
Yes.
And there's been noted multiple relationships with men who are much, much older than her, true?
Yes.
And have you found that she lacks insight into potential dangerousness of those kinds of relationships?
This is, what I would say that this is a topic that's difficult because of her circumstances being at the institution for years. So by nature of her placement, she's not had the opportunities that most individuals have as they're growing up to establish developmentally appropriate relationships. By nature of her institutionalization, she's had a number of people in her life that pulled apart from her, leaving her with limited social support outside of institution. She also, because of the high publicity with her case, as I understand it, is regularly contacted by various people looking to establish a relationship, whether it's just as a friendship, check-in, or potentially even a romantic relationship. And she is an individual who has been isolated and has developed some relationships with people who frankly have been nice to her.
Is there any negative impact of those kinds of relationships?
There is. The institutional records, and she even has some burgeoning insight into this, suggest that it's been difficult to identify the motives of some of these individuals. Certainly there have been people who have tried to establish a relationship for their own gain, trying to capitalize on the notoriety of this particular index offense. She also has described that she has maintained some of these relationships because it fits various needs of hers. One being that she's isolated and lonely, but also that some of these individuals are willing to help provide her with things that she otherwise would not have access to. So there have been concerns about navigating the complexity of that, and I believe that that's a very complicated topic, and she has done her best to try to navigate that, but it is really difficult, especially given the nature of her institutionalization.
Would navigating that be something that it might be helpful to try to address during like a therapy session, therapeutically?
I would think so, yes.
Did you note that at the time of your interview with Ms. Geyser, she had recently stopped the therapy that she was in at Winnebago?
Yes, so the description was that she had met with her proposed case manager that she would have if granted conditional release, and that particular individual had raised, pretty bluntly raised concerns about at least one relationship that she had, and essentially told her that she wouldn't be allowed to continue that relationship if she were granted conditional release, that the case manager would not support that. And she accepted that feedback and then appropriately made efforts to essentially withdraw her contact with the individual.
In terms of her willingness to comply with therapy at Winnebago, did that end close in time to your interview with her?
I don't know that I can say that it ended. Around the time of our interview, she was notified that the therapist that she had been working with was no longer available. She in our interview, made a number of remarks that suggested unhappiness with the quality of care that she had been getting in her therapy, and was looking forward to potential options that may exist within the community that she did not believe to be available to her at Winnebago. There was, when notified that her therapist was no longer going to be available to her, there was a, as I understand it, they asked if she would like to be connected to a new therapist, and at that point she had indicated that she didn't believe she needed further intervention.
Did Ms. Geyser bluntly deny that she ever benefited from the meetings with that therapist?
With me during our interview, she did make those comments. She's made other comments through the records, though, suggesting that she has, in fact, enjoyed therapy and has benefited from it at times.
Did she disparage the therapist during your interview and her credentials?
She did.
Did Ms. Geyser explain to you that there's nothing more for her to learn at Winnebago?
She did.
Do you believe that's true?
I don't.
Do you think that that belief makes her a risk in the community?
In and of itself, that doesn't make her a risk in the community. The resistance that she has displayed across time to the interventions that are available to her, and her tendency to come at those with a pretty negative attitude, it raises concerns about, one, her insight and her judgment, but then also about her motivations and willingness to comply with interventions available to her in the community. So there's a pattern that has been noted across years of her institutional course of being resistant to different, whether it's medical or therapeutic interventions that have been proposed to help benefit her in various ways.
Did you have the opportunity to, are you familiar with the FAM, F-A-M?
Yes.
And what is that?
So it's an adjunct to structured, it's for structured professional judgment, an instrument that we use called the HCR20 when doing risk assessments. Essentially what that is, that particular instrument is, it is a clinical guide that includes a number of risk factors and protective factors, both static or unchanging and dynamic or changing, to help a clinician in a conditional release evaluation or a violence risk assessment consider empirically based issues. The FAM is an adjunct for that particular instrument, where it includes empirically identified factors that are specific to women.
Did you use those instruments in this case?
I did.
And could you explain what you believe those showed you?
If I can just back up here. So when completing these particular instruments, I want to be clear that it's not a psychological test. There's no cutoff. It's not like a person scores this amount and she's a danger versus scores under that and is not a danger. That's not how this works. It essentially just guides the clinician to be able to consider these different factors that we know have been linked to risk for violence. She has a number of historical factors that exist. So those are unchanging. Nothing we can do about that. But she does have a number of those where she meets in full. When looking at the clinical factors, which are those dynamic or changing and can they wax and wane across time, it's my opinion that she continues to meet a number of those fully or partially as well. A lot of there's a lot of different factors there, so I don't know if you want me to speak to anything in particular, but most concerning to me was that at this point, those clinical items, those dynamic factors, they remain prevalent. So these factors that we know through the literature enhance a person's risk for aggression or violence. Several of those remain in full.
Now, I think I know the answer to this, but is this tool the only thing that you used in forming your opinion today?
No.
Okay, but ultimately you did form an opinion that Ms. Geyser is not ready for conditional release. Is that true?
Correct.
And that she's a risk?
Correct.
And why do you think that?
So taking all of that information together that we've talked about and everything included in my report, but what we know about Ms. Geyser is that she comes to the court with a very serious violent offense. Concerning at this point is that there has been uncertainty raised regarding how she come to that particular violent offense. So it's hard to predict without having a better understanding of that past history of violence. It's hard to predict the future. Of more concern to me, though, is that throughout the records, she continues to be an individual who experiences prominent symptoms of mood instability, very much trauma-specific or characteristic symptoms. Those remain influential on a daily basis for her and have compromised her ability to withstand even the stressors within that close supportive environment of the institution. And I have concerns of if she's having a hard time with her symptoms currently in the community, she's going to be facing stressors that are potentially significantly more complicated, and she won't have direct access to her treatment providers who at this point are closely monitoring her and intervene almost immediately when she's experiencing distress.
And doctor, do you hold all the opinions you've given today to a reasonable degree of professional certainty?
I do.
Those are all the questions I have.
All right, thank you. Now it's almost 4:30. I'm assuming cross will be somewhat lengthy. In order, very good. So we'll be in recess to tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you. I had, just a note, I had signed an order that authorized civilian clothes for Ms. Geyser.
Great, so then tomorrow she has clothes here, so hopefully tomorrow the jail can make sure she's in those.
Oh, all right. Wasn't the order promulgated?
It was. It just seemed to not have been followed. We filed another one also requesting no shackles tomorrow. That should be in your queue, but also reiterating civilian clothes tomorrow.
Yeah, well, just on the issue of shackles and cuffs, I leave that to the discretion of the sheriff.
Okay.
As to if they believe that's appropriate, that's appropriate. If they don't believe it's appropriate, then they stay on.
Okay.
But certainly civilian clothes, I authorize that. Very good, thank you. We'll be in recess in the 9 a.m. Thank you, doctor. Have a good afternoon and evening.
Thank you. You too. I hope you feel better.
Thank you. Me too.
There's a lot going around right now.
I know it. I know it.
I might come right here. So I'll drop that off at the 7:30.
That's really funny because that M, you see that M, that I've been watching that M the entire time. That big M that's on the screen, I was watching it on their computer. I thought that was an M for Morgan. I guess not. I guess that M is not for Morgan. All right. So that is all we have for you guys. That wraps up today. As you heard the judge, day 2 will be tomorrow, 9 a.m., which also is when we're going to be live again. So 9 a.m. tomorrow, we'll pick up on the rest of this hearing, and then we're going to get into, then she has another hearing in 2025. So this was April of 2024. She has another one January of 2025. And then, let's see. Yeah, then we're going to have a day 3. So this is going to be 3 days. So this will last 3 days. And don't forget that tomorrow evening, so we're going to stream from like 9 until 5 or 6 or so. I'm not quite sure how long the day will be. Maybe, yeah, around 5:30 or so. And then we have Psychosaurus Rex. We have Psychosaurus Rex coming on tomorrow. Tomorrow at 7:30. 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific. So Psychosaurus Rex, we have questions for you. And please, if you guys join us tomorrow, ask more questions. And then that'll be our part 2 coverage of Morgan. And then after that, we'll take a little bit of a break. And then we'll have Psychosaurus Rex on to answer all your questions. So, Walk on Wheels. Let's see. Let me go here. You could be wrong, but you thought the M was the victim's family on Zoom. Yeah, that was. You're right. Yeah, that was the father. I'm pretty sure that was Payton's father that we saw. So, let's see. Are we doing something for New Year's? We're gonna have music. We're gonna play music. So don't worry about that. I have a set list. It's all ready to go. I think Aaron may have already scheduled it. PM, folks, PM. Y'all don't want to see me at 4:30. Yes, not 4:30 in the morning. 4:30 at night. Yeah, afternoon, I should say. Afternoon. So Dwayne, I don't have Super Ball. I don't have Super Ball to show you, but I've got these guys. Look at these guys. So that's Sid over there and little Roger over here. Too cute. Oh, and then little Riker's way over there. But yeah, sorry, Dwayne, I don't have Super Ball to show you. He's walking around out there hissing at everybody. So, is it a video? No, it's going to be video. It'll be video. We're going to see Rex. We'll see Rex on screen. So, yes, it is a cuddle puddle Rex. Grampy, yes. No Super Ball to show you. Sorry. Let's see. All right, you guys. So that's it. That's it for today. Thank you for joining us. It was a Sunday afternoon stream. Appreciate you guys spending your day with us. Tomorrow, 9 o'clock Eastern in the morning, we'll be going on. We'll be going all day, and then 7:30 Eastern at night, we'll have Psychosaurus Rex on to answer your questions. I've got a lot of them. I've got some for myself. I've got some for you, Rex. I'll send these over to you so you can check them out. And yeah, that's about it. So things that are coming up for next week, we've got Morgan Geyser, 2 more days. So we're going to do 3 days of Morgan, and then Anissa Weier, we've got her for 2 days, possibly 3 days. So this week is going to be all about Slender Man, and then next week we've got new trial starting. And then also, Sharon, you were saying Corey Richards may have a trial on, or a hearing on Friday. So we may cover that too, depending on if it's streamed or not. So with all that, have a great evening. Thank you guys. Thank you to our mods. Thank you to Rex, Psychosaurus Rex, for being with us and answering questions. And thank you to Aaron for creating the graphics. And we will see you guys tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern. So with that, have a wonderful evening. Take care of yourselves, and we'll see you then. Bye.